This young man was originally a hero, bound by a destiny, to save rather than to kill. That's why when facing Hwang Seung-hoon, the man who killed all his comrades, Seo Kang-woo, could only capture him, instead of finishing him off immediately. But in a cruel twist of fate at the execution, Hwang Seung-hoon didn't die. Instead, Hwang Seung-hoon went on to murder Seo Kang-woo's older brother, the very warden of the prison where he was held. Before Seo Kang-woo's comrade once said, "A hero is born to save people, not to kill them." Even his brother, a warden, had said many times that the only thing that can judge a person is the law, and those who carry out the law's judgment are the wardens. And yet now, both his comrade and his brother were gone. This caused the flame of hatred in Seo Kang-woo's heart to erupt. That's why he personally came to Lucas prison. At this moment, the death row inmates locked behind the door were trying every trick in the book to break it down and escape. However, when the heavy prison security door opened, a group of inmates was blown away. Those behind them stared wide-eyed at the scene. Thick smoke and dust enveloped the gate, their only escape route. And as the smoke gradually cleared, a figure slowly emerged. It was Seo Kang-woo, only this time, he didn't enter the prison as a hero, but as a warden, a bloodthirsty butcher. "Hello, you pieces of trash. I am Warden Seo Kang-woo." He spoke calmly, but his eyes were filled with bloodlust. The inmates here had all more or less heard of Seo Kang-woo, so they were all wondering why he was wearing a prison warden's uniform. But that wasn't very important. What was important was that the bastards here all wanted to take Seo Kang-woo's life, but whether they had the balls to do it was another story. Dozens of death row inmates with terrifying strength charged toward Seo Kang-woo in unison, but he just stood there motionless as a statue, until those who didn't know their place got close. Seo Kang-woo unleashed a devastating punch, sending the massive bodies of dozens of inmates flying. The sight of blood and gore, splattering from just one punch, made the remaining guys tremble in fear. They knew Seo Kang-woo was a hero, but they never imagined his power was this monstrous. "Listen up, you animals," Seo Kang-woo said after straightening his clothes. "From now on, by order of the government, the execution of death sentences will begin on the first floor." Seo Kang-woo was determined to take over his brother's work. Meanwhile, his arch-nemesis, Hwang Seung-hoon, was still in the basement, level 5, sitting on a mountain of corpses of the unlucky wardens waiting for him. When the prisoners heard Seo Kang-woo talk about executing them, they found it utterly ridiculous, because many of them hadn't even been scheduled for execution yet. They felt this was total bullshit, and so they became even more enraged. But in Seo Kang-woo's eyes, these animals, who had taken countless innocent lives, didn't deserve to live. "So what if we killed people? It was just a few lives." An inmate named Khalida yelled. It's worth noting he had murdered 12 innocent people. Following him, many others also began to shout, in protest, arguing their hands weren't that bloody. Their reactions were so absurd that they made Seo Kang-woo feel sick. The sound of loud cursing echoed throughout the prison, and among the rioting prisoners, there was a blue-haired guy named Choi Gu-hwan, who had been silent from the start. He himself had ended 8 lives, plus the crime of sexually assaulting his victims. Now a wicked idea was forming in Gu-hwan's mind. He felt that Seo Kang-woo was distracted by the other inmates, so he could probably use this opportunity to break out. No sooner said than done, Choi Gu-hwan quietly gathered his momentum. Then, with whirlwind speed, he dashed past the other inmates, past Seo Kang-woo, and headed straight for the open prison gate. However, his picture-perfect plan was not to be, because the man he was up against was the hero Seo Kang-woo, who had even captured Hwang Seung-hoon alive. And just as Gu-hwan was about to dart through the gate, Seo Kang-woo stopped him dead in his tracks with a powerful kick. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. This horrific sight made all who witnessed it, even though they were all cold-blooded killers, feel a chill run down their spine. Its suppressive effect was also incredibly good. The inmates were no longer rowdy. Instead, they began to look at him with fearful eyes. "You bastards, I'll give you one last chance. Quietly put on the monitoring devices and return to your cells, to await your turn for execution, or be executed right here at my hands." Seo Kang-woo's ruthless tone made the atmosphere incredibly suffocating, until another inmate burst out laughing. All eyes immediately turned to him. What was that bastard thinking? "There's one thing I have been wanting to say. If I'm not going to make it out alive anyway, then dying in a riot is better than just lying down and waiting to die, isn't it? Your negotiation is pointless." "That wasn't a negotiation," Seo Kang-woo interrupted. "This is just the last bit of mercy I'm offering you." The inmates looked at each other, clear confusion in their eyes. Some felt that the other inmate had a point. They weren't going to live anyway, so dying in a riot would be better than quietly waiting for the guillotine. But there were also those who wanted to prolong their lives a little longer, especially since Seo Kang-woo was no ordinary warden, but a hero from equality with terrifying power. They felt it was better to listen to him, and so a few of them began to hastily put on the monitoring devices. However, the inmate named Hillison wasn't finished yet. He suddenly let out another roar, grabbing everyone's attention. When he saw all eyes back on him, Hillison spoke up. "Attention, everyone, listen up. Even if he's a hero from equality, there's no need to be so worried. He's just one guy. I've taken out a rank 2 hero before, so all we have to do is team up." With just one simple sentence, Hillison made the inmates' resolve begin to waver. They felt he had a good point, so they turned back towards Seo Kang-woo, flashing twisted smiles. Emboldened, Hillison continued to stir their bloodlust. "That's right, there's nothing to be afraid of. Let's kill him and take back our freedom." Seo Kang-woo stared at this bastard and could only sigh. Trash will always be trash. He recalled what Do Se-yeon had told him before. Lucas Prison is divided into detention areas based on the prisoner's danger level. The first floor holds those who have killed many people, and the total number of inmates on this floor is over 300. In the first basement, there are over 100 Sector Level 6 criminals. Down in the second basement are over 30 city-level criminals. The third basement has 10 dangerous criminals at the national level. The fourth basement has 5 who are ranked at the continental level 6 danger. And finally, in the fifth basement, there are 3 individuals, including Hwang Seung-hoon, whose danger level threatens the entire world. Sounds like a lot. But the number of prisoners you have to deal with will be much smaller, she said, and Se-yeon also added that the prisoners in the basement, level 2 and basement at level 5, all hate each other. And among the more than 300 inmates on the first floor, there is a particularly special name to be careful of. That name is Hillison, the eyesore standing before Seo Kang-woo right now. The reason he's more dangerous than other inmates on the same floor is because he possesses a skill that can easily persuade others with his words. Hillison was also the one who attacked a hospital, injuring 30 people and killing 7, counting the rank 2 hero named Hayes that makes 8 people. However, as Seo Kang-woo said this, Hillison coldly cut him off. "It was 10, I killed 10 people, because that hero bitch was pregnant with twins." As he said these words, a twisted smile appeared on his face. Clearly, after a long time locked in prison, Hillison had never felt any remorse for his crimes. He even saw taking the lives of an unborn pair of twins as a prestigious achievement. Hearing this, Seo Kang-woo could only sigh. Then he spoke softly into his comms unit. "Commander, I think I'm about to use a little force. Is this prison sturdy? Whatever you do, it won't collapse. I can guarantee you that." The person on the other end replied. Seo Kang-woo was very satisfied. With that assurance, he no longer needed to hold back his strength. But Hillison still didn't know the meaning of fear, because in his eyes, even if Seo Kang-woo was a real hero, his strength was probably on par with Hayes, the one who had been defeated by him. Hillison even brazenly provoked Seo Kang-woo and poked right at his pain. "Let's see, you're a hero from equality, but you couldn't do a damn thing right. To catch Hwang Seung-hoon, you were so desperate that you had to use your own comrades as bait. Right, so today, let us send you to join those deceased colleagues of yours." As soon as he finished speaking, Hillison tilted his head back and roared. The sound he made was like a wild beast, igniting the fighting spirit of all the prisoners on the first floor. He felt his body surging with power. And just like that, under Hillison's command, the crazed inmates on the first floor charged towards Seo Kang-woo in unison, with the ambition of finishing him off. Unfortunately for them, Seo Kang-woo had no intention of letting them have their way. And so just as he had said, afterward, Seo Kang-woo used quite a bit of force, turning the first floor of the prison into a complete mess. Hillison couldn't even see clearly what was happening. He only saw the inmates around him being beaten to a pulp. Screams echoed everywhere. And by the time things quieted down a bit, almost all the prisoners had been knocked to the ground by Seo Kang-woo. They looked back at him, the creator of this bloody work of art. But it seemed Seo Kang-woo had no intention of stopping, because right after he suddenly lifted his leg high and then slammed it hard onto the ground, an immense wave of power was generated, throwing those still standing into the air. The shockwave that Seo Kang-woo just created was so powerful it even startled the inmates in the basement levels below. As for Hillison, after being tossed high into the air by Seo Kang-woo, he had a rather painful landing. But before he could even regain his composure, he saw Seo Kang-woo, his face completely expressionless, lunging towards him. "No, stop!" Hillison screamed. But it was no use, because at that moment, Seo Kang-woo had already activated his death spiral skill. All the prisoners on the first floor were sucked into this skill of his. Hillison was no exception. It carried a terrifying power. Sharp slashes swirled together, forming a vortex. And once struck, by those slashes it was nearly impossible to survive. For instance, that bastard Hillison was sliced in half. A second later, all the prisoners fell, but almost none of them had an intact body anymore. Seo Kang-woo, however, still seemed full of energy. The execution on the first floor was complete. Now it was time for him to head to the solitary confinement cells. Arriving at the first floor solitary cells, Seo Kang-woo repeated the exact same lines he had said to the prisoners outside, giving them a choice between putting on the monitoring devices or being executed by him right here. The further down he went, the more aggressive and dangerous the inmates became. But compared to Seo Kang-woo, a hero burdened by a sea of blood and vengeance, it was hard to say who was more dangerous. The script repeated itself. The inmates who found Seo Kang-woo an eyesore at first refused to listen and attacked him. Then they were knocked down by him. However, it was true that after going to the lower floors, the inmates' level of shadiness increased significantly. For example, this guy with a top knot named Mark. After seeing his fellow inmate get dealt with by Seo Kang-woo, he put on a fearful act and begged for mercy. "Please spare me, I'll put the device on right now. Come here and take it," Seo Kang-woo ordered. Mark approached him, respectfully raising both hands to receive the monitoring device. But Seo Kang-woo had already sensed something was off. Sure enough, the bastard immediately showed his true colors. From between his palms, a blinding purple light appeared, carrying enough power to possibly destroy an entire city block. Mark aggressively shot that beam of light towards Seo Kang-woo, certain that he would die under his firepower. Then he burst into maniacal laughter. "Did you really think I'd actually listen to you? You son of a bitch." However, he hadn't been laughing for more than 3 seconds, when Mark's eyes widened in horror, because he saw Seo Kang-woo still standing there, completely unharmed by his power. Not even a little bit. And now it was time for his counterattack. The price for disobedience was having one's skull crushed by Seo Kang-woo's fist, like cracking an egg. Mark was toast. Seo Kang-woo continued to the solitary cell of Basement 1. After he opened the door and entered, the person inside seemed to have been waiting for a long time. He spoke first. "It's pretty noisy outside, huh? It's been 3 years, hasn't it? I knew you'd come. Long time no see, hero Seo Kang-woo. Remember me." This bastard was Kyofindio, a criminal, arrested for cannibalism and the brutal torture of his victims. The death spiral that Seo Kang-woo had created outside had already alerted him, and Kyofindio quickly recognized his old foe. So when he saw Seo Kang-woo appear here, he seemed very excited. "Looks like you changed careers, huh? It doesn't seem to be going too well." Seo Kang-woo had no interest in reminiscing with this piece of trash. He cut the other man off. Choose between living and dying. Kyofindio didn't seem to pay much attention to Seo Kang-woo's request. He pulled down his mask, revealing an incredibly distorted smile. "If I knew we were going to meet like this. Are you and your hero friends from Equality doing okay?" Chiofindio's smile made Seo Kang-woo remember the first time they met. He and his comrades, after subduing him, began to search the surrounding scene. Then Seo Kang-woo noticed a pot filled with human flesh, so full that blood was overflowing. It was truly a nauseating sight. But back then, Chiofindio brazenly provoked him. "Doesn't it look delicious? You look like you're about to kill me, but you wouldn't dare." Provoked like that, Seo Kang-woo's anger flared up. He clenched his fist and aggressively charged at him. Clearly, just one blow from Seo Kang-woo would have been enough to send Chiofindio on his way. And yet his action was stopped. "Seo Kang-woo, don't do it." Seo Kang-woo turned to see the troubled eyes of his captain Lao Sa looking at him. Continuation of previous line. He really didn't continue the attack. That's right. Lao Sa always said heroes are born to save people, not to kill them. However, as Seo Kang-woo withdrew his hand and turned away resentfully, Chiofindio behind him continued to run his mouth. "Look at your comrades, they seem so disappointed." Back then, if it weren't for his comrades, Seo Kang-woo might have really finished him off. Back in the present, this guy Chiofindio was still running his mouth just like before. Seo Kang-woo really didn't want to talk to him. If Chiofindio wasn't going to answer his question, then he would just assume he chose a slightly earlier death. "Do you want to know why I kill people?" Chiofindio continued to ramble. "I'm not interested." Seo Kang-woo replied, then lunged at his opponent like a flash, slicing his head off. Just when he thought it was over, who knew that Chiofindio's voice would still ring out casually? "It's because I want them to remember me. So I took their lives, and became the most memorable person in their lives. When they die by my skill, they will never forget me. They have to burn my image into their eyes. As proof, I can show you the memories of the people I've killed." The space in the solitary cell was enveloped in a bizarre purple light. Purple butterflies carrying Chiofindio's memories fluttered ceaselessly around Seo Kang-woo, and it seemed he really intended to show him the memories of the victims who had died at his hands. A stream of white light appeared in Chiofindio's palm. It condensed to form the shape of a child. It was one of his victims, and Chiofindio intended to start with this child's memory first. However, he never asked if Seo Kang-woo wanted to hear it. As a result, Chiofindio's entire right arm was quickly chopped off by him, causing the image of the coalescing child to gradually fade away. "Were you put in solitary because of that mouth of yours that just keeps running on and on? I really want to shut it," Seo Kang-woo said, his voice low and menacing. He spoke as he moved closer to his opponent. "You don't have time to attack me with your skill, right?" Having been seen through by Seo Kang-woo that he was deliberately stalling, Chiofindio didn't argue. He just wanted to ask him one thing before he died. Whether he remembered the people he had killed. He thought it was a question that would weigh heavily on his psyche, but who knew? Seo Kang-woo didn't even bother to think and answered immediately. No, because there's nothing worth remembering, especially a piece of trash like you. Seo Kang-woo just wanted to end this quickly. Who knew that bastard Chiofindio would use his skill to create images of his fallen comrades? What was even more terrifying was that these images were as real as life. Kang-woo, don't! Seo Kang-woo could even hear their voices, just like before. They were stopping him from striking, even if the opponent was a criminal. Because a hero's duty is only to save people. Seeing Seo Kang-woo so dazed, Chiofindio looked extremely pleased. Do you remember these people? 1 second, 2 seconds passed. Seo Kang-woo remained silent. This reaction made Chiofindio even more certain that he had truly hit his weak spot. The earnest voices of his old comrades continued to ring in his ears, and yet after a few seconds of being dazed, Seo Kang-woo gripped the sword in his hand firmly. Then with his own hands he cut down their illusions. Are you done with your little tricks? He asked Chiofindio with eyes and a voice full of hatred. The smile on Chiofindio's lips froze. He didn't think Seo Kang-woo could bring himself to cut down his own comrades without any hesitation, even if they were just illusions. It seemed his mental fortitude was much stronger than he had imagined. At this point, the two were facing each other at very close range, and Chiofindio had no way out, or any petty tricks left to escape. Just like that, his body was sliced into 2 pieces by the superior power of Seo Kang-woo. I'm not a hero anymore, I'm a warden. So don't think I can't finish you, Seo Kang-woo said. In response, his opponent gave a contemptuous smile. What, you're not just a warden, you're a monster. A monster no different from Hwang Seong-hoon. After saying these words, he breathed his last. It seems being compared to Hwang Seong-hoon made Seo Kang-woo very angry, but Chiofindio was already toast. He couldn't take his anger out on him anymore. Meanwhile, in the 5th basement, Hwang Seong-hoon, to kill time, was getting physical with another female inmate. He did it for fun, but his opponent showed no resistance at all. Even her facial expression was dull, which made Hwang Seong-hoon lose interest. When are you coming down here, Seo Kang-woo? Otherwise, maybe I should just go up myself, Hwang Seong-hoon mumbled. In another development, Seo Kang-woo's actions were now being noticed by another group of 3 inmates. The leader of that group was a woman called Sinka. Just one look at her crazed, excited demeanor and you knew she was not a normal person. Lady Sinka, when are you planning to start? The man next to Sinka asked impatiently. Sinka's excited voice answered him. He's appeared. He is my beloved husband. Your husband? Sinka's 2 underlings asked, confused, but she just beamed again, and firmly asserted that Seo Kang-woo was her husband. Isn't your husband Hwang Seong-hoon? The man named Canis asked, puzzled. That's right. Isn't that why you plan to attack the prison? To rescue him. This time the woman named Kato next to them chimed in. They didn't forget to add that Seo Kang-woo is a hero, and the person least useful for Sinka's development. But it seemed she didn't care about that at all. After all, Seo Kang-woo was only a hero in the past. Besides, looking at his crazed state now, compared to Hwang Seong-hoon, he looks much more like a monster. You should just choose one. Polyamory is illegal. Canis and Kato said in unison. Sinka stared at the tablet in her hand, seemingly deep in thought. Then she made a decision. Between the 2 of them, Seo Kang-woo and Hwang Seong-hoon, whoever survives in the end will be my destiny. So who will it be? Sinka's voice rose to a high pitch. It seemed she was greatly anticipating the final death match between the 2 men. After Seo Kang-woo cleared the 1st basement level, Du Se-eun appeared. She couldn't deny that his clearing speed was truly terrifying, but the strength of the prisoners in the basement below will increase exponentially. Therefore, Se-eun advised Seo Kang-woo to rest a bit to recover his strength. However, he refused and requested that Se-eun immediately open the door to the next basement level for him. Seeing the determined look in Seo Kang-woo's eyes, Se-eun knew that any more advice would be pointless. It's just that before he went down, she had a favor to ask. On this 2nd basement level, there are still surviving wardens sending out distress signals. So Seo Kang-woo's mission, aside from clearing out the prisoners, is to save these people. How many wardens are on each floor? Seo Kang-woo asked. Se-eun shook her head, saying that all communication devices on the 1st basement level were broken, so she didn't know the exact number. But she was certain that there was only 1 person left alive in the 5th basement, because all the communication devices on that floor were still operational. That warden had both his legs cut off. Although still alive, he could only crawl on the ground and constantly call for help. Following him was that animal Hwang Seong-hoon. The reason Hwang Seong-hoon left him in a state of living death like that and didn't destroy the monitoring devices was so that the people above could, through them, see this scene. His cruelty was beyond words. Seo Kang-woo was also anxious to get to the bottom floor. Therefore, he had to speed up and clear the upper floors first. Du Se-eun, through her comms, ordered her subordinate to open the door between basement levels 1 and 2. Before Seo Kang-woo went down, she was still uneasy, and once again reminded him to be extremely careful. because the power disparity between the prisoners on these two floors is huge. It can even be compared to heaven and earth. Although Seo Kang-woo wasn't weak, his opponents still outnumbered him, so facing them was too dangerous. As the door to the second basement level opened, a noisy, chaotic atmosphere hit Seo Kang-woo straight in the face. The inmates inside were rioting, brawling with their fists while firing wildly. Seeing the door crack open, they focused all their firepower on the newcomer, not caring who it was. Seeing the rain of bullets pouring straight towards Seo Kang-woo, Seon was terrified and shouted his name. But before she could get a response, she saw another tall figure looming over her. Before you worry about others, worry about yourself first. A criminal with a cynical smile appeared from God knows where and charged in front of Seon. Then he grabbed her by the neck with one hand and lifted her up. You're a warden, huh? What a rare opportunity. I've always wanted to smash that arrogant face of yours. Should I do it right now? He cackled. Then he turned around and yelled, Hey, you idiots, it's a warden. Whoever catches them first will be the one. However, before he could finish his sentence, the scene before him shut him right up, because the inmates who were just aggressively rioting here a few seconds ago were now all collapsed on the ground. It was as if they had been swept over by an immense force, so fast they couldn't even resist. What the hell is this, the bastard mumbled. He was too busy staring at the scene before him to notice the danger right above his head. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Seo Kang-woo swooped down from above like an arrow. With that same basic fist, he immediately knocked the bastard out, freeing Do-seon's choked throat. She fell to the ground, panting heavily. It seemed even Seon never thought that Seo Kang-woo was this strong. Don't go down to the second basement. It's too dangerous, he said. Yes, I understand, Seon stammered in reply. She was still in shock from what just happened. But just as Seo Kang-woo was leaving, Seon suddenly thought of something else. She called after him, Wait, Warden Seo Kang-woo! One more thing. Tom Moki was captured on the first basement level. I know, Seo Kang-woo replied. In a solitary confinement cell on basement level 1, a group of dangerous prisoners are locked up, all together in one solitary cell. Among them is Tomoki, the one Seol just mentioned, and also Tom's older sister, one of Kang-woo's fallen comrades. You hear that sounds like screaming, doesn't it? Did they make it? The death row inmates buzzed among themselves. They thought the mass breakout of the prisoners from the upper floor had succeeded. Hey, you morons, you think they actually succeeded? Do you really think any of them could stir up trouble here? I guess you wouldn't know, Tomoki said arrogantly. At that moment, she was forcing a living prison guard to kneel on the ground, using his back as a chair for herself. Tomoki had no beef with these criminals, but she loved to run her mouth and provoke them, just because she was stronger. Simple as that. The other death row inmates, whom Tomoki mocked as not being smart enough, were furious. Among them was a hulking guy named Thanner. He rushed in front of Tomoki, threatening loudly. Hey, bitch, you want me to kill you? The threat not only had no effect, but it also made Tomoki snort with laughter and ask back, Kill me, you've only ever killed nobodies. Have you ever killed someone with superpowers? Or even fought one? And if you don't know why I'm here, it's because I've killed them. Tomoki's face was full of arrogance as she flexed these achievements of hers. But Thanner, that idiot, still thought she was a pushover. He even declared that he would kill someone with superpowers right now. As he spoke, Thanner clenched his fists. His muscles bulged. But in Tomoki's eyes, he was just a useless slab of meat. She flicked her hand lightly, a gentle claw, and sliced Thanner's large body in two. Kill who's the one getting killed, you idiot! Tomoki's claws were dripping with blood. She had just taken a life without even batting an eye. This crazy woman was actually a hero. More accurately, a former hero. She had once captured countless villains, so she knew exactly how to catch those with superpowers. Then using that very knowledge, she ended the lives of 28 other heroes and was thrown into this prison. Now I will teach those who side with me, Tomoki announced. I will show you how to hunt someone with superpowers. And more importantly, I already know what Seo Kang-woo's superpower is. How do you know Seo Kang-woo's power? The surrounding inmates asked curiously. Tomoki replied proudly that because she herself was once a hero, she had access to reliable intel. Even if we know, what can we do to him? At that moment, another inmate named Speak spoke up. He knew well that Kang-woo was a hero from Equality, an organization composed entirely of first-rate heroes, completely different from third-rate heroes like Tomoki. But in response, she remained completely unfazed, not even seeming the least bit worried about Kang-woo's power. Ever since Lao Sa became the head of Equality, there have been changes in the hero profession, she said slowly. The first change to mention is that heroes are no longer allowed to arbitrarily take the lives of prisoners. Second, they often organize group training sessions between heroes. And finally, the system of ranking heroes from 1 to 5 has been abolished. Tomoki mentioned this because the time Kang-woo joined Equality just so happened to coincide with when this ranking system was under maintenance. He was specially selected, despite having no outstanding achievements. In other words, Tomoki suggested Kang Yu got into the organization through connections, and there are even rumors that he's Lao Sa's lover. Hearing her say that, Speak thought it over and realized he had indeed never seen Kang Yu fight. But then again, he had cleared the first floor of over 300 prisoners in the blink of an eye. This alone proved that Kang Yu's strength was at least rank 3, meaning one level above them. "The first floor is full of insects," Tomoki cackled. "Even you guys could easily do that." Right, the reason she said that was because this solitary cell was full of dangerous people. For example, Tremagang, who has killed 1738 people. Hun-hee, who has killed 1983 people. Go-Ryan, who has killed 2270 people. Miju Jonak, the murderer, who has taken 3521 lives. And that guy, Speak, is an especially dangerous criminal, having killed as many as 6435 people. There wasn't a single person here who wasn't formidable. Tomoki wasn't saying Kang Yu was weak. He was indeed very strong. But she knew his weakness. Therefore, if the formidable people here just teamed up and attacked that weakness relentlessly, they could definitely take him down. Hearing Tomoki say this, Speak shot her a skeptical look. "You know his weakness? Hey, why are you overthinking it? How long are you gonna take? Make a decision quick, he's coming," Tomoki urged. Outside the solitary cell, footsteps indeed echoed. The prisoners looked at each other. One by one, they agreed to join the mission. Speak was the one who thought the longest, but in the end, he still agreed. Tomoki was very pleased and began to lay out her vicious plan for them. It is said that since the last century, when humans began to awaken superpowers, scientists, through research, divided superpowers into 3 main types. First is the type that can transform or enhance the body, called the physical ability group. Second is the type with the ability to create objects from nothing, called the creation ability group. Those with abilities not in the other 2 groups are classified into the special ability group. At this moment, standing before the prisoners in the solitary cell, led by Tomoki, was Kang Yu with an expression on his face colder than ice. As soon as he appeared, the entire group of prisoners revealed a bloodthirsty look, like wild beasts setting their sights on their prey. Meanwhile, Speak and Tomoki were using their physical ability telepathy to exchange information. She knew Kang Yu's ability well. It was also in the physical group like hers, and she thought she understood his weakness because she had carefully watched him train every day. Back then, Tomoki was still a hero, and she often saw Kang Yu sparring with training robots. As for Kang Yu, at this moment he couldn't care less if the prisoners were just being stubborn or plotting something. He just walked towards them and repeated the classic line he had used with the other death row inmates. "Put on the monitoring devices or be executed by me right here." Then Kang Yu took a closer look and realized this bunch had already put on the devices. He let out an "oh" and continued, so proactive. "But if you want to punch your ticket early, feel free to place an order with me." Who would have thought that the group blocking his path was just a decoy? While Kang Yu was focusing all his attention on their necks, he was sneak attacked from the side by Tomoki. Just like when she had watched him spar at the organization, Kang Yu had absolutely no reflex to dodge. She had used the cell doors to form a defensive line, then had the ones with creation and special abilities attack relentlessly. But Tomoki also knew the reason Kang Yu didn't dodge these attacks was because they couldn't harm him. Just like now, Kang Yu stood in a hail of fire, but his body didn't budge an inch. His face showed no expression whatsoever. She had anticipated that, so she still had another card up her sleeve, a long-range attack that Kang Yu probably couldn't predict. By the time he realized something wasn't right was flying towards him, his entire body was bound tightly by dozens of ability-restricting devices. Those were the spoils that Tomoki had ordered the other prisoners to collect from the corpses of the dead guards on the first basement level. At first, they were skeptical, wondering if this stuff would work on Kang Yu. But Tomoki insisted it would be useful. They just needed to put more on him. That's stuff from the first basement. For rank 2 heroes, just 10 are enough. Even for a rank 1 hero, wearing 15 would drain all their power. All these devices were given to Million, a prisoner who had taken 2421 lives, thanks to his special ability of object manipulation. He was responsible for putting them on Kang Yu. And to prepare for the worst-case scenario, Tomoki decided to put a full 30 on him. Seeing Kang Yu's entire body covered in dozens of ability-restricting devices, the prisoners couldn't help but jump for joy. They all thought he was done for this time. However, there were 3 huge mistakes in that woman's plan. The first was that Cell Kang Yu's power was far greater than that of a rank 1 hero. Therefore, he just needed to use a little more strength, and all the devices restricting his power were blown away. Then an enraged Kang Yu threw a punch, and the small fry blocking his way were all knocked down, to Tomoki's horrified gaze. The prisoners immediately fell into chaos. Tomoki screamed, telling them to calm down and quickly implement Plan B. It was a cowardly and more disgraceful plan than ever, because they were using hostages to threaten Kang Yu. A few guards who were still alive, who had just been forced to be Tomoki's human chairs, were now being held captive. The inmate threatened that if Kang Yu took one more step, he would immediately kill the guards. However, this was the second miscalculation in Tomoki's plan. Because although Kang Yu's ability is physical, it can also be used as a special ability. He indeed did not move, just as the opponent demanded. But even from such a distance, all Kang Yu had to do was snap his fingers, and the vortex of death would be activated again. And the prisoners holding the guards captive were all taken down in an instant. The third and final mistake was that to Kang Yu, those who regret their actions too late do not deserve forgiveness. Therefore, at this moment, those who regretted begged for mercy and promised to wear the monitoring devices could no longer escape his grasp. Speak saw Kang Yu wipe out nearly the entire solitary cell in the blink of an eye and began to panic. He turned to Tomoki and screamed, "Damn it, what the hell is he?" "This has all gone to shit. Don't you have another plan?" Tomoki didn't answer because she was also panicking. She kept biting her nails, muttering, "Impossible, impossible." Seeing Tomoki's unreliable state, Speak started blaming himself for believing her. "You said the restricting devices could stop him. We put 30 damn things on him. I'm putting on the device now. That way there's still a chance to live." Already in turmoil, Speak's nagging in her ear made Tomoki's anger explode. She roared, "Shut up!" Then she lunged at Speak and attacked him. Even though the plan had failed, Tomoki couldn't accept him daring to talk down to her. "You bastard. You think we're on the same level just because we're locked on the same floor. I was almost good enough to be a rank 1 hero." Speak got wrecked instantly. As for Tomoki, she didn't even bat an eye when she finished. Him off. It was only after Speak was gone that she began to panic again. If all those ability-restricting devices were broken, it meant Kang Yu was much stronger than she had imagined. Then why isn't he fighting on the front lines? These questions swirled in Tomoki's mind, and while her thoughts were in a tangle, a very faint sound suddenly came from beside her. A young guard was trying to sneak away quietly to escape, but he was still discovered when their eyes met. He immediately burst into tears, trying to run faster and crying out for help. Tomoki planned to take his little life, but as her claws swung down, they were severed by another force. The cut was incredibly clean. Tomoki instantly became a one-armed invalid. She turned her head and saw Kang Yu, who had appeared behind her at some point. His voice was colder than a winter's night. "Hero Tomoki." "No. Death row inmate Tomoki, that's more like it. Do you have any last words?" Tomoki clutched her bleeding arm, letting out a dry laugh. "Ha ha ha, damn it, I'm really done for." In the oppressive darkness of the prison, Kang Yu's voice rose. "Are those your last words?" Tomoki didn't flinch. Her eyes looked straight into Kang Yu's sharp face as she asked, "Is it true that all the equality heroes are dead, except for you?" Kang Yu replied without hesitation, "Yes." She smirked. "I see, so Tom is dead too." After hearing this, Kang Yu remained silent, his expression showing a rare hint of regret. Tomoki persisted, asking again, "She's dead." She tilted her head up. "I told her not to become a hero. What a foolish little sister." She continued to ask, "As a member of equality, you kill people. Do the other heroes know?" Kang Yu was silent for a second. Along with it came Tomoki's hoarse laugh. "You know full well how Lao Sa tried to change this hero business. But because of you, everything's back to the way it was. I wonder if Lao Sa is sad in the afterlife." He looked at her with sharp eyes and let out a sentence, "Your last words are too long." Suddenly, memories flooded back like a film in reverse. This hero business is not a normal profession. The image of Tomoki, a young girl with a radiant smile, when she first put on the hero suit, appeared. Her body was brimming with physical special powers. That's what Tomoki felt after becoming a hero. But destroying villains doesn't mean everyone is righteous. The piercing scream of a girl with orange hair rang out. "Please save me." The girl trembled, begging. "Please, I'm begging you." The thug beside her was holding a knife to the girl. He shouted, "Stay put." He continued, "If you move." Before he could finish, a flash of light shot past at incredible speed, dashing straight towards and slashing the orange-haired girl. Before losing consciousness, the girl's eyes widened in disbelief at what was happening. While on a mission, even if civilians die, the hero's status is absolute. Kang Yu smirked and uttered mockingly, "Mission complete." The reason Tomoki became a hero was simple. Tom's voice echoed softly in her ear. "You always help me, sis." It was a warm handhold. Tom's radiant smile was something she'd never forget. Along with it, a sentence mixed with happiness. "It's amazing, just like a hero." Her little sister Tom, who had no special ability, depended heavily on her sister who possessed a powerful one. She looked into Tom's sparkling, smiling eyes and replied, "That's right, isn't it?" Her face was filled with a terrifying look. "Your big sister is amazing, right? A twisted personality like a hero." The scene shifts to a small, damp alley. After saving a girl, she, recovering from her panic, hastily thanked Tomoki. "Thank you for saving me," she coolly uttered as if mocking. "Oh, it's nothing. Instead of pride, Tomoki smiled and said, just doing the right thing. She felt love for the act. Tomoki continued to be a hero. Finally, on a mission, she killed a villain. The villain with a twisted face fell. The first time she killed someone. For the first time in her life, she felt superior. She muttered to herself as if speaking to herself, killing is so exhilarating. After that, Tomoki continued to kill people villains. Civilians heroes, she killed them all, sparing no one. The red of blood soaked everything. Among them, Tomoki's favorite was killing heroes weaker than herself. She looked down at a battered hero sitting on the ground. She smiled. Her psychology was that of a psychopath. The feeling of betrayal shock, and finally she had lost her happiness. In the dark corner of the room, the hero whimpered, begging her, please, please spare me. That expression drove Tomoki mad, smirked with a savage grin. But the truth will always out. Tom became suspicious. Tomoki always came home very late reeking of blood. So that day Tom followed her. Tom was shocked. She was horrified by what was happening before her eyes, witnessing her own sister murder someone. Tom's voice trembled. Sis? Tomoki was startled and turned around, a hint of guilt in her eyes. Tom, I told you not to stay out late. It was just a moment of initial confusion. What followed was her true self. She said, it's no use. For the first time, Tom found her sister's smile so horrifying. She vaguely asked, want to join in? Tom was surprised again. She asked back, what, Tom? A crazed Tomoki raised a hand high, preparing to end a life. If not, then I'll do it myself. Tom's piercing scream rang out, no! The image of a chain emitting a purple light flew straight to wrap around Tomoki's hand. To her surprise, And on that very day, Tom awakened her powers and her first act as a new hero. Tom shed tears, choking out, sis! From that moment on, Tom became a hero and constantly pursued her sister, who had become a villain. Finally, she did the opposite. The chain wrapped around Tomoki's neck. She spoke, villain Tomoki. Her eyes looked straight at Tomoki as she declared, you're under arrest. Tomoki looked down at her little sister. So you're not calling me sis anymore? That's sad, your power is getting stronger. So it's a shame that it's a summoning type special ability, and not a physical type. Tomoki continued to mock. Those without physical special abilities are truly pathetic. She laughed like a maniac, because they can only kill from a distance. They'll never know the ultimate excitement of tearing someone apart with your own hands. Tom grimaced as she continued to listen to Tomoki's words. You never understood me, she replied. I never had a sister like you. Back to the prison scene with Kang Yu. Tomoki gently asked, did Tom die in pain? Kang Yu replied, Tom. He recalled the day that Tom died, when she fell in the fight against Hwang Seong-hwan. Tom with a face full of injuries. It hurts so much. She remembered her sister. Save me, sis, Kang Yu told Tomoki. As she was dying, she was still calling your name. She was silent for a beat. Her eyes held a hint of sadness. I shouldn't have asked. A blue light appeared. It just makes me feel worse. She dashed straight at Kang Yu. He stood still, watching her rush towards him. Tomoki didn't hesitate to attack Kang Yu. Her red pupils dilated. Tomoki's special ability blade glowed a fiery red. A black background with red flashes, symbolizing the corrupt power that had torn apart countless victims. Kang Yu fought back against Tomoki. She rose again, slashing violently. At the same time, Kang Yu delivered a fatal blow. He kicked out powerfully, sending Tomoki flying. I let my guard down. A loud noise echoed as Tomoki's body flew far. White smoke filled the air. Kang Yu stood there, staring in the direction he had just attacked. The white smoke slowly dissipated. With that, Tomoki rushed at him again, her face filled with ferocity and anger. Kang Yu struck again, punching her hard in the stomach. Tomoki's eyes widened, blood spat from the corner of her mouth. She crumpled her hands on the cold floor. Tomoki looked up at Kang Yu with anger and hatred. After a back-and-forth exchange, Kang Yu looked down and said, even if you're a criminal, I don't enjoy killing my colleagues. Tomoki looked straight into Kang Yu's eyes. Then can you... She smiled devilishly. Spare me. Tomoki knelt. You're a hero. You promised Lao Sa... Kang Yu interrupted. I'm not a hero anymore. Tomoki continued to plead, but please spare me, she cried, panicking, clutching Kang Yu's leg. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Kang Yu replied, your current state is the very scene you used to see all the time. She remembered the people begging her. Spare me, please spare me, Tomoki. Kang Yu's cold gaze swept down. What did you do to those who begged you for forgiveness? She knew begging was useless, so she let out a small laugh. He angrily cursed, you bitch. A red aura gathered in his hand, preparing to strike down Tomoki. The scene shifts to outside the prison with a gloomy sky. The sound of Cell Kang Yu's fight echoes throughout the prison. That sound. Canis and Kato looked towards the source. Do you hear the explosion? Sinka shouted happily. That must be Cell Kang Yu. Right, how he now makes some fall in love. To Hongjia's terrified face. What the hell is going on? It makes some afraid. But for some, like Hwang Seong-hwan, beside him was a woman tied up tightly, kneeling on the ground. He looked up and called out, "Sell Kang Yu!" It makes them even more expectant. The bound woman looked at him silently. He said, "It can't be helped." He excitedly raised his hand. "Now I have to go up." Suddenly, some force slammed into him. Sung Hwan's body flew far. His hat flew off with the force. "Whoa!" He sat on the ground, his eyes wide. Surprising. Suddenly, someone's voice spoke up. "Bored kid." It was Kingston. He asked Sung Hwan, "Want to play with me?" He reached for his hat and put it back on. "You're too scary." Kingston also gave Hwang Sung Hwan a savage grin. "Scared, huh, Basement 5 inmate number 01? I'm just a kind old man who wants to play with children," he said. Kwang Ho and another person shouted in alarm. "Ma'am!" Seun turned her head. "What's wrong?" Kwang Ho said fearfully. "Right now on the 5th basement level, Kingston and Hwang Sung Hwan have run into each other." She smirked. "That's great." Kwang Ho was quite surprised by this statement. Seun crossed her arms and continued. "One of them will have to die. Personally, I want Kingston to win. He's not as dangerous as Hwang Sung Hwan." She frowned. "But hey." The red light of the camera flashed. Seun pursed her lips and asked, "Why is that woman with him?" In the light was the orange-haired girl tied up by Sung Hwan. He spoke up, asking Kingston, "Hey, old man, you gonna play with me?" Kingston smiled. "Of course." Hwang Sung Hwan whined, "I don't wanna." The old man kept his smile. "Is that so?" He began to reveal his true face. "But this old man really wants to play with you." Kingston. He was the first prisoner of Lucas Prison and also the oldest long-term inmate. Unlike the prisoners on basement levels 4 and 5, who had killed millions, he had only killed 3 people. The first to die was the strongest and most evil villain of the time, Caracas. The other 2 who died were heroes, the most talented at that time, Clark Enelo. He killed the 3 strongest people at the time. He himself said, "I kill all those who are called unbeatable." Kingston stood among a sea of people and asked, "Now am I unbeatable?" He continued, "It's useless." He allowed himself to be captured by the government. In terms of risk, he was the lowest. But he surrendered after killing only a few people. And that was also the time when the relationship between the government and the Hero Association wasn't so good. He managed to avoid execution for 35 years. Back to the present. That old face and deep voice spoke up. "I'm not going to kill you. Just playing gently will do. If I step on a young sprout, I'll feel guilty." Sung Hwan wasn't scared at all. "Oh, in that case," he held out his hand. A purple-blue light enveloped it. He lifted all the corpses of the dead high into the air. With a cold gaze, the corpses were pushed up by gravity, levitating in the air. Then they all turned into small bullets that radiated a red light. Hwang Sung Hwan said slowly, "Let's play a little." He flung all those bullets towards Kingston at incredible speed. Kingston wasn't scared either, standing still and watching. When the bullets got close, he blocked with both hands in front. With one hand, he caught a blood bullet. Kingston crushed the bullet and it shattered. He continued to use his hand like a blade, sharply slicing a bullet in 2. Kingston's hand moved at the speed of light. All that could be seen was an afterimage. He blocked the bullets that were continuously rushing towards him. Kingston's eyes flashed with killing intent. Everything in the room seemed to stop for a moment. Just a second later, the blood bullets shattered. Sung Hwan watched the crimson drops of blood falling like a waterfall, his face showing no emotion. Kingston looked back smugly, his mouth slightly upturned. He said, "I thought you used psychokinesis. But this current attack and defense of yours is like this." "So you're not a psychokinesis user, are you?" Kingston laughed loudly. "Do you have any other way to attack?" Sung Hwan replied, "I've thought about it." His blue eyes looked straight at Kingston and continued, "I knew it. Playing with an old man is boring." "What's so funny about a man on the verge of death?" Kingston narrowed his old eyes, silent for a second. "You're just an arrogant brat," he continued. "I've met plenty of people like you, like a frog in a well. Everyone thinks they're the strongest." Kingston stomped his foot hard on the floor. The tiles beneath his feet immediately shattered. Stones scattered. The smile vanished from his face. Kingston added another prideful remark. Back in Guang Ho and Seiyun's surveillance room, Guang Ho screamed, "At this rate, the basement will collapse." She glanced at him. "Stop making a fuss." She reassured him, "Even with the power of a Tier 1 or 2 hero, it can't be destroyed. This prison has 20 layers of special walls. How could it possibly be broken?" Everyone calm down. Cutting back to the fight between Kingston and Sung Hwan, he pursed his lips and said, "I'm going to fix that attitude of yours." He lunged at Sung Hwan at an incredible speed. Sung Hwan stared intently at Kingston's approaching figure. His blue pupils widened. A foot. Kingston's foot was flying at his face. The leg, with its terrifying power, was just inches away. Boom! Everything in the room seemed to shatter. The aftershock made the entire prison tremble. In the surveillance room, Guang Ho was still panicking. "Everything is shaking violently." He yelled, "Come!" Commander Seiyun asked, "Is everything all right?" "Who won?" Guang Ho quickly interrupted, "That's not it. Everything in Kingston's room. And Sung Hwan's is starting to collapse." Guang Ho reported, "The walls have all been breached." A look of fear started to show on Sayan's face. "We're so screwed." In the battle, Sung Hwan suddenly muttered, "It's like a human drill." "How far did he go?" Kingston replied softly. "Is this enough to get you interested?" Sung Hwan looked intrigued. "Should we follow him?" Suddenly a voice came from behind. "Why would you follow that old geezer?" It was Shinga. Behind her were Kato and Kinnis. "Wouldn't it be more fun to talk to me?" In the surveillance room, Guang Ho and Sayan were also surprised by this appearance. He asked coldly, "And what are you?" Shinga, with her sparkling, inviting eyes, "Let's have a chat and you'll find out who I am." In the surveillance room, Seyun yelled, "That woman, how is she on the 5th basement level?" Guang Ho was just as shocked, asking, "What is this?" Shinga looked up at the surveillance camera. But before that, she pointed at the screen. "You people watching? Get lost." The signal to the surveillance room cut out. She slammed her hand on the table in anger. The scene changes to a tall, gloomy door. Standing beneath that door was Kang Woo. The scene was quiet. He held the radio attached to his collar. "Commander, work on the 1st basement level is complete. Please open the door to the 2nd basement level." A voice came from the radio, "So Kang Woo, wait." He stood still in front of the door, waiting for the commander's next words. The sound on the radio suddenly became static. Kang Woo asked again, "Commander." He pursed his lips, standing silently before the door. Then Kang Woo used both hands and forced the door open himself. Maybe the signal is weak because he forcefully pulled the door open. Kang Woo speculated to himself. She's gone down to the lower basement levels. As he descended the stairs of the 2nd basement, unlike the 1st floor and the 1st basement, where before even entering, I could smell blood, here there was no smell at all. It was very clean. Not a single body, not even a person in sight. Suddenly a sound caught Kang Woo's attention. Hong Jia was in a panic, fleeing from the beasts chasing her from behind. She yelled as she ran, "Don't come any closer!" The beast opened its mouth wide as if to swallow Hong Jia whole. She cried in terror, "Don't come near me!" While running, Hong Jia was surprised to see someone standing in her way. She screamed, "Seo Kang Ho!" Kang Woo was just as surprised by the situation. The beasts roared, preparing to attack Hong Jia. He immediately used his power to stop them. The beasts. After the panic, she collapsed onto the floor. Kang Woo asked Hong Jia, "Are you okay?" Hong Jia, sobbing, ran and hugged him tightly, choking out. "Kang Ho," she asked, "aren't you supposed to be on the 5th basement level? Hey, what was that just now? Do you have superpowers? That's awesome. But have you been hiding your powers all this time?" He used one hand to gently push her away a bit. "I'm Kang Ho's younger brother." Hong Jia was surprised. "The hero Seo Kang Woo. Why are you wearing a warden's uniform? No. Why are you here?" Kang Woo replied nonchalantly. "So you're my brother's colleague." He warned, "It's dangerous here." Hong Jia replied casually, "I'm very sorry to hear you say that, young master." Kang Woo's face froze when he heard those words. He frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Hong Jia smiled. "This is the first time we've met, isn't it? I should have been the one to greet you first." She held out her hand as if to introduce herself. "I'm your sister-in-law. You look a lot like your brother." "Did you know that?" Kang Woo froze for a few seconds. A huge question mark appeared in his mind. Scene changed to a special room on the 2nd basement level. A voice rang out. Mian spoke up. "It seems a stranger has come here." Mael replied, "That's right, brother." "How many sins has this stranger committed?" "He killed my dog." Mian looked at his sister. "Is that so? Then hell awaits him," Hong Jia said to Kang Woo. "I've only ever seen you in photos or videos," she said cheerfully, "but seeing you in person is so much better." "I'm Warden Hong Jia," he replied. "I heard he had a girlfriend, but other than that I don't know anything else." Hong Jia laughed awkwardly, scratching her head. "Actually," she pointed to her stomach. Hong Jia cradled her belly. "In here is the child who will call you uncle." Kang Woo's red pupils widened in surprise. He asked in shock, "What?" Hong Jia quickly explained. "It's not showing yet, is it? It's been less than a month. I only found out recently myself. And because of the incident involving Huang Xionghuan, I didn't want to reveal it too soon." Kang Woo asked again, "Is what you're saying true?" She answered immediately, "Yes." "Is there a problem?" His face looked troubled. "No." Hong Jia was still a bit curious. "Kang Woo, what are you doing here? Are you here to quell the riot?" "But you're also in a warden's uniform." Kang Woo hesitated. "I've been appointed as a special warden to execute the prisoners in Lucas Prison." Hong Jia's jaw dropped in surprise. "Huh, you're the executioner. Why would you? Was it an order from the head warden?" Kang Woo replied, "It seems they didn't inform everyone, so I'll give you a brief explanation." He slowly recounted the events that had occurred. Hong Jia felt a bit worried. "A surprise taser attack, who would—" Kang Woo looked into her eyes. "They're still investigating it." Hong Jia couldn't hold back her tears. "Then what about Kang Ho? He must be on the 5th basement level to carry out the sentence." Kang Woo hesitated slightly. "My brother?" She worried. One hand still on her stomach, tears streamed down her face, waiting for an answer. Kang Wu closed his eyes as if in thought. He sighed. A distress signal was sent from the 5th basement level. Hong Jia breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God. Kang Wu instructed her, it's dangerous here, so you should go upstairs. I'll take you. Hong Jia flatly refused, no way. If you want to go to the lower levels, you're going to need me. Kang Wu asked, puzzled, why? Hong Jia held out her hand and began to explain. When I look at a target, I have the ability to read their memories. It's a special psychometric ability. After explaining, she quickly waved her hands and laughed awkwardly. I haven't read your memories, Kang Wu, so don't worry. I don't use my power that carelessly. I use this ability for the prisoner's psychological therapy. And I use it to determine if what they did was truly a crime. Kang Wu still didn't quite understand Hong Jia's ability. But how is your ability useful to me? Hong Jia interrupted. Right now on the 2nd basement level, the solitary confinement cells are being controlled by Mian and Mael. They are 2 siblings with a special summoning ability. Their power allows them to turn others into puppets by stabbing them in the heart. Right now all the prisoners on this level are their puppets. Kang Wu voiced his thoughts. I already know a little about their abilities. They are Mago's disciples. He gestured towards the door. I already have this information, so please go upstairs. Hong Jia still didn't want to leave. She continued. Some of the puppets fighting under the siblings' control are wardens. She looked at Kang Wu with a serious gaze. Among the fighting puppets, you won't be able to tell who is a prisoner and who is a warden. But with my ability to read memories, I can tell them apart. Kang Wu retorted. If they've become puppets, aren't they already dead? What's the point of telling them apart? Hong Jia still tried to prove her ability's worth. No, they're still alive. When the siblings stop using their power, they'll return to normal. He wasn't convinced. Those 2 will definitely not do that. She was very certain. They will. I can persuade them. Kang Wu still tried to persuade her. It's too dangerous for you in your condition. Hong Jia spoke from the heart. Before becoming a mother, I was and still am a warden, so I must carry out my duty. She recalled the face of Kang Ho, looking at her affectionately with a warm smile. Kang Wu looked at Hong Jia annoyed and didn't answer. Then he held out his hand. Fine. Many bright red threads flew out, wrapping around Hong Jia's body, making her panic. He slowly raised his hand. The threads wrapping Hong Jia suddenly lifted her off the ground. She couldn't help but be scared. What is this? Kang Wu reassured her, my power. It will shield you from danger. Hong Jia, being protected by his power high above, panicked and called out, wait! Won't this put you at a disadvantage? This is weird. Kang Wu continued forward, resolutely not looking back. Suddenly a loud noise came from ahead. Many stone beasts were approaching. He stopped, frowning, saying nothing. Kang Wu's eyes scanned the monsters gathering before him. A murderous intent flashed. Hong Jia quickly said, that's the ability of the older brother Mian. Please remember that he has captured many wardens. Kang Wu asked her, which of them are wardens? Hong Jia closed her eyes, as if using her mind-reading ability. Give me a moment. A purple light emanated from her. Her purple pupils flashed. Hong Jia continued to stare at them as if in a trance. She had her answer. The 2 in the back are wardens. Hong Jia, panicking, offered a strategy to Kang Wu. First, we need to defeat them and group them together. Before she could finish her sentence, the red threads wrapping her formed a sphere, starting to block her view. Hey! Hong Jia shouted, I can't see anything, Kang Wu, what is this? Hong Jia was still struggling against the power protecting her. Kang Wu said, the difference between them is... He shot his power straight at the stone beasts. A deadly glint shone in Kang Wu's eyes. The ones left alive will be the wardens. A monster lunged to attack Kang Wu. He observed it for a moment and noticed its eyes had no pupils. He used his power to send it flying. Kang Wu's eyes were ice cold as he continued. And the ones who die are the prisoners, simple as that. The beasts charged in frantically. No matter how hard they tried, Kang Wu's power knocked them away. Red lightning struck the monsters mercilessly. One of them raised its hand to strike Kang Wu. He leaned back to dodge. There was no longer any warmth in Kang Wu's eyes. Hong Jia watched the battle anxiously from above, unable to help. Cut to a sphere, a red crystal ball reflecting the fight between Kang Wu and the beasts. The ones enjoying it were the siblings Mian and Mael. Mael asked her brother, Brother, this outsider. She recalled Mago's appearance. Do you think he's stronger than our master? Mian fell silent for a moment. Well? He then remembered Rasa. What about that woman? He didn't answer. Mael started to get scared. Brother. She rested her head on Mian's shoulder. I'm scared. Mian soothed her, don't worry. With one arm around his sister, he began to summon his power. Mian looked at Kang Wu's emotionless face. He said with contempt, if this is all he's got, he can't kill us. The scene opens with Hong Jia, still frantically, trying to escape Kang Wu's power sphere. She yelled frantically at him. Why did you lock me in here? Kang Wu stood still. He calmly replied, "Did that surprise you? Sorry, I should have warned you." Her eyes widened as she looked at him. How did this happen? Kang Wu still didn't turn to look at her as he continued. "I've pushed the wardens aside." Only now did his gaze sweep over Hongjia. "As for the prisoners, they've all been executed." Hongjia asked. "Executed? But isn't the execution device on the 5th basement level?" Kang Wu stood there, his hands loosely clenched. "I executed them with my own hands." Found it hard to believe. "What you mean you executed them yourself?" Kang Wu looked up at her. "Is there a problem?" She pressed on. Who decided this?" He answered defiantly. "I did." Hongjia asked worriedly, "Did the head warden agree?" Kang Wu replied with the single word, "Yes." She sighed, looking disappointed. Her face darkened. "What are you trying to do?" Kang Wu looked at her, confused. Hongjia slowly lowered her head. "Kang Wu, is everything all right?" Kang Wu replied coldly. "As a warden, I'm just doing what needs to be done. There's no problem." Hongjia repeated, "As a warden." She yelled angrily, "We're not supposed to kill them! Our job is to rehabilitate the prisoners, to make them better." As wardens, Kang Wu lost his patience. "Enough! I'm sick of hearing such idealistic nonsense." Hongjia persisted with her opinion. "A hero's job is to save people, not kill them. Only the law has the right to judge others." Kang Wu growled. "I know all too well what happens when you chase those ideals." He remembered the young but dangerous face of Xiong Huan. Someone was brutally murdered by that beast. Who doesn't listen to reason? In reality, whether I'm a warden or a hero, it doesn't matter. I'm just doing the job that I should have done a long time ago, executing the beasts who have given up on being human. Hongjia tried her best to plead Kang Wu. "In the end, they're still human," Kang Wu yelled. "How can you—" Hongjia's eyes widened. He was truly furious, shouting, "I even think that. You call them human?" One by one, the faces of the villains appeared in his mind. From the 2nd basement level down, there are criminals who have murdered hundreds of thousands of innocent people. All of them deserve to die. In the past, there were those who died unjustly, and there were many debates about the death penalty. After people with psychometric abilities appeared, there were no more cases of wrongful convictions or injustice. Hongjia, you know this, don't you? Hongjia was shocked by what she had just heard. But they all have their own stories. Kang Wu found it laughable. "Stories?" She cut him off. "Especially Mian and Mile." His voice was losing patience. "Hongjia, everyone in this world has their own story, including the victims they killed. Don't they have stories too? In the end, they will die by my hand, or by the death penalty. There's no difference, is there?" Hongjia trembled. "The death penalty is not the same as a massacre." Kang Wu raised his hand to cut her off. "Stop it, don't say any more. This ends here. If you keep acting like this, I will send you upstairs. Hongjia, I will handle this my way." White smoke filled the air. Hongjia was still bound high above. Below, Kang Wu prepared to deal with the monsters. Above their heads, sharp circles had turned from yellow to red. They stood there silently. Kang Wu could still feel the pressure radiating from their bodies. He asked Hongjia, "Which of them are the wardens?" She scanned them again. "The 3 in the back," Kang Wu said softly. "Got it." From above, Hongjia looked at him with disappointment and sadness. She said if Kang Ho knew about this, he would be very sad. Hearing that, Kang Wu faltered for a beat. The monsters charged. They lunged straight at Kang Wu. For a moment, he had lost his focus. A monster quickly approached him. It swung its sword, slashing at Kang Wu's neck. He looked at it silently. Kang Wu's pupils widened, his whole body, trembling uncontrollably. Those words haunted Kang Wu's mind. If Kang Ho knew about this, he would be very sad. His red pupils grew even redder with anger. "Seo Kang Wu." He felt his own frustration and anger building up, hearing others' idealistic words echoing in his head. Anger nearly consumed Kang Wu's reason. An image of Rasa flashed through his mind. "Words!" He gritted his teeth and punched the monster hard. Words. Kang Wu lost his sanity. Everything in him now was just pure rage. Words. The monster before him was torn into 3 pieces. What good are words? Was this misfortune or luck? The vortex of Seo Kang Wu's anguish. He held out his hand. The continuously summoned red vortexes subsided a little. A second later, the red vortexes exploded. The monster's blood rained down after killing the prisoners. Cut to Shinga's surveillance orb. She watched the fight with amusement. Her purple pupils shone with excitement. She couldn't help but exclaim, "He's even hotter now." At the sight of Kang Wu's battle with the beasts, he walked on, eliminating any monsters that appeared to block his path. The space had grown quieter. Hongjia spoke up this time. She and Kang Wu both looked in one direction. There were only 3 beasts. The 3 over there are all wardens. Kang Wu advanced alone. Then wait a moment. Suddenly a sound rang out. He glanced in that direction. A door burst open with a faint orange smoke. A voice was heard, "Nice to meet you." A person with a red circle above their head appeared. It was the siblings Mian and Mile. The outsider. Kang Wu's gaze swept over them without a trace of fear. You came out on your own. That makes things less troublesome for me. I'm glad too. The siblings Mian and Mael slowly approached Kang Wu. Behind them was a giant ferocious beast. Hongjia looked down from above, yelling, Mian Mael! Mian looked up, his eyes still holding a naive look, a complete contrast to the tense atmosphere. Mael clung tightly to his arm, hugging it as if seeking safety. Warden Hongjia, why didn't you come to us? You should have gone to heaven. Kang Wu wasted no time on pointless banter. He commanded decisively, dispel your abilities, and I will grant you a painless death. Mian stared at Kang Wu in terror. Is there an option where you don't kill us? He spoke with the authority of a judge. On the first floor and the first basement level, I gave them the choice to use the execution device, or not. But for the beasts on the second basement level who have killed countless people, there is no choice other than death. Mian suddenly remembered an important piece of information. He spoke deliberately, dragging out his words. Hey, outsider, I heard. You're a colleague of my master. Is that right? Mile added in a resentful tone. The woman a hero just like you was the one who captured us. You and she give off two completely different vibes. You're definitely going to hell. Mian stopped his sister. Mile, don't say any more. Kang Wu clenched his fists, power silently gathering. We'll see who goes to hell first. He hugged her and made one last offer. If you promise to let us go, we will dispel our abilities. He snarled, I refuse. Suddenly, Hongjia's voice echoed from above. Her voice was filled with desperation. Mian Mael, this will only make the situation worse. The storage for the execution device. Min interrupted her. Warden Hongjia, we haven't committed any capital crimes. You understand that, don't you? Hongjia paused, then continued. Therefore, we also refuse. Hongjia whispered again. Mian. Kang Wu didn't let her say more. His words froze all hope. Your way will absolutely not work. He gritted his teeth, his jaw tightening. I will not negotiate with beasts. Her eyes widened as she looked at him. Kang Wu? Kang Wu's power raged like a storm, enveloping his entire body. It's okay. There's no other way. Even beasts should feel pain. Min backed away in fear. Outsider, we don't want to fight you. If you would just listen to our story, we could negotiate. He stuck to his own conviction. I refuse. Hongjia called out, Kang Wu. If you talk to them, this can be resolved peacefully. Kang Wu lost his patience. He sealed the red sphere again, so he wouldn't have to hear her voice anymore. He glared at her. Please stay put. A terrifying surge of power suddenly erupted, rushing towards the siblings, Mian and Mile like an invisible fury. Mian screamed in outrage, Outsider! Almost instantly, blood-red ropes appeared out of thin air, twisting and binding both of them tightly. They lifted Mian and Mile cruelly off the ground. The ropes tightened more and more, causing extreme pain to Mian and his sister. Kang Wu looked at them with bloodshot red eyes. As for how to torture villains, I already know. I never thought there'd be a day when those words would become useful. The siblings Mian and Mile trembled looking down from above. The pain and helplessness made them decide to fight back. Realizing that pleading was useless, Mian used his power. A yellow light emanated from his body. Talking is useless. You're not human. Mael continued his thought. We are not beasts or monsters. The siblings Mian and Mael suddenly disappeared and were replaced by two other prisoners. Her voice continued to ring in Kang Wu's ears. We are humans with special powers. The two ropes exploded before his eyes. Mael spoke resentfully. But why? Does this man not call us human? What's the difference between us and them? The beasts summoned by Mian and Mael slowly approached Kang Wu. They began to attack, the feeling. Kang Wu beheaded all the beasts in one move. The stone men closed in. He cursed in anger. Mael, after escaping the bonds, watched the events unfold in terror through the red crystal ball. Mian asked her, Mael, do you need my help? Mael felt she could handle it. No, I'm good. All the stone demons charged in, but they all crumbled under Kang Wu's power. Mian commented his defense is too strong. Mael held the sphere in one hand. She raised her other hand high, beginning to summon her power. Let me help you. After gathering power, she placed her other hand on the sphere. A pinkish-purple magic circle appeared in front of Kang Wu. The red circle shattered. From a liquid form, it slowly crystallized into a circle with sharp spikes. The original monsters, as if their power had been upgraded, became much more terrifying and powerful. So this is the power of a summoner. But compared to humans, they're nothing. Kang Wu shot out a beam of his power, making the beast explode in midair. He took a few running steps, then launched himself into the air. Kang Wu spun and kicked a nearby monster. Another monster, seeing this, became enraged. It swung its claws, wanting to crush him. The monsters roared in anger. Kang Wu flew up, gathering power in his hand. Kang Wu descended like a lightning bolt, towards the monsters gathered below. He moved like a phantom, weaving through the densely packed monsters. Wherever he moved, the surrounding monsters fell. Kang-woo completed every move with an emotionless face. Mael hugged the sphere with both hands, horrified by what was happening before her. She asked Mian in a panic, "Brother, how much longer can you hold out?" "Probably about 10 minutes. 10 minutes, she repeated. Min brought her fingers to his mouth and tore at it until it bled. Not long. Then this time... She raised her blood-stained hand. Then she pressed her hand against the sphere, once again preparing to summon power. Suddenly, everything around them shook violently. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as rocks were sent flying by the force. Dust and smoke filled the air. But they were surprised by what just happened. What was going on? A military-style hat appeared in their line of sight. White dust had spread across most of the scene. Kang-woo stood before the two brothers, Mion and Mael becoming clearer by the second. Kang-woo's voice made the brothers tremble in fear. "But now that I think about it, if I have to catch you one by one, then your lives end here. So undo your ability, and I'll give you a painless end." Kang-woo stared daggers at the two brothers Mion and Mael. His power caused the walls to gradually crumble. Mion and Mael's eyes widened as they looked up at what was happening. Just how many abilities does he have? One of Kang-woo's hands was still swirling with power as he slowly stepped closer. "Your ability," he growled. "Undo it." Myeon's blue pupils and Mael's red ones widened in fear. He held out his hands as if summoning power. A stream of light emanated from his palms. Then many yellow magic circles appeared above. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. A series of creatures that looked like angels appeared. "Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Uriel." Kang-woo chuckled without a hint of hesitation. He shot forward with rocket speed. Kang-woo used his power. He transformed into a red lightning bolt tearing through the bodies of Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel. The two brothers Mion and Mael looked up, his lips trembling. Mion shouted. Mion's hand shot out, creating a small magic circle. A warden with soulless eyes appeared right after. All the wardens had been controlled by his power. Mion threatened, "Stay away from us. If you don't let us go all of these wardens..." Before he could finish, Kang-woo cut him off. "If you don't undo your ability and free the wardens..." Suddenly, Mael's scream rang out. Hearing the call, Mion glanced at her. She was being restrained by Kang-woo's red ropes. She cried out in pain. "Brother!" He stomped a foot forward and growled. "No dialogue. I will make your sister die a very painful death." Mael was in so much pain that tears streamed down her face. She screamed hysterically. "Brother, it hurts so much." Mael screamed until her voice was hoarse. Seeing his sister in pain, Min couldn't bear it. He knelt in agony, begging Kang-woo. "I'll undo it. I'll undo the ability. In return, just let me talk to Warden Hong-ah." Kang-woo wasn't negotiating. "Undo your ability first." He repeated sternly, "Undo it." Mion glanced back at Mael, who was still in pain. Kang-woo continued calmly, "And then I'll stop." In the damp room, the two siblings Mion and Mael knelt facing each other, their hands clasped, undoing the ability together. Mion emitted an orange-yellow light while Mael's was red. Suddenly, a miracle occurred. The wardens gradually regained their consciousness like normal people again. The prisoners, too. One of them, not understanding what happened, asked, "What the hell?" More people wondered, "Why are we here?" Kang-woo wasted no words, unleashing his power directly at the inmates. Mion and Mael stood terrified in a corner holding hands. All the inmates had fallen. Only the wardens were left standing. A warden asked Kang-woo, "Hero Seo Kang-woo, what's going on?" He cut them off. "Everyone should head back upstairs." The wardens complied. "Understood." Mion spoke up. "I've stopped using my ability, so you have to keep your promise." Kang-woo kept his word. "All right, I'll let you see Warden Hong-ah. But first, this scene is full of bloody corpses. Let's move somewhere else. A pregnant woman shouldn't have to see this." The scene changes. His circle around Warden Hong-ah slowly opened. She asked doubtfully what happened. Kang-woo continued, "I've finished the job. The ability has been undone and all the wardens have been saved." She asked anxiously, "What about Mion and Mael?" He looked straight ahead. "Over there, right in front of me. They want to talk to you before they die, Warden Hong-ah." Hong-ah felt sorry for the siblings Mion and Mael. "Mr. Kang-woo, can't you just put monitoring devices on these two kids?" Kang-woo was firm. "Don't make me repeat myself." His eyes were sharp as blades. "The beasts in the basement have killed countless people. I will execute them with my own hands." After hearing those words, Hong-ah was speechless. Mion looked at her and asked, "Warden Hong-ah, did we do something worthy of death?" He pleaded in panic. We didn't do anything that deserves the death penalty. Please say something." Hong-ah was silent for a few seconds. Kang-woo urged her, "Hurry up, Hong-ah." She forced the words out. "Mion, Mael, you two must be executed." The two siblings, Mion and Mael, hugged each other tightly. Hong-ah clenched her teeth, unable to continue. Time seemed to stand still. She couldn't say another word. Kang-woo asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" Mion whispered in fear, "Warden." "In that case," Kang-woo summoned his power, "I will fulfill my promise." His eyes glowed red. It's time to begin the execution. Mael wailed, please spare us, please. She panicked, grabbing her brother's hand. Brother, brother! Kongu raised his fist, preparing to strike Myeon and Mael. Brother. Suddenly something appeared, blocking the wave of power. He was stunned, his brows furrowing tightly. A man with a brown mustache appeared. Mago. He had used his power to create a protective shield, enveloping the two siblings, Myeon and Mael. Equality. Myeon hugged his sister and shouted, Master! Kangu was surprised by this appearance. Mr. Mago. Mago looked down from above. What is going on here? A giant Mago was using his hands to create a shield protecting the two siblings, Myeon and Mael, inside it. Kangu looked at the scene before him and began to think. What? Is this the twins' ability? Summoning an illusion. Prisoners from the second basement couldn't possibly have defensive magic at this level. Mago used this ability himself. But why? Why would he use defensive magic on these two? He ignored the thought and continued to summon his own power. Whatever. No matter what I think, nothing's going to change. Myeon and Mael held each other tightly in panic. Kangu's power flew towards the shield, causing it to gradually shatter. He glared, his pupils constricting. Mago continued to hold out his hands, summoning many magic circles to block Kangu's attack. He cursed angrily, Damned old man! What the hell have you done? Why is he doing this? Kangu struck again. Every time he broke one shield, a new one appeared. Mago didn't say a word from beginning to end. Seo Kangu broke through countless layers of Mago's defense, but he couldn't shake the feeling of frustration in his heart. Flashback to a place with a clear blue sky. Below was a fragrant flower garden where Lyosa was sitting. Right behind her were Ryu, Charutam, and Kangu. In the distance, Mago was smiling gently. He was patting the heads of some children. Charu spoke. Doesn't that old man get tired? Ryu laughed loudly. It's nice, though. He then turned to Tom with a smile. Tom, after we get married, we'll have kids too, right? She looked at Charu and frowned. When did I ever say I'd marry you? He was still being sleazy. Come on. Tom replied, slightly annoyed. I hate cheaters like you. Charu refused to admit it. I've never cheated on anyone. Lausa looked up and smiled, helpless but indulgent. Honestly. Come on, don't bicker. From a distance, Mago looked towards the five of them and called out, Everyone, don't just sit there watching. Come down here and play with the kids. A clear blue sky with fluffy white clouds. A child was riding on Ryu's shoulders with Lyosa beside them. Everyone was laughing and playing happily. Only at a tree in the distance, Kangu sat all by himself. A voice called out, making him turn. Seo Kangu, you don't like children. It was Mago who asked. Kangu replied sadly, It's not that. I just don't know how to interact with them. He smiled gently and taught him, You just need to imitate what your parents did when you were little. Kangu didn't hide it. My parents passed away shortly after I was born, so my only family is my older brother. Hearing this, Mago was very surprised. He covered his mouth with his hand as if to hide his embarrassment. I'm sorry about that. The conversation came to a standstill. Mago cleared his throat and said, Kangu, well then you can practice with me. Try acting like a child. Kangu looked at him with a hint of disbelief. Huh! Mago smiled cheerfully. I'm just kidding, just a little joke for fun. I didn't know you could make an expression like that. But I wasn't entirely joking. If you're having a hard time, you can act childish in front of me. The two of them chatted while watching everyone have fun in the distance. Kangu replied, I refuse. The scene changes to a thorny cliff. Rain poured down heavily. In front was Shung-hoon covered in blood. Kangu stood facing him. He glanced down with cold eyes. It was Tom and Charu, heavily injured and lying on the ground. A feeling of breathlessness rose in him. He glanced again. Right next to them were Lyosa and Ryu, also lifeless. Drops of blood dripped onto the ground. They were drops of blood flowing from Kangu's own eyes. He was furious, his jaw clenched tight. A whisper was heard. Seo Kangu? It came from a man with a brown mustache. It's okay. It was Mago gasping for breath, trying to reassure Kangu. It's okay. Everything will be all right. The fragmented memories returned to the present. Therefore, when only one layer of Mago's defense remained, inside the shield Mael had fainted in Myeon's arms. Mago was still maintaining his power to protect the two siblings. His smile was as gentle as ever. Kangu looked up at him. The red ropes from Kangu's power moved. He was retracting his power to free Warden Hong-ah. She was released. He called out, Hong-ah, can you read the memories of an ability? Hong-ah was a bit surprised by the question. I can do that. He pointed towards Mago. Then please read the memories of that ability for me. I need to know what that old man was thinking when he did this. She looked ahead, not understanding what was happening. What is that? Hero Mago. In the dark room, along with the hazy smoke and dust, in Hong-ah's hand was the image of Mago smiling gently. On one side he hugged Myeon, and on the other he hugged Mael. She said to Kangu, this is the memory contained within Hero Mago's ability. He looked at the image in her hand and commented, it's disgusting. Hong-ah, on the other hand, said, I think it's cute. He asked her, Why are the memories of those murderers also here? Hong-ah explained. It's because he used his ability on them. Kang-woo glanced at her. I didn't intentionally put them in here. Kang-woo spoke in a low voice. I'm telling you this so you don't misunderstand. Whatever the situation of those murderers is, I will still execute them. Mago. Little Myeon and Mail trembled in fear in Warden Hong-ah's hand. Hong-ah sympathized. I understand. Then she opened her hands and the image of the three people, Mago, Myeon, and Mael fell. The scene changes to a place with a lavish chandelier. The auctioneer's voice rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the auction of individuals with special abilities. Here a young man was imprisoned in a dungeon, his hands gripping the cold iron bars, his clothes tattered. A dim red light shone on, his face hidden by messy hair. In the midst of this despair, voices whispered in the darkness. It's hell. Myeon. Mael, age 6, the auction hall, brightly lit, appeared with a lively, yet shady atmosphere. An auctioneer stood on the podium shouting loudly. It was an auction for ability users, a hobby for collectors, VIPs hidden deep beneath the desolate city. It was a secret auction house. Myeon and Mael were sold here by their own father. The most expensive ones had special grade abilities, and some had shape-shifting abilities. The most common summoning ability had the lowest price. So Myeon and Mael hid their true abilities, and for a long time no one bought the two children. As they were waiting to be thrown out, light from outside shone in. A man in a suit stood blocking the front, coldly saying, "Get out. Someone wants to buy you two." A girl with him approached the iron gate, scrutinizing the two children inside. "Oh, are these the kids? They summon both an angel and a demon," the man asked. "Is that why you want to buy them?" He frowned suspiciously. He continued, "I'm asking because there are no returns here." The girl covered her mouth and giggled. "I'm just curious." The man turned back, asking, "Curious about what?" She lifted her head, her eyes excited, a sinister smile on her face. "I wonder what would happen if you breed an angel with a demon." The two clueless children looked at her with worried expressions. She approached the two children with a strange smile. "You're probably too young to understand, but you'll find out soon enough." Suddenly something made her glance away. In the dim space, a loud noise suddenly erupted. The man looked in the same direction. The sky above suddenly shook and a fierce fire erupted, engulfing everything around. A loud explosion rang out. The entire city was immediately engulfed in a sea of flames. Buildings collapsed, and swirling smoke and dust filled the area. A scene of devastation and ruin. A light blue shield appeared, surrounding the two auction customers, helping them escape the explosion. The man shouted in panic, "What is this?" Inside the protective shield, Myeon immediately shook his sister, asking, "Mael, are you okay?" Mael, who still seemed dazed, just replied to Myeon. The two siblings looked around. Everywhere people were protected from the attack by orbs of blue light and wondered, what's happening? Suddenly a loud laugh rang out, making both of them look up in surprise. It was a man stroking his beard. From high in the sky, a girl appeared, her arms crossed, sitting casually on a blue magic circle. Next to her was a man floating in midair. He smiled brightly and said, "It's magic." Lupus, the rabbit assistant with the anti-cold summoning ability, reminded him, "Come on, Mago." She was confused. "What kind of monstrous level is this? How can I keep up?" Mago laughed loudly again. "If you work hard, you can do it, Lupus." "I told you, with summoning abilities, imagination is incredibly important." She replied, "But you teach too fast." Amidst the rubble and swirling smoke, he stood casually on a large yellow magic circle, asking his assistant, "Have you finished the task I gave you?" Lupus replied, "Yes, I've teleported all the auction participants and freed those who were imprisoned." He looked at her and said, "Then let's continue to the next level." Lupus was extremely confused. "What is it this time? How can I summon a giant meteor like that?" A hesitant voice interrupted them. It was Myeon and Mael. The children hugged each other tightly and asked, "Can you take us with you?" The two siblings trembled, pleading, "You're a summoner, right? We're also ability users with summoning powers." Lupus replied, "No way. He already promised to only take me as his disciple." But Mago smiled brightly and said, "I never promised that," which made her turn her head in shock. "Huh." He continued, "Let's see what your abilities are." Lupus frowned and grumbled, "Liar." Myeon and Mael opened their palms and used their abilities. From behind the two children, the spirit of a girl with white wings appeared, and a fierce man in black armor. An angel and a demon. Lupus was very surprised. Their summons are so strange. Usually kids just summon toys and dogs. Looking at the two children in front of him hugging each other in fear, an interesting thought flashed through his mind. How interesting. And then he smiled brightly and opened his arms wide in welcome. "All right, come with me. I will teach you magic." Time flew by. For 3 years, Mago taught Myeon and Mael how to summon. He created a giant magic circle and instructed that imagination is the most important factor for summoning abilities. Mago closed his eyes and pictured a fireball streaking quickly, and continued. The image in my mind will appear when I use my ability. He looked at Myeon, whose eyes shone with a dazed blue light, as the gentle spirit of a woman smiled and appeared behind Myeon. He summons an angel because he remembers his mother, who protected everyone when he was a child. Mago then turned to look at Mael's resentful pink eyes, as the shadow of a man, fiercely holding a wooden stick, appeared behind her. And he said, as for Mael, she summons a demon, perhaps due to the influence of her abusive father. Mago gently touched a vibrant rainbow, stretching before the two children. If we look at this world from multiple perspectives, we can summon many things. But it's also okay to focus on just one thing, like that rabbit over there. He pointed towards Lupus, who was enthusiastically showing off meteors are the best in the middle of the large room. Mago crossed his arms thoughtfully. I don't know which path you two will take. Myeon and Mael quickly replied, we really like heaven and hell. Mago asked in surprise, heaven and hell? Lupus was also surprised. That's different from normal kids. The two children remembered the moment their mother was dying, in her sickbed. Our mother told us before she passed away that good people go to heaven and bad people go to hell. Amidst the sad sunset, tears rolled down the siblings' cheeks. Those words have always been our support. Now they asserted, we want this world to have only justice. Good people will go to heaven, and bad people must go to hell. Mago smiled brightly and patted Myeon and Mael's heads. You two will definitely do it, because you are the kindest children. Time continued to pass. One day, as Mago was quietly watching the sunset, a voice called out, Mago. It was Lupus. She ran over anxiously, reporting, the Hero Association needs your help. He exclaimed in surprise, what? Mago frowned in annoyance. They ignored my proposal, and now they're asking for my help. Lupus hesitated. She looked terrified, as she spoke of a very dangerous individual, with frightening eyes and a long-drawn face, and blue bloodstains has appeared in Finland. Hearing that, Mago's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? He commanded seriously. I must convene the Hero Association immediately. What are they doing? Lupus was confused. I don't know either. Mago held his head and sighed. Oh dear. He was silent for a moment, then told his assistant, you bring Myeon and Mael here. When they found out Myeon and Mael were very worried. Do you have to go? Mael ran and hugged Mago tightly. No, don't go. And Myeon asked worriedly, when will you be back? He answered with a troubled look, the opponent is quite tough. It will probably be at least a few years before I can return. Myeon asked again, can't we go with you? Mago hugged Mael tightly. You and Mael, the opponent is too dangerous. I can't let you two go with me. But his eyes looked very troubled as Mael cried out, I don't want you to go. She cried as she said, I don't want to be abandoned again. Hearing this, Lupus replied, abandoned. You two aren't objects. And Mago gently called their names. Myeon, Mael. He raised his hand and cast a magical light on the children. This is my farewell gift. My ability symbol is on your clothes, so when you get to the shelter, someone will take care of you. He gave a warm smile. We'll meet again someday. Myeon and Mael looked at Mago with teary eyes. He gently advised them, until then you two must grow up to be good people. But after Myeon and Mael parted with Mago, they didn't go to the shelter afraid of meeting strangers. Instead, the two children went to a remote place and trained their abilities on their own. In a peaceful, isolated forest, they constantly practiced casting their magic, with the lingering thought, what ability must I master to become a good person? By the time I see Mago again, a bright yellow light surrounded Mael. What is good? While Myeon was covered in a blazing red light amidst the dark, eerie magic. What is bad? Their abilities created two entities, an angel and a demon appearing in opposition to each other. The two children were both troubled by the same anxiety. What should I do with my ability? Time passed. 2 years later, Myeon and Mael decided to define good and evil for themselves. The children, now grown, stood together, quietly watching the sunset stretch across the familiar fields and return to their hometown. They held a clear belief in their hearts. Good people go to heaven, while bad people must go to hell. Amidst the crowd of people who had collapsed from being controlled, Myeon and Mael watched with amusement as they were divided into two opposing sides, with glowing red and yellow halos above their heads. Here, their eyes were now frighteningly mesmerized, with cold smiles on their lips, and they began to create their own heaven and hell, imagined by themselves. It was a utopia. Within just 1 month, Myeon and Mael turned the entire city into their own paradise. They terrified everyone here, seeing spirits flying everywhere. They observed the town's residents, summoned their angels and demons, and then monitored the residents, choosing who would go to heaven or hell. Those standards were determined by the twins themselves, from what they heard from their mother as children. Things that humans are not allowed to do: steal, litter, cause public disturbances, lie, betray friends. And so for them, deep in their childhood memories, those things were an obsession that never faded. Even for those who met the standards, and now in a narrow alley, Myeon along with a large angel approached, a woman holding a child, and said, I've been watching you. His face had a strangely joyful expression. You have lived a righteous life. The girl hugged her son tightly, afraid. Her face streaked with tears as she pleaded, Please, please help us. Myeon reassured her, Don't be afraid. Then he held out his hand, commanding the angel's spirit to stab deep, through both mother and child, and said softly, This is not the end. He continued, You will have a beautiful dream in heaven. In her final moments, the woman choked up as her spirit appeared, a radiant golden halo above her head. Myeon clasped his hands before his chest and smiled gently. Forever. And so the people around Myeon and Mael were all categorized into two types, but they didn't know that. The commotion from the twins' land, in another place, in a high-rise building, had attracted the attention of the Hero Association. An elderly man with a stern expression spoke. Now it's authority. The president of the Hero Association, who glared and ordered, Start the meeting. Under the dim lights, he spoke with an angry tone. I made the announcement. He looked towards the long meeting table, but only 3 people were present. Why is it so empty? A blonde girl, with a characteristic mole under her eye, the rank 3 hero Xiao Benju, spoke up. I guess they're on vacation or something. On the opposite side, Kusta, a hero of the same rank as her, replied cheerfully, Please bring up that information. Let's see what it is. The room fell silent again, as the information screen appeared before them. They were all surprised. What's this? He was surprised. A level 1 reaching this degree? That's one of a kind. Benju sighed. Damn it. I want to rank up. I want to reach that level. Hearing this, authority asked, Rank 3, do you want to try? She replied dejectedly. It won't work, Mr. President. She pointed at the screen. But on it all, the information about Myeon and Mael was displayed. Benju wondered, Why did you choose this small village? It doesn't help much with a hero's performance, authority replied. I chose that place because these kids are rated as level 1 villains. Kusta chimed in curiously. How old are they? He said around 10. Both heroes were surprised. At such a young age, they've already conquered an entire village. After their second promotion, they could reach level 2 or level 3 villain status. Should we prepare something before dealing with them? But the president asserted, it will take at least 5 more years for them to develop further. So there's no need for much preparation. Kusta joked, that long, huh? Authority continued, there are a few things to add. He said while looking at the information screen, These 2 are Mago's disciples. Hearing that he was confused. Mago, while Benju just scoffed. I knew it. She then suggested, Then we should let Mago know about this. But he replied, He went to Finland to hunt down Asep. She immediately retorted, He can come back after he's done. Suddenly a voice rang out. Well then, a small hand with sharp pink nails was raised high. Everyone turned to look towards the end of the meeting table. There was a girl with pigtails and a gothic style, both sweet and creepy. K2, the last rank 3 hero to join this meeting. She asked, Can I go? Scene changed to a place where the sun is slowly setting behind. The mountain range dyed the whole sky a brilliant orange. A motorcycle came tearing down the road, its tires screeching against the pavement. On the heavy-duty motorcycle plastered with heart stickers, someone slammed on the brakes. K2 was perched on it. Both her bike and her outfit were in eerie pink and black. She gently took off her cat ear helmet. Her eyes sparkled as she saw the sunset here. In front of K2 was a sky filled with halos of red and gold floating like lanterns, making her exclaim, What a magnificent sight. The image of K2 standing in the middle of the empty road in the sunset, silently observing her surroundings, gradually appeared in a magic orb. Myeon and Mael were watching her together. The younger sister felt uneasy looking into the orb. Brother, there's a stranger. Myeon replied, Yeah. From the magic orb, K2's eyes flashed as if she had realized someone was watching her. Going deeper into the city, sunk in the evening light, K2 found a creature with a halo above its head. She raised her phone to take a picture. She struck a pose curious. Ooh, this is a special power. Is it brainwashing, or are they just zonked out? I don't think they're dead. What's this? Suddenly, someone appeared, causing K2 to glance behind her. On the stone bench where 2 creatures with red and gold halos were just sitting, now sat Myeon and Mael, suddenly appearing before K2's surprised eyes. The 2 children exclaimed, A stranger. They asked in confusion, Why are you here? K2's eyes lit up, filled with a mix of admiration and excitement. Those are some sick powers, you know. What can you guys do? Got any other cool tricks? Myeon said, annoyed, You should answer our question. K2 cut him off, curious. Does the master know about this stuff? After all, he has a lot of disciples. He's a summoner, right? Hearing that the children seemed a little uneasy, K2 continued to press them. Did you learn summoning arts from the master? Myeon and Mael asked in panic, Who are you? Suddenly their expressions changed, trembling with more fear as she uttered, You're big sis. K2 pulled off her mask, revealing bizarre eyes and a terrifying grin as she stuck out her tongue. K2, I'm your senior, got it, Myeon said nervously. We don't have any seniors other than Lupus. K2 smiled in response. So the master erased my name from the student roster, huh? She continued, I think. As she spoke, she pulled up her jacket to reveal an arm covered in slash marks. I got a little too friendly with some sharp things. K2 lightly touched the scars, and the master said I needed to learn more defensive magic, as a way to protect myself. Too bad I wasn't into that. So I didn't listen to him, she went on. He stopped paying attention to me. Her voice held a hint of sadness. How embarrassing. And then the atmosphere around K2 darkened. The master is so cruel. Suddenly, she covered her face, sobbing and screaming like a psycho. So cruel, it's not right, it's wrong. No wrong, it's all wrong. Mael hugged me in tightly, trembling as she watched her. Brother! She's so scary. K2 became more and more frantic. Master, you said I had a talent for magic. All I wanted was your praise. Even just a smile from you? She screamed in anguish, completely unhinged. But you just struck my name off the list. Mian immediately summoned a yellow magic circle and shouted, If you don't get out of here right now... But he instantly froze in terror at the sight before him. A swirling vortex of purple energy opened in the air. Thousands of surgical instruments surrounded K2 as she floated in the sky. Scalpels, scissors, needles, syringes, and a host of other weapons suddenly aimed down from the sky toward the ground. Min and Mael trembled in terror. Mom! Before their eyes was a horrifying scene. All the weapons shot down in unison under K2's control, impaling the bodies of every citizen. Blood splattered everywhere. Screams echoed all around. The surgical instruments were stained a foul crimson. K2 wore a twisted smile, tears streaming down her face. If I do this, will you notice me again, Master? The entire world turned dark, glowing with a purple light. Blood rained down everywhere. The mournful cries of the dying echoed. K2 laughed maniacally amid the chaos at her feet. One by one, people collapsed. She threw her head back and roared with laughter, her face covered in blood but her eyes shining. This is so much fun! Terrified, Mian fell backward. He turned to his sister Mael. Are you okay? Mael stammered. Brother. In the magic orb, an image appeared of K2, standing in the middle of the city, surrounded by dead bodies. A purple magical energy emanated from her hands. The siblings were stunned by the sight. What is that woman? K2 exclaimed with joy. That's it. So this is what it feels like. She spread her arms joyfully, skipping down the street of blood and corpses. It's even more fun than I imagined, isn't it? Seeing a survivor, she grew even more excited. More... From K2's palm, a giant pair of scissors materialized. She launched it straight at the person. I want more. But Mian and Mael immediately cast a spell. A magic circle appeared surrounding them, and the person behind them, blocking the attack. K2 exclaimed in surprise. She looked at the children resisting her. You kids can use protection magic. Behind K2, a spear-wielding creature appeared ready to attack, while she was talking. You've learned a lot from the master, haven't you? Suddenly, a purple magic matrix appeared. In a flash, only K2's voice could be heard. But she abruptly used her scissors to slice the creature in half. Then she smirked. This isn't nearly enough. Mael shouted, You're a demon. You're going to hell for this. K2 seemed a little pouty. That's a pretty rude way to talk to your senior. Looking at the carnage around her, she was deeply satisfied. Honestly, I've always wanted to use my powers in a crowded place like this. She stuck out her tongue with a devilish grin. But I'm a hero after all. I knew I'd get caught if I did this, so I held myself back. K2 looked at the two children who were terrified of her. But thanks to you guys for setting this stage. And finally, I can make my dream a reality. She suddenly raised both hands to the sky. So now, I think I can summon it. K2's eyes bulged, sweat pouring down her face. Mian and Mael maintained the protection circle, but they were extremely worried and confused. She screamed, so I can use my full power? A colossal gray blade ripped the sky apart from above. The sky had cracked open to let the giant box cutter gradually emerge. K2's eyes were mad with satisfaction. Blood dripped from all over her face. Haha, here it is. Imagination is the most important thing for a summoner. With the surrounding scene of death, the experience of slaughtering countless lives has amplified her imagination and made her powers even stronger. K2 was controlling the sky, coiling it into a vortex of energy that surrounded the colossal weapon as it slowly pierced through the clouds. This is the first time I've summoned something this huge. She looked up at her weapon. It's so damn big. With a satisfied look, she laughed loudly, her face covered in blood. So badass. K2 turned to look back at the children and held out her hand. It's all thanks to you kids. Now goodbye. Suddenly, she was swallowed whole by a massive set of jaws, which snapped shut while her arm was still raised. Mian watched the scene in terror. In front of him was a giant rock monster. On its head, it wore a glowing red halo. But this was from his sister's hand. The terrifying pink magic circle had summoned that demon. Mael's face was now horribly twisted with anger. This was also true for Mael. The demon Mael had lost her sanity. When looking at K2, Mael only saw a terrible demon. That sight had also amplified her powers. Mian looked at his sister next to him, who stammered, "Brother." She turned to face her brother. Her eyes now seemed to have lost part of her soul. "Did I just kill someone?" Amid the desolate scene, Mian exclaimed, "No." He hugged his sister tightly. That wasn't a person, it was a demon. 1 year later, Mian and Mael had created an even bigger paradise for themselves, in a cold, high-rise building in another city, and the Hero Association had once again registered them as villains from Level 2 of Lucas Prison. Mago was stunned. Mian and Mael, the chairman sitting at the head of the meeting table, asked, "They're your disciples? Are they not?" Mago still couldn't believe his eyes. How did things turn out like this? The old chairman replied, "We're also very curious." Mago hurriedly turned and stood up. "Let me go there." But the chairman immediately stopped him. "You can't go." Mago was angry. "What?" the old chairman said. "I can't let you handle this case." He asked back, "What do you mean?" The chairman replied, "It's obvious, The chairman emphasized in a stern voice, "Told you to kill ASEP and come back. But you didn't follow my request. Am I wrong? Instead, you arrested her and handed her over to the government. If that's the case, then I can't follow your request either." Mago was annoyed. "Just talking like this won't solve anything. I'm going." The chairman suddenly slammed his hand on the table. "I told you straight!" He shot up from his seat. "You're not going." Mago also immediately deployed his magic threateningly. "Stop it! You're talking like you're some kind of power-hungry psycho." Power-hungry psycho? Right as the two men were threatening each other, a voice rang out, "Let me go." A girl with long, curly blonde hair, dressed in a superheroine costume, appeared. It was Lao Sa. The Level 3 heroine asserted, "I'll be the one to go." The chairman was a bit surprised. Actually, using this as a mission for a Level 3 hero's promotion is a good idea. "You should be the one to go." Mago fumed. "I said I would." Lao Sa cut Mago off. His eyes stared intently at the woman before him. She took a step closer to Mago. A hint of unease showed on his face. Lao Sa smiled. "Trust me." And so back in that city, where heaven and hell intertwined, a voice was heard. "Mael." The two children hugged each other, looking at the red orb floating in the middle of the room. Mian said, "An intruder." Mael replied, "Yeah, brother." They looked at the orb with a hint of worry. "The person who's come here." From within it, an image of Lao Sa appeared standing alone on the street, empty. Mian and Mael hugged. "I wonder how many crimes she's committed." Lao Sa looked up, a faint smile on her face. The pale yellow sky created the backdrop of a city with dense high-rise buildings, but desolate and sad. Lao Sa walked forward and suddenly she saw something. Above her head, 3 controlled beings were floating in midair. Looking at those 3 who had lost consciousness with soulless eyes, are these the heroes who took on this mission before? At least they're all still alive. Suddenly a yellow light surrounded them, which was then replaced by an image of Mian and Mael. They appeared and asked, "Outsider, who are you? Why did you come here?" Lao Sa looked up and answered, "I am the hero Lao Sa. I've come to take you two back." Hearing this, they scowled. "A hero, another hero." Mael spread her hand, immediately casting her purple magic. Around the two siblings, countless demons suddenly appeared. With red halos over their heads, Mael shouted, "Get out of here now," she continued. "If you don't leave, I'll send you to hell." Lao Sa immediately relented. "All right, then I'll go back." She smiled brightly. "In return, I want you two to come back with me." And she said gently, "Let's go home together." Instantly, a bright, brilliant yellow light incinerated all the demons that Mael had created. The two siblings were utterly terrified. The woman before them was no ordinary hero. The sky was clear again, and the sun shone vibrantly. Lao Sa approached Mian and Mael. She said softly, "You are children with kind hearts. I didn't feel any killing intent from your attacks at all." Her eyes held a hint of sorrow. "It's sad. If the people who came here were good heroes, the situation wouldn't have gotten this bad," Lao Sa said as she walked towards the children who were scared of her. "It's strange, isn't it? You think what you're doing is right, but countless people come to stop you." Mian hugged his sister in panic. "Don't come any closer." But Lao Sa reassured them. "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you two." She gently chided them. "But what you're doing is not right. Your master is very sad." The two siblings were startled when they heard her speak. Mael asked Master Mago, "Is he back?" Mian stopped Mael. "Don't believe these lies." Lao Sa continued, "I'm not lying." Her hand pointed out. Lao Sa smiled. "Release your powers and come back with me. It's time to go back to Master Mago." Hearing those words, Mian and Mael reached out and took her hand. The two children, one on each side, walked forward with Lao Sa. They felt an indescribable warmth from Lao Sa. The sun rose higher and higher, shining brightly in the surprised eyes of Mian and Mael as they looked at the person in front of them. Lao Sa just smiled. "I knew it," she said to Mago, who was standing there in the middle of the rising dawn. "You followed me." The two children immediately ran to Mago. "Master." He also opened his arms to welcome them. Me and Mael, they cried and said, Master. Actually, our abilities are a type of psychic power. Mom told us to keep it a secret from others. Mago was worried as the two children cried. You only accept summoners as apprentices, right? We're sorry for lying to you. He asked in return, Me and I only accept summoners. Who said that? Mian answered, a hero named Quithu. She said she was your apprentice. Mago was very surprised. My apprentice? Me and I've never accepted anyone other than you two and Lupus. He explained, I've only met her once at the association, and gave her some advice. The two children were also surprised. What? They were reunited after 3 years. They shared with each other what had happened in those 3 years. The two kids told him about how hard they tried to grow up to be good children, and how they were misunderstood by others. Until now, Mian and Mael still didn't understand it. Mago silently looked at the kids in front of him. Lao Sa approached and asked, Are you done talking to the kids? He immediately called her name. Lao Sa! He turned his head. Can you entrust them to me? Mago was very determined. Even though they haven't killed anyone in the village, they still took thousands of people hostage, and even killed a hero. It's very difficult for them to avoid the death penalty in court. He took all the blame. They were simply lost, because they are still too young. They've also released their powers. If you entrust them to me, I will help them understand that what they did was wrong. But Lao Sa replied, I can't do that. Mago questioned Lao Sa, You said they were just children. She said sadly, Mago, I also disagree. The government changed the law to allow the execution of underage children. And the law is the law. Lao Sa was very serious. Furthermore, a hero's job is not to rehabilitate criminals. Mago interrupted Lao Sa, but she continued. However, Lao Sa showed some understanding. I empathize with you. Right now, this world has too many problems. She looked at him. Therefore, Mago, and she asked, From now on, can you work with me? Mago was quite confused. But what does that have to do with the two children? Lao Sa said sternly, Her eyes were now more determined than ever. Will change this world. Mago was deeply impressed by that ideal. He replied, I have one condition. He turned to the two children sleeping peacefully together. Until they grow up, don't let them die. Please let me use my ability on them. Lao Sa agreed. All right. Mago immediately spread his hands and cast a spell on Mian and Mael. Until they grow up, then neither of them has to die. We will change this world before they grow up. Returning to the dark prison cell, Kangju sat silently with his head down. Hong Jia repeatedly called his name. Kangju Sel Kangju, as if flashbacks were running through his head. An image of his younger self standing in a small room. In front of him, the blonde girl was speaking. I've heard a lot about you from Kangho. Lao Sa smiled brightly and held out her hand. Do you want to change the world with me? The memories from this past made Kangju struggle to his feet. Mian and Mael were still hugging each other. The children were enveloped by the gentle image of Mago. Mian hesitated while hugging his sister. We simply judge people, based on our own rules. Isn't the law also a set of rules made by the people of this world? He looked at Kangju, who was sitting silently with his head down. What's the difference between us? Hongjia approached from behind him. Kangju, Kangho and I were assigned to restore the deep cognitive functions of these two children. Red threads appeared around her. I'm not saying they did nothing wrong. They need to understand that what they did was wrong first. Kangju quickly created a magic orb to enclose Hongjia inside. Then he slowly walked towards Mian and Mael, a powerful magical energy radiating from his outstretched hand. Sel Kangju. Each of his steps was slow as he approached. The two children hugged each other tightly in fear. Kangju still had his head down. No one knew what he was thinking. Why, Kangju? They started to tremble and beg, please spare us. But he continued to get closer. Mian screamed, please, I'm begging you. We know we were wrong. Kangju remained silent and began to raise his fist. He's going to... Mian and Mael were in extreme terror. Mommy. The image of Mago still had his hands outstretched to protect them from above. Master Kangju put all his strength into the punch. A loud crash echoed through the prison. Red lightning flashed around the room. His fist shattered the ground. Looking at the two crying children in front of him, he was furious. Kangju was incredibly pissed off. This is so damn annoying. I've been thinking a lot. Mian and Mael trembled as they looked at him, and that image gradually shattered into different pieces. Those thoughts. While he was clutching his head in pain, a loud laugh rang out. A psychotic girl appeared, escorted by a man and a woman. Behind them, disembodied hands floated in the air. Kangju looked surprised at the tattered cloths in the air. She said, why do you have to think so much? Her smile was bizarre. That look doesn't suit you. Looking at the disheveled, blood-stained face of Kangju, you're even more handsome in person than in the pictures. Her eyes were filled with satisfaction and excitement. Hello, my husband, your bride has arrived. The girl in front was wearing a wedding dress, holding a wedding bouquet, slowly walking towards Kangju. He immediately punched straight, while she was rambling on. "I'm so happy to meet you, my name is—" But a loud bang was heard. Kangju was stunned. Canis blocked Kangju's powerful punch with his arm. The short man with sharp eyes said, "You should listen when someone is speaking. Don't you have any basic manners?" The girl immediately said, "Canis, soon he will become our master." "You're being so tactless." Canis turned his head. "I apologize, Miss Shinka." Shinka then continued, "Let me introduce myself again." Kangju immediately punched her in the face as she said, "My name is—" This time a bright light appeared, dispelling his attack. It was the power from Shinka's hand. She smiled brightly, looking at Kangju collapsed at her feet. "You're so impatient." She continued to ramble on, in front of him. "We're going to be seeing each other for a long time, so let's talk for a bit." Shinka, the space-controlling psychic group, introduced themselves. "My name is Shinka. I will be the one who becomes the mother of the new human race." The dimly lit room created an indescribably gloomy feeling. Kangju looked questioningly at the three people in front of him. "I'm protected in a mysterious magic frame." "The mother," Shinka beamed. "That's right, the mother." But he sighed. "This is exhausting." His eyes clearly showed boredom and annoyance. "My brain hurts." Another psycho just showed up. Hearing that, she immediately interrupted. "Psycho." She turned to look at the guard behind her. "I'm probably the most sane person in this place." "Right, everyone," Canis agreed. "That's right." Kato also agreed, "I guess so." Shinka turned back and held out her hand to Kangju. "Kangju, do you know that humanity is in danger right now?" Colorless roses appeared. "The human race," Shinka's eyes widened, "is on the verge of extinction. At this rate, we'll all go extinct." Kangju was confused. "What?" Shinka continued, "Kangju, what do you think the threat to humanity is?" A badge engraved with the image of a phoenix and the scales of justice appeared. "You, a member of the Equality Organization, probably think it's the villains or heroes of the past who had absolute power." Kato from behind chimed in solemnly for Shinka. "However, that is completely untrue. While she talked nonstop, the thing that is degrading the human race right now is—" Kangju covered his face, tired. Shinka continued, "The powerless individuals who call themselves ordinary people. According to my plan, we must filter out those genes. Only those who possess superior genes should give birth to future generations. But because of the sacrifice of those who carry those genes, superior genes, the genes that should have been filtered out are multiplying at a terrifying rate. For example, the second-generation heroes of equality, led by Lausa." Shinka was excited. They possess superior genes. However, why did they still die? Despite the logic of nature saying otherwise, creatures that cannot evolve to survive naturally die. But they are trying to prevent that. Kangju was extremely annoyed hearing her nonsense. "Kangju, you're fine. You're not a hero anymore. Right now, you also enjoy killing those with weaker genes. Don't you?" Shinka was excited, her tone incredibly agitated. "I fell in love with you when I witnessed that." Kangju was silent with his face in his hands. It was unclear what he was thinking. She continued, "Lucas Prison is a gathering place for superior humans who will become the new human race, but are unjustly imprisoned here for killing inferior humans. After we kill all the heroes who are preventing humanity from evolving, and all the inferior humans, we will build a world where only people with powerful psychic abilities exist, the Alpha World." Shinka rambled on without stopping. "Oh, don't worry. If those powerful heroes change their minds and join us, we'll include them in the new human race as well. We're not that strict." Kangju spoke up. "I try not to fuck with anyone who isn't a criminal." "Fuck." He lifted his head, revealing red glowing eyes full of anger. "But it looks like I can't avoid fucking you people up." Shinka was excited. "Fucking me right here." "Oh my god, that's so embarrassing." Kato cut in. "Miss Shinka, I don't think he means what you think he means." But she couldn't contain her excitement. Okay. But don't do it now. We'll do it next time when it's just you and me." Kato explained, "Miss Shinka, I told you it's not what you think." But she interrupted, "Shut up, how would you know?" "Anyway," Shinka pointed at Kangju, "you will be Adam." Then she joyfully pointed at herself. "And I will be Eve. The two of us will give birth to the children of the new human race, leading the evolution of humankind." She held the wedding bouquet to her mouth and giggled. "Actually, at first I was going to make Seong-hoon the Atom and use an electromagnetic pulse weapon to save him." Hearing that, Kangju was startled. Shinka continued, "But the security of this prison is tighter than I thought. No attack from the outside could do anything to it. So, after we got the layout of the prison, we used a electromagnetic pulse weapon that we made and detonated it from inside the prison, using my psychic ability." Kangju frowned, confused. "An electromagnetic pulse weapon," Shinka continued. "After that, I talked to Seong-hoon. she recounted. However, he's not of age yet and hasn't even hit puberty. You know, you're only fully capable of that after puberty. Right, but time is precious. That won't stop me. My name Shinka means imaginative, so I immediately thought of a great solution. After her long presentation, Shinka concluded, before Seong-hoon becomes an adult, I'll do it with you, Kangju, for the sake of humanity. When he becomes an adult, then we'll do it with him, for the sake of humanity. Between two choices, I found a solution. I raised her hands excitedly. To be able to pass on both of your genes to the next generation. Then Shinka turned to ask Kangju, what do you think? You two could become sworn brothers. You two can get along. Isn't that great? Seeing his silence, she continued, do you understand what I'm saying? Kangju cut her off. In that case, his face was full of rage and... So you guys are the culprits. You're behind the electromagnetic pulse weapon attack. Right, Shinka panicked. That's not it. I meant other things. She suddenly realized. That's right. Your brother was an investigator, wasn't he? He died after that EMP weapon attack. It's okay. You can build another family with me. Let's build the biggest family ever together, okay? Every word from Shinka's mouth made Kangju absolutely livid. He took a step toward her. Shinka still didn't realize how much danger she was in. Have you decided? He replied, I decided a long time ago. Hearing this, she cheered up. Oh, really? Kangju held out his hand. I take back what I said. About not being able to treat you like you're not even human. Shinka and her two attendants were shocked, watching his power grow before their eyes. I will make you. Kangju went berserk. His teeth clenched and blood streamed from his eye sockets. Suffer as much as possible. By tearing you limb from limb and crushing your bones. Kato! Exclaimed, isn't that like treating them inhumanely? Canis worried, this doesn't look good. Shinka was confused, bewildered. Why would he want to tear me to pieces? Looking at Kangju's now demonic eyes, she smiled. Well then, Shinka sighed, lovers' quarrels can be fun. They say a little roughhousing brings people closer, right? Kangju, his red eyes filled with hatred, lunged forward, tearing through Shinka's protective shield and her two guards. She shrieked with delight. Damn, you're fired up! Canis crossed his arms. This is very dangerous. Kangju's blazing red sparks shot straight for Shinka's face. She immediately raised her hand, opening a purple energy portal. Blocking the attack. Kangju was taken aback. He gritted his teeth in frustration. His bloodied hand reached out as he floated in midair. 1 second. But Shinka was already inside the magic circle. Let's finish this outside, okay? She smiled, waving goodbye. Calm down a bit before you come, Kay. The purple energy portal slowly closed and vanished into the mystical night sky. The room fell silent with only flickering red lightning remaining. That stunt made Kangju even angrier. He glared, his pupils constricting violently. A source of crimson energy, as powerful and massive as a giant lightning rod, shot down from the sky to the ground, creating a massive explosion in front of the three prisoners. Kangju stood at the epicenter of the shockwave, his entire body enveloped in a murderous aura. His power made Shinka exclaim in surprise. Kangju transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging at them. In the blink of an eye, he plunged a blade of energy straight through them. Suddenly, a mocking laugh rang out, startling him. They were completely unharmed, emerging from the magic circle. Watching Kangju furiously attack them, Shinka was amused. It's like we're playing hide-and-seek. Kangju unleashed a series of kicks with astonishing power. He stomped his foot hard and the ground around him shattered into pieces. However, Shinka was hiding in her magic circle. Winking and sticking her tongue out, she teased him. She beckoned, it's about to close. Come and get me! Kangju roared, form! His hands transformed into sharp claws. Shinka was thrilled. That's the thing you used in B1? Kangju shot towards her at full speed, but she still vanished into her magic circle to dodge. And then she teleported right behind him. Kangju's relentless attacks flustered Shinka. Wait, hold on, this time you're faster? And stronger, which panicked the three prisoners. But when he raised his clawed hand, there was no one in front of him. Kato wrapped herself around Kangju from behind, immobilizing him. Her lips parted, letting out a cat-like meow. Shinka pointed at Kato angrily. Kato, everything was going so well. Why did you interfere? She replied, Lady Shinka. Kangju spun around and grabbed Kato by the head. As she mumbled, if he catches you, you'll die. He gripped her tightly. The violent collision of their intersecting powers created a huge explosion. Kangju slammed Kato's head into the ground. The ground shattered with a loud cracking noise. Shinka and Canis watched from a distance, stunned by the sight. The dust slowly settled. Kangju stood alone on the blood-soaked ground. Suddenly a voice rang out, see? Kato was unharmed. She was standing right behind Shinka. I told you, if he catches you, you'll die. She continued, about that life I just lost. How do you plan to handle it? Shinka hesitated. Canis interjected, Lady Shinka, please make a decision. Looking at the bewildered Kangju before her, she uttered, what a... Her eyes darkened. Waste. Kato beside her asked, what about the life I lost? Shinka lifted her face, tears of anguish streaming down. That jealousy of yours is just adorable. How did things turn out like this? Kangju didn't care, roaring Form 5, but Shinka interrupted multi-space. Her eyes flew open. Shinka raised her hand, summoning a giant circular energy mass that glowed a brilliant purple. A series of magic portals appeared along both walls, as if opening the cages within. Strange figures began to step out one by one. He stared in astonishment at the scene before him. Shinka said sadly, "Say hello. They are the new humanity and they're here to replace the old one." From now on in the fiery prison of B3, a young girl with short green hair stepped out. "Can't believe Mago is dead. I should have been the one to finish him." Aquarius Summoner. Another prisoner, a half-human, half-fox woman, appeared. "Who's going to tame me now?" Whole body tempering. An old man in a turban continued, "Does an old man like me need to get involved?" Friator body tempering. A young man replied, "Old man, everything in this world is necessary." Natura Esper. A little girl with a long tail hid in the corner. "I'm scared." Becky knew Esper. The next one, holding a pipe with a pen tucked behind his ear, spoke with interest. A hero in a prison uniform. "Now I'm interested." Vidi Esper. Another girl with her hair in two pigtails, wearing a brown suit. "You rude bastard, smoke in the designated area." Morris Esper. In another corner, a girl in a blue Chinese-style outfit shouted excitedly, "CC body tempering," while the armored man beside her was annoyed. "What the hell are you talking about?" Or Tiburon body tempering. And then a young man stepped out laughing loudly. "So many people more evil than demons have gathered here." Hunjin Young Esper. Next was prisoner B4. A girl with a high ponytail, carrying an empty scabbard, lamented, "The scabbard is empty." Tatsujin Esper body tempering. A man with empty eyes and stark white hair pointed at her mockingly. "They're just useless fools who rely on weapons, huh?" Stevens body tempering. A man with long, flowing white hair appeared. "Number 4 is still alive." Terepia body tempering. Next was a dark-skinned girl with 2 braids, hands on her hips, looking at everyone. "See, I knew these outfits were more comfortable." Maledity Summoner Esper. Beside her, a grotesque creature stood watching in silence. Hero Esper. And finally, Kangju's eyes suddenly recognized that blood-stained hat. 2 prisoners were emerging from the magic circle, slowly approaching him. Prisoner B5. Their energy seemed to spread throughout the world. It was a soulless young girl with cold blue eyes, Ahura Esper, and the one beside her was none other than him. Hwang Seung-hoon Esper. Seung-hoon smiled brightly, his eyes gleaming, and called his name Seo Kangju. Instantly, Kangju erupted with terrifying energy. Seung-hoon looked at him in surprise. Kangju roared, "Mode!" His power erupted violently like a pillar of lightning. 0. His face twisted and contorted, looking like a demon. Seung-hoon exclaimed excitedly, "Let's—" Before him, Kangju was now exploding, with an overwhelming surge of power, charging forward at an incredible speed, making Seung-hoon more and more ecstatic. Play! Kangju transformed into a humanoid entity, but with the soulless face of a demon. His entire body was covered in dark red energy lines. His fierce eyes burned in the darkness. His hands had become massive, sharp claws. In front of him, Seung-hoon's eyes widened with anticipation, awaiting the moment of confrontation. His hand clenched a glowing red orb, a brilliant, crazed smile on his face. A cold blue light surrounded him, in stark contrast to the fierce red from Kangju. In an instant, the 2 streams of red and blue energy clashed violently, creating a colossal explosion that tore through space. In the silent night, a roar that seemed to swallow everything echoed throughout the prison. Becky Nu was terrified by the scene. Morris next to her was also surprised. What a savage way to fight. On the other side, Friator just watched in silence while Ho chuckled. "I hope no one gets careless and gets hurt." Elsewhere in the dungeon, people were shouting, "Warden!" Everyone around was in a panic, trying to escape. "We have to get out of here." Meanwhile, Seiyan was frozen by the scene. "Why?" Her eyes were filled with terror and confusion. "How did it come to this? Nothing is going according to plan." Back to the battle. Kangju's claw rested on his knee. He knelt slightly after the bloody confrontation. Blazing red energy coursed through his bulging muscles, making his entire body look like it was born from lava. Kangju looked up. His face was horrifyingly contorted with glowing eyes. Mode 0. All criminals in B3 and B4 were caught by the heroes of justice on the floor above. Hero and Maledity watched the battle with crossed arms. He spoke up, "I get it." However, none of them ever saw Seo Kangju. In combat mode, Hero immediately understood. "I see why that bitch." Xian stopped Seo Kangju from fighting. Then Terapia also spoke. "Death. So this is what death looks like." All the prisoners focused their gaze on the deadly red and black energy of Kangju. Those who saw his appearance were astonished. Vidi immediately opened his notebook. "This is amazing. Truly inspiring." Meanwhile, Stevnik smiled admiringly. That man, Albert, was watching with some dissatisfaction. Is that a special ability? Then I can't steal it, I'm jealous. While all this was happening, Sujin just stared intently. Shinka covered her face, sobbing. Why did he have to make a decision like that so sad? Sung-hoon turned his hat to get a better look and, happily, his eyes widened in excitement. Seo Kong-ju. Seung-hoon raised both hands to the sky as if in praise. Why didn't you show me this skill when you fought me before you got more? He praised, you're awesome. As he spoke, Kang-ju moved like lightning, landing a brutal punch. The pupils in Kong-ju's eyes looked like they were about to be swallowed whole. Sung-hoon's face grew even more joyful and ecstatic. Looks like you're still holding back. Right. The more he heard, the wider Kang-ju's eyes became. Streams of blue energy shot from his hands, repeatedly targeting Kang-ju's body. He was surrounded by a barrage of attacks from multiple directions. He used his entire body and immense strength to defend himself. Kang-ju put immense pressure on his legs, stopping the pushback. After steadying himself, he gathered his strength once more. Kang-ju used all his power to continue charging at Seung-hoon. The ground around him crumbled with each step he took. The path Kang-ju took formed a massive red laser beam that tore through space. Kang-ju's face was obscured by a dark shadow on his skin, making it impossible to read his expression. Just as his sharp, clawed hand was about to reach him, Sung-hoon launched a counterattack. He spread his hand, creating a brilliant blue energy source. All right. His eyes were sharp and cold, looking at the muscular creature confronting him. Freeze the space in front as a precaution. The entire area around Kang-ju was sealed, crystallizing space into a giant block of ice, which then suddenly exploded. Witnessing that overwhelming destructive power, Miledity's jaw dropped. What a terrifying bastard. He's already this strong without using any combat abilities. Why, she thought, and he's not even a legal adult yet. If he becomes an adult, Miledi looked at the crazed Seung-hoon after the clash and wondered, how much more of a monster will he become? Meanwhile, he was ecstatic. Seo Kong-ju, he yelled, where did you go? I know that's not enough to take you down. Seung-hoon grinned brightly. Seo Kong. Suddenly, Kong-ju appeared, delivering an extremely powerful punch straight to Seung-hoon's face. He flew backward, blood spurting out, eyes wide with shock. Kang-ju's eyes flashed. Raising his hand, he threw another punch that tore through the air right into Seung-hoon's gut. A monster's predatory instinct was completely taking over his reason. His relentless, continuous blows left Seung-hoon no time to react. He was sent flying by the punches, his arrogant eyes turning to terror. Kang-ju's punch ripped through the surrounding space. A brutal sound echoed. The prisoners watching from the sidelines were stunned. Sinxi exclaimed with glee. Beside her, Tiburon commented with his arms crossed. This is a battle between monsters. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of red light zipped by and decapitated them. It was Kang-ju, dashing up the corridors to eliminate the prisoners. He sped towards Aquarius. Spreading his clawed hand, he focused his power to attack her. Kang-ju suddenly froze. Although he had attacked with great speed, she immediately put her hand out, unleashing that familiar blue-gold magical energy. Defensive magic. Mago's defensive magic, it was top-notch. Too bad he died so soon. Kang-ju's eyes remained soulless as Aquarius taunted him. Are you feeling a surge of nostalgia? After seeing your teammate's magic, he used his claws to shatter the protective sphere around her. The sharp claws dug deep into the protective layer. Watching her shield crack, Aquarius grimaced. Seriously, I'm so jealous of that power. And then, her magic shattered into pieces, under the pressure of Kang-ju's energy. He immediately raised his hand to strike her. Just then, Hero flew in from nowhere, delivering a full-force kick aimed straight at Kang-ju's chest, saving Aquarius from certain death. Amidst the thick dust, he too was a terrifying muscular monster. The image of Kang-ju straightening up appeared in Hero's eyes. Though he was still standing, his body was becoming more and more twisted and demonic. His eyes remained sharp and soulless. A voice suddenly rang out, "Stop!" Seung-hoon was still alive. He flashed a crazed smile. "Seo Kang-ju, you have to play with me." Kang-ju glanced at the taunting Seung-hoon. "But come to think of it," he said excitedly, "I can still tell you're hiding something." Seung-hoon's face grew more and more excited. "Are you holding back because of the warden? How pathetic." He laughed with delight and raised his hands to the sky. "That won't do. I'll create a playground for just the two of us." His outstretched hand suddenly clenched. Outside, the bright moon hung high. The night sky outside the prison was still quiet. But then the space around them shattered. The ground began to crack. Where Se-yun and the other wardens were standing, they also felt the terrifying tremor. Everyone screamed in panic. "What is it this time?" Hun from the corridor also looked up at the sky worriedly. Before him was a vortex, emitting a cold blue light, causing the walls to crack violently. The pent-up energy was about to erupt. "Am I seeing things?" Seung-hoon laughed manically. From now on, his eyes grew even more crazed. "Everyone go play outside." The wardens everywhere were horrified, looking at the scene before them. The fortified prison, where the world's most evil criminals were held, was now shattering into pieces in the night. Sayan looked in that direction, panicked. Suddenly she was ensnared by another force, a wrapping around her body. Sayan, her face pale with fear, screamed, "What is it this time?" Many red orbs, formed from weaving ropes, floated in the air. They blackened, becoming something more powerful. Many red orbs shot towards where the blue power was raging. A small hand reached forward. It was Seong-hoon. His face was radiant. "This place is pretty sturdy." Suddenly his pupils widened. A blood-red figure was hurtling towards him at an incredible speed. That thing was attacking Seong-hoon's protective shield. Above, Shinka held out her hand, looking down and smiling. "Ah," she said. "You shouldn't touch people when they're using a skill." Shinka turned to her companions. "Shall we go too? It's too dusty here." Suddenly, Tatsujin pressed her hand firmly on the ground. She was summoning her power. Shinka watched her action with surprise. A purple power source was glowing under her hand. "Tatsujin!" Her purple pupils glowed in response. A sharp sword was drawn. She was the one holding it. Shinka asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Tatsujin raised her hand and slashed forward powerfully, summoning a portal. Shinka's mouth fell open in surprise. She stepped towards the portal. "Why waste energy like that? We can get out this way." "All right, let's get out of here. Let's gather." Outside on the street, the air was buzzing. Pedestrians were bewildered by the situation before them. In front of them was Kang-ju, his body glowing red, his eyes completely white. Some people exclaimed, "What is this?" Suddenly at his feet, a circle of purple power erupted. Kang-ju vanished before everyone's eyes. The scene was chaotic. Some people were still curious, not understanding what happened. What just happened? A villain. The scene shifts to a place where Kang-ju was standing amidst thick white smoke. He stood there staring straight ahead, his inhuman white eyes. In front of him was some kind of mass formed from many stones. It was a giant circular rock formation. A familiar hand reached forward. Seong-hoon flew up from it. His power was destroying everything. A face that betrayed his age. Seong-hoon smiled triumphantly. A loud noise made everything explode, shattering into many pieces. White smoke filled the air. A few seconds later, the dust slowly settled. In the sky above, golden sun rays peeked through. The scene was utterly devastated. Seong-hoon walked slowly forward. Kang-ju had one hand on the ground, his thoughts unreadable. His facial skin tightened as he summoned his power. High above, many people watched the fight with eager anticipation. Shinka's eyes lit up with anticipation. "Nobody get in their way, okay? For now, we just watch." The reason why the prisoners of B3 and B4 listened to Shinka, even though they're not the type who would normally listen to others. Rewind time. Shinka stood before Stevniks, greeting him. "Hello, I'm Shinka." Her purple pupils sparkled. "I will help you achieve your desire." Desire. Shinka used the prisoner's desires, a feeling all humans possess. The earth seemed to be covered by her symbol. Friatur's aged eyes held a pensive look, and she succeeded in inviting all the prisoners to join her world, but only one person. "What if I refuse?" Shinka said, surprised. "If you refuse, that would be very sad. You'll die among other reasons." Hwang Seong-hoon in a dark prison cell. He asked a new type of human. Seong-hoon laughed until he cried. "You want to marry Seo Kang-ju for that reason? And then marry me. You're quite interesting." Shinka laughed along with him. "I'm glad you think so." He interrupted her, "But there's still one problem." His sharp eyes looked straight at Shinka. "I think fighting Seo Kang-ju is much more interesting than anything you can offer." She called out, "Seong-hoon, if you only chase after short-term thrills, you'll just become a pleasure junkie. You need to think long-term. If you kill Kang-ju, then what else could you possibly find joy in?" His face was still full of laughter. "It's fine. I'm going to die anyway." "I'm fine with dying while I'm still having fun." Shinka stated her desire seriously. "If I can have Kang-ju's child, and then have another child with you, they'll be able to entertain you as they grow up. And then once you become an adult, you'll be even stronger than you are now. That way, you can feel even more joy when you fight Kang-ju at that time." "Ah, I'm so excited." "Look at the long-term benefits. If you agree to join me, you'll be able to have fun until the day you die." Seong-hoon paused for a few seconds because of those words. Shinka's eyes were sparkling with anticipation. He smirked. Seong-hoon shrugged nonchalantly. "All right, let's give it a try. Sounds fun." Shinka was overjoyed with his agreement. "Excellent, you've made a wise decision." Seong-hoon cut her off again. "But I don't love you. How are we supposed to get married in the future?" She wasn't bothered by that. "It'll be fine. You'll love me by then, I'm sure of it." Returning to the fight between Kang-ju and Seong-hoon, he was punched in the chest by Kang-ju so hard he was stunned. Seong-hoon's body, like an arrow leaving a bow, slammed into the stone wall behind him. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood in pain from the punch. Seong-hoon wiped the corner of a bloody mouth with his hand. He smirked provocatively. I guess one hand isn't gonna cut it. He looked straight into Kangju's eyes, a crazed smile on his lips. So Kangju, say something. Are you just going to stay silent like that? Or can you not speak in that state? Do you know what this is? Sung-hoon held out the orb in his hand. This is your brother. Hearing that, his eyes rolled back. He almost lost control, charging forward crazily. Kangju roared, unleashing all his anger. Sung-hoon in his chest didn't stop provoking him. So you can still talk after all. The surrounding space was dyed the color of an apocalyptic sunset. Kangju's blazing red figure was charging quickly towards Sung-hoon. Stones were slowly beginning to levitate. Sung-hoon used his power to pull those stones towards him. He smiled confidently. The stones transformed into sharp iron drills. They shot forward like arrows. Kangju clenched his fist and red lightning erupted violently. He didn't dodge or avoid them. He chose to confront the stones head-on. Suddenly, the stones seemed to gain consciousness and dodged Kangju's attack. He clenched his jaw. His eyes were filled with a murderous intent, as if he could shatter anything with just a look. His clawed hand swung out, smashing the stone to fragments. Sensing danger, Kangju glared in another direction. A large sphere shot out from nowhere. He tensed up, staring at it intently. Kangju took a deep breath. His fingers curled into a fist. He watched intently as the sphere was about to collide with his fist. Everything seemed to slow down. Suddenly, Kangju gritted his teeth. The powerful sphere struck him in the stomach. Kangju's body bent backwards. He painfully felt the sphere grinding against his abdomen. The air was forced out of his lungs. Kangju's whole body was like a kite, with a broken string crashing hard into a rock. Thick dust rose into the air. The sphere casually floated in midair. Sung-hoon laughed gleefully, walking forward. He raised an eyebrow. You can't attack this thing, can you? I just had a great idea. Sung-hoon challenged. If I eat it, then you won't be able to attack me, right? Kangju's pupils widened. He continued in a regretful tone. But it's too big so I can't swallow it whole. I'll compress it a bit. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, causing the surrounding rocks to explode. Kangju suddenly attacked Sung-hoon, catching him off guard. After his taunts, Sung-hoon could only stare in panic now. He was thrown back by Kangju's power. Sung-hoon had fallen at Kangju's feet. He raised his hand, preparing to give him a blow. His hands, surging with unrestrained power, punched Sung-hoon right in the middle of his face. He seemed to pour all his anger into every punch. Sung-hoon could only lie there and take it under Kangju's power. Above Shinka's group was still following every move of Kangju and Sung-hoon. His eyes seemed to contain all his rage. Sung-hoon suddenly grabbed Kangju's arm. He lay beneath him, his face covered in blood. Then a blue light emanated. The stream of power reflected on Kang's angry face. Sung-hoon looked at him and laughed loudly. Everything in front of Shinka's group exploded like a volcanic eruption. She and the others were surprised by that terrifying power. She exclaimed, so beautiful. It's a shame. It would be great if those two could just make up. It would be great. Kato denied, that will never happen. Canis added, I think so too. And it looks like this fight is about to end. Sung-hoon lay in a corner, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. On the other side, Kangju had returned to his normal form. One of his hands rested tremblingly on the stone floor. Kangju's eyes, still full of resentment, looked at Sung-hoon. He gathered his strength to stand up. He began to panic at what was about to happen. Kangju summoned his power. Blazing red sparks of electricity gradually appeared. A gloomy power was enveloping him. Sung-hoon fearfully backed away. A crackling sound filled the tense air. Kangju's power was surging, growing larger by the second. Shinka wondered, is that... Hey, what is that? Sung-hoon looked at the terrifying power enveloping him. He let out a cackle. Seriously, how many skills do you have? You're just impossible to beat. But hey, how'd you like it, Seo Kangju? How's it feel to kill someone? Probably as disappointing as it was for me, right? You barely touch them and they just disappear. It's not even enough to let off your pent-up steam. Kangju's eyes flashed. He cut him off, annoyed. Shut up. Sung-hoon continued to provoke him, or what? After having your fun with me, don't you feel refreshed? For finally letting go of all those negative feelings. You must have felt so damn frustrated, holding back your power for all this time, because you had to hang around with that trash. Am I right? Kangju growled. You don't know a thing. He flinched for a moment. Sung-hoon narrowed his eyes. But man, this skill looks dangerous. This has to be your final attack, doesn't it? I'm about to run out of gas myself. This is a problem. Kangju replied flatly, I don't know. He looked up at the immense power and said with a laugh, if I listened to Shinka and became an adult, could I beat you? Kangju's red pupils were still filled with killing intent. That's never going to happen, because you're going to die right here. Above them, Shinka's group froze when they heard those words. Kangju's power had covered the entire area. She shouted, huh? What's happening in there? Shinka held out her hand, summoning her power. Her magic circle flew towards Kangju's stream of power. Shinka was horrified by what she was seeing. Sung-hoon, she couldn't believe her eyes. He was being brutally tortured inside. Sung-hoon collapsed, gasping for breath. Kang-ju's face remained cold and expressionless. Sung-hoon's body was being pierced by Kang-ju's power. He was in extreme pain. High above, Shinka couldn't take it anymore and intervened. Sung-hoon. She held out her hand, summoning her power. An invisible force poured into Kang-ju's matrix. Shinka caught Sung-hoon's gasping body as spatial power pulled him out. She held his body, pleading, "Heal him." Therapia, who was right behind her, said, "Move aside." He placed his hands on Seong-hoon and began to heal him with his abilities. Therapia exclaimed in amazement, "Unbelievable." He was able to use his power to protect his vital spots. In the middle of that chaos, his combat instincts are flawless. After a moment, he pulled his hands away and stood up. "It's done." Shinka shook Sung-hoon's body, shouting, "Sung-hoon! Wake up, Therapia!" Raised an arm covered in the red threads he had just removed from Sung-hoon. Honestly, what a formidable power. Tatsujin and Hiro watched as he, without hesitation, chopped off his own arm. Therapia watched his arm grow back and then asked the two, "So what do we do with Seo Kang-ju now?" Hiro offered his opinion. "What else, we kill him on the spot." Shinka cut him off. "Wait, before we do that, I want to talk to him one last time." Covered in wounds, Kang-ju lay face down on the stone ground. The sky had turned a dreary gray. The scene was one of utter devastation. Kang-ju struggled to his feet. He dragged himself towards a red orb lying in a corner. Kang-ju stared at it in silence for a moment. Then he reached out and gently picked up the orb. Kang-ju looked at it as if deep in thought. His lips were pressed into a thin line. Kang-ju felt the weight of the red orb in his hand. His chest ached. Suddenly, Shinka's spatial gate appeared. She approached Kang-ju. "Kang-ju, it's not too late. Come with us." Before she could finish, Shinka's pupils contracted. An enraged Kang-ju summoned his power. His body tensed, preparing for the next attack. Shinka placed a hand on her chest. "I really don't understand." A blast of power shot out from nowhere. It wrapped around Kang-ju's body, restraining him and making it impossible for him to move. Multiple golden matrices appeared, along with the voice of Atlas. "Looks like negotiations have failed. Now we have to kill him quickly before he recovers his minimal energy." She asked, "Any objections?" Tatsujin, Kato, Therapia, and Hiro all agreed in unison, agreed. Behind them, Friatur spoke up. "I feel sorry for the young man." Bekanu beside him was just as worried. "I'm also scared of killing people, but I think I'm more scared of him staying alive." Natura, however, seemed excited. "Returning to Mother Earth isn't so bad." Maledity put both hands behind his head. "I'm hungry. Let's do it again." Steven stood next to Vidi, who grinned, showing his perfectly white teeth. "That guy could have been interesting." He seemed more regretful. "It ends here. What a shame." Hun mimicked a cute voice. "He's even scarier than a demon." Hiro laughed, poking his cheek. "Are you a chicken?" "Out of my way," it was Hiro's voice. He had transformed into the shape of a giant. Hiro curled his hand into a fist. He used all his strength to bring it down, with a powerful blow making the ground shake. That force shook everything around them. Kang-ju curled up, still clutching the red orb tightly. Shinka's group had a meticulous plan. Hiro would strike the first blow. The criminals from B Block 3B4 began their assault on Seo Kang-ju. How long has it been? Kang-ju lay gasping under the gloomy sky. Through it all, the orb remained safely in his hand. He gripped it tightly as if protecting his own personal treasure. Hiro had lifted one foot, preparing to finish Kang-ju. "All right, let's end this." Kang-ju remained on the ground, seemingly having accepted this outcome. Suddenly, the air vibrated. A whirlwind flew towards them. Hiro noticed it too. Beneath his raised foot, a blinding light suddenly erupted. Sung-hoon held out his hand. From a distance, he watched Hiro and Kang-ju. "Shinka, didn't you once say that I'd get stronger when I grew up?" Shinka was surprised to be called out. "Sung-hoon, over here." Tatsujin and Morris were also watching his every move. Sung-hoon spoke his mind. "You know, for the first time in my life, I have a dream to strive for." His eyes widened in excitement. "I want to defeat Seo Kang-ju." Hearing this, Shinka looked at him in surprise. Sung-hoon continued, "So don't kill him. I'll be the one to finish that guy." Albert, of course, didn't want that to happen. She snapped, "Enough of this nonsense. We have to kill him now." Shinka's face darkened as she cut everyone off. "Let's go home. You all promised you'd listen to me." In response, an overwhelming silence fell over them. Shinka repeated herself, "Let's go home." The gloomy sky was now churning with gathering clouds. Down below, Shinka was using her power. She asked Seong-hoon with amusement, "Do you want us to help you?" He refused. "It's fine." Suddenly remembering something, he glanced over at Kang-ju. He was still lying motionless, clutching the orb. Sung-hoon thought to himself, "Seo Kang-ju, the next time we meet I will win." After the EMP attack at Lucas Prison, 8 B3 criminals, 5 B4 criminals, and 3 B5 criminals escaped. In contrast to the chaos of the battle, the air now seemed to be submerged in silence. Kinston looked down at Kang-ju as if admiring his own handiwork. He let out a loud laugh. Kinston narrowed his eyes. The world's gotten a lot more exciting. Just as Kinston thought. In the near future, Shinka would turn the world completely upside down. Change of scene. Amidst the deep green grass and sunlight filtering through the leaves, a prominent pink accent caught everyone's eye. It was a creature shaped like a five-pointed star. It was Astro. It seemed to be communicating in its own language. Meow, meow, meow. Faye raised an eyebrow. What really? It continued happily. Meow, meow, meow. Faye hesitated slightly. But I'm still not ready. The surrounding scenery suddenly became distorted and noisy. It was like a fleeting memory. A sound echoed, "A new world. Alpha World welcomes you." In front of them were Shinka, Canis, and Kato. She smiled brightly, raising both hands in a wave. "Hello, everyone. I'm Shinka, and from now on I'll be your Eve. Next to me are a few guests. Canis. I'm Kato." A question appeared Q. "What is Alpha World?" Canis explained. "Alpha World is a world created to save the infected members of humanity, with Miss Shinka as humanity's Eve." Another question Q. "Who has the right to stay in Alpha World?" Kato continued. "To become a part of Alpha World, the following conditions are required. First condition, the person must possess powerful abilities. Second condition, the person must not harbor those with rejected gene sources. Third condition, the person must be healthy enough to reproduce." One more question. "What happened to those who didn't meet the conditions?" Shinka answered this question. "I think those with unselected gene sources were chosen because they committed crimes in the old world. They deserve to die." She pointed forward. "And if they've committed a capital crime, what should we do?" "Yes, that's right. They must be terminated. Anyone with an unqualified gene source deserves to be terminated. Over the next month, we will select the new humanity, qualified to become members of the world of Alpha, and send them invitations. Anyone who dares to refuse our invitation will be considered guilty of a crime, harboring those with rejected gene sources. They will also be terminated, so we sincerely hope you consider our invitation carefully. All right. Whether the future of the new humanity is bright or not is all thanks to Eve. Your future, Shinka, goodbye for now. Static." The signal from Shinka became noisy and disappeared, back in Faye and Astro's forest. "Meow, meow, meow," Faye replied like it. "Meow, meow, meow, meow." The signal was cut off abruptly. After a long, drawn-out beep, the scene shifted to a dark room, cold and completely unfamiliar. Inside that room, voices were conversing. "All right." Regarding the prison break at Lucas Prison, and the broadcast that was shown to all of humanity, after the escape, Ibez, the president of the VKFC, spoke up to open the World Security Council meeting. On the screen was information about Shinka's background. Down below, people were sitting around a conference table. "That's the woman who attacked with the EMP, right? Is she on the villain list?" We asked the Hero Association and they said no. One of them was perplexed. "This is a mess. This is unbelievable. While the Justice Heroes have only recently been lost, another incident has struck." The person next to him quickly offered an opinion. "How do we handle this?" N2 slammed his hand on the table. "Before we deal with that, let's face a few issues head-on. The warden of Lucas Prison, Lucas Doseun, gave herself the authority to execute prisoners. She did as she pleased without reporting to her superiors. N2, leader of the Peace Party, was indignant. "Since when can an individual unilaterally decide a death sentence for someone else? That has caused immense chaos and deep concern." A deep, warm voice interjected in rebuttal. "We're in a dire situation, and you're harping on about such a trivial matter." Another voice cut in. "Warden Du." She simply made a decision, the most sensible one in that situation. "If it were me, I would have done the same." Authority. Former two-term president of the Hero Association, current leader of the World Party. N2 looked at him. Even if the situation was urgent, what was she doing that was so important that she didn't have time to report the incident? Authority shared his perspective. Not even a second could be wasted. That must be why she chose to go after Seo Kang-ju. I can sympathize with that action. His sharp gaze swept over another person, one who seemed calmer. "Do you have an opinion?" Elgido Minister of Justice. He seemed more amicable than the others. "Although I don't agree with allowing an individual the right to execute others at will, due to the very special circumstances, I completely understand." Boda, commissioner of the Fire Prevention Committee, spoke up. It must have been a tough decision. "Looking at the circumstances, I'm concerned the other side will suffer heavy losses." Groom, the police commissioner, interjected. "Aren't we already suffering losses? Since Central Security fell apart after the broadcast, have we had a moment's rest?" Guerra, the deputy minister of defense, continued. "It's time we realized we're in the middle of a war. Or are we still just circling around the prison break?" Authority angrily slammed his hand on the table. I'm telling you, those prisoners deserve to die. He pointed at Groom. We've pushed ourselves into this current situation. Isn't it because you insisted on clinging to those sentences? And from back then? She shook her head. It wasn't me. Authority continued through gritted teeth. If I were still the president of the Hero Association, they would have been dead before the death penalty was even needed. I can't understand how you people bring disaster upon yourselves. Just because you won't kill wanted criminals. As soon as you catch them. Ever since Loxa became president of the Hero Association, the world has been a complete mess. Boda looked at Authority with a flat expression. You still haven't changed a bit, have you? N2 followed up immediately. You think the decisions you made when you were still president of the Hero Association were correct? Take a good look at the heroes from back then. Most of the heroes you led were never mentally stable. He turned angrily. So what? It's better to control them than to let them become villains. Is being a hero that important? Authority said immediately. Obviously. After Lyoxa took over as president of the Hero Association, people who could have become heroes turned around and became villains, causing trouble everywhere. Boda maintained his focused gaze but shook his head slightly, enough to refute everything he had just heard. Authority, the image of a hero in your head, is completely different from mine. The entire meeting room fell silent, leaving only his heavy shout. You people are just a bunch of dreamers, with your ideals of a better world, without even bothering to look at the reality right in front of you. Bez, who had been watching until now, finally spoke up. Loxa? Everyone turned towards Bez, waiting for him to continue. Bez pressed his lips together. If she were here, I wonder what her opinion would be. In the distance, at the head of the table, an empty chair sat unoccupied. Hero Association President vacant. Authority clenched his fists, breathing heavily. Outside, as the day drew to a close, the afternoon sun gradually softened, giving way to a warm honey-gold color. Chijin was opening the car door for Authority. Did the meeting go well, sir? He replied in a heavy tone. Not at all. Those people are a real pain. I don't think there's anything to discuss here. Just kill off the damn prisoners and be done with it. He looked at his secretary reproachfully. It's all that bitch's fault, that bitch Loxa. She asked about Authority's next plans. What are you going to do now, sir? He was silent for a moment, thinking. Then he spoke. Since Loxa became president of the Hero Association, the members of the VFC, the pro-rehabilitation faction consisting of the Peace Party, the Fire Prevention Commissioner, the Deputy Minister of Defense, and the Hero Association President, the pro-punishment faction consisting of the World Party and the Police Commissioner, and the neutral faction is the Minister of Justice. Because those four joined forces against the two of us, our opinions have always been ignored. And the current president is gradually leaning towards Lyoxa's side. But right now, the Hero Association president's seat is still vacant. We just need to help our person get that position. And we're done. If it's 3 against 3, perhaps our views will be taken seriously. Therefore, Authority glanced out the car window. We're going to meet Seo Kang-ju, the former justice hero. I'm sure the others have already started making their moves. The image of Lupus flashed in his mind. Chi-Jin's eyes widened slightly. Isn't Seo Kang-ju quite close with Ms. Loxa, sir? Authority faced out of the car window, listening to what his secretary said. Yes, he is close. He lifted his chin slightly, a smug look in his eyes. However, the current situation has also changed quite a bit. Hasn't it? Let's go meet Seo Kang-ju. Inside a gloomy room, Kang-ju was lying on a hospital bed. 4 doctors surrounded his bed, preparing to do something unknown. His lips were dry and cracked from dehydration. Kang-ju's eyes were weak, as if lifeless. Why can't heroes kill villains? In front of him was Rio, arms crossed, smiling to reveal a set of perfectly white teeth. When I first joined Equality, I had the same thought, Seo Kang-ju. You'll also find the answer to that question as you journey with Equality. Charu frowned, glancing at him, seeming to disagree strongly. You want me to kill someone with my own hands? I don't want to. He raised his hand as if rejecting the idea. If heroes have to kill people, I'd rather not be a hero at all. Tom, standing there, also spoke his mind. My sister was a death row inmate in prison. It's true she committed a crime worthy of death, but I think she should have been given a chance to atone for her sins. Mago rested her chin on her hand, looking thoughtful. Why can't heroes kill villains? Let's think about it the other way around. Why should heroes have to kill villains? Because there's no point in them living, or because they've given up on being human? What kind of person has value in living? What does it mean to be human? It's a tough one. Let's think about it together. Loxa, full of energy, answered the question. A hero's job isn't to kill villains. Our job is to save people. She flashed a radiant smile, holding out her hand in an offer. From now on, let's save people with us. Seo Kang-ju, I'm sure you will. The memories played out like a slow-motion film. Why did everyone leave? Without giving me the answer. After that line of thought, an image of Hongjia appeared. A warden's job is to rehabilitate prisoners. I'm not against the death penalty system. But as an investigator, I have a responsibility to tell criminals what they did wrong before they're executed. Across from her was Kang Ju. He listened patiently for her answer. The law is what defines a person's crime, and we are the investigators who carry out the given sentences. That's why before an execution, the memory crumpled like a piece of paper and flew into the void. An investigator's duty is... Kang Ju looked up stunned. The memories seemed to terrify him. His body froze in place. Suddenly, someone called his name. Seo Kang Ju! It was Seung Hoon. In his hand, he held the red orb. He smiled mockingly at Kang Ju. Even you find this interesting, don't you? After everything that's happened. They keep spouting such ridiculous nonsense, huh? Hearing Seung Hoon's words, Kang Ju could only stand there frozen without blinking. A chill ran down his spine as he jolted awake from the nightmare. By the window, a pair of rabbit ears sat silhouetted against the sun, watching Kang Ju's every move. A clear voice rang out. Kang Ju. Lupus asked worriedly, "You're awake. Are you okay?" Kang Ju's eyes widened as he looked towards the window. Surprised by Lupus's appearance, she lowered her eyes. "I'm sorry. I should have come to help. But even though I knew something would happen in the prison, I couldn't know the details. Because the investigator covered up the riot." Kang Ju covered his eyes with his hand, unable to hide his exhaustion. "It's okay. Even if you had come, you wouldn't have been able to help." Lupus lowered her voice, concern evident in every word. "Are you really okay?" "I heard about the mission you were given in prison, executing the criminals." Kang Ju replied slowly. "Actually, I'm not okay at all." Lupus sympathized with him. "Kang Ju?" The anger inside him flared up. He clenched his jaw tightly, his muscles prominent. "I should have killed all of them. But I couldn't do it." Her eyes widened. He turned to look at Lupus. "Lupus, did you also come here to tell me I shouldn't kill villains? If so, then go back. I'm not a hero anymore. Now I'm an investigator." Lupus made her offer. "We need to form a new hero association and choose heroes in a new equality. Right now, I'm serving as the interim president of the Hero Association. But with the changes to come, we need a hero to lead. So we're thinking of choosing you, a former hero of equality, to be the president of the Hero Association." Kang Ju cut her off bluntly. "I already told you. I'm not a hero anymore. Heroes should do what's necessary for heroes. As soon as I recover, I'll go out and do what I have to do." Lupus shot to her feet. "Kang Ju!" Suddenly another voice cut in. "Hero Seo Kang Ju. You're right about that." Authority had entered the hospital room at some point. He had both hands in his pockets, standing by Kang Ju's hospital bed. A smile formed on his old face. "Now you're investigator Seo Kang Ju, right?" Lupus was surprised by his appearance. "Authority." He slowly walked closer. "You've worked very hard to execute the criminals on your own, but now you won't have to anymore. I will soon become the president of the Hero Association, and I plan to have heroes execute criminals." Lupus's eyes widened, her face changing color in an instant. "What?" Kang Ju looked at him confused. "You're the representative of the World Party. What are you talking about?" He smiled. "I'll be stepping down from that position soon." Authority remained calm, hands in his pockets, as if certain of victory. "So I can participate in the presidential election of the Hero Association." He made an offer. "I came here to talk to you and ask if you were interested in becoming the president of the Hero Association, but now it's not necessary. Let's just say I came to visit you today and say hello." He turned and walked towards the door of the hospital room. "I hope you recover quickly and get out of the hospital." Lupus, breathing heavily and rapidly, shouted, showing her anger. "You think anyone will vote for you?" Authority stopped without turning back. "We'll have to wait and see." "Won't we?" Her whole body was shaking with rage. "Kang Ju!" He frowned slightly, showing his impatience. "I'm tired." He looked at Lupus. "You should go." Lupus's mind seemed to freeze. She paused for a few seconds. Outside in the parking lot, the sunset seemed to be drawing to a close. Authority sitting in the car said to Chijin, "Just as I thought. Everyone is very busy. Many other people, including myself and Lupus, probably all went to see Seo Kang Ju." He rested one arm on the door, propping up his chin. After the emergence of superpowers, many people have struggled. Organizations like the military and the police are all relying too much on one powerful individual. Yes, the VSC will probably soon discuss Seo Kang Ju's execution of criminals and whether he should be given the authority to execute. Under current law, Seo Kang Ju's actions are wrong, she asked him. "So what are you going to do?" Authority clicked his tongue. "If that's what the law says," back in the meeting room, Enhypen stood up to give his opinion. "We need to punish the prison investigator." Lucifer Crew looked his opponent straight in the eye, not backing down. "Wasn't it a special situation? Even if one of my subordinates did that, I would let it slide." Enhypen roared a direct question. "If that's the case, then—" Authority cut in, talking over him, not giving him a chance to continue. "You haven't provided any information. about what we can do, or any solutions at all. All you've talked about are just ideal situations, but they're meaningless. He whipped his head to the side, growling through his teeth. Ideal situations, I've already offered a solution, haven't I? The fire department, the army, the police. Groom raised her hand in protest. I will never agree. Including the Hero Association cooperating to arrest criminals. We will make them face the judgment of the law. No one was willing to back down. Authority pointed at Enhypen and shouted, Is that your solution? He slammed his hands on the table and replied without hesitation, Yes. Is your head in the clouds? Bez, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Authority. Then what's your solution? Suddenly, Authority cut him off. Take a vote. Everyone in the room was confused. A vote! He put both hands on the table. Let the nations vote on whether investigator Seo Kang-ju should have the right to execute. We'll change the law. Do you agree or disagree with the decision to give Seo Kang-ju the right to execute? Amidst the magnificent city with its bustling skyscrapers, the heated debate in the meeting room continued to echo. A vote, Authority re-emphasized his point. That's right. Instead of us just arguing here like this, a vote would be much clearer. He was passionately making his point, when a voice suddenly cut him off. Aren't you all also working for the people? Enhypen declared his opposition sternly and uncompromisingly. Things like this are very dangerous, if decided by a majority. Authority looked at Enhypen. Are you looking down on the people now? He snorted coldly. I see it clearly now. You're avoiding it because you think you'll lose. Right. After saying that, Authority looked in another direction again. Am I right? He was looking towards the center of the meeting room, as if silently asking for an opinion. President Bez closed his eyes, thinking for a few seconds. Then he made his decision. All right, let's hold a vote. And 2 weeks later, Angie stood in the middle of the meeting room, holding the results of the vote. Her voice was serious as she began the results of the vote. Summary: 88% in favor, 12% opposed. The number of votes in favor is overwhelming. Authority, satisfied with the results, glanced at Angie. This was a given. Angie continued, according to the opinion of the in favor side, this situation should be considered a declaration of war, and the enemy must be annihilated. There is no need to apply the law to them, for they are beasts who have forsaken their humanity. Furthermore, because these issues arose, while in pursuit of our ideals, the right of execution should be granted to all heroes, not just Seo Kang-ju. As for the opposing side's opinion, Seo Kang-ju's current emotional state makes it difficult for him to make rational decisions. Granting him the right of execution is quite dangerous. If the right of execution is given to one individual, it could cause problems, similar to those with previous heroes. If an individual values their own judgment over the law, then society is at risk of collapse. That is the opinion of the opposition. He remained silent for a few seconds, then spoke. We can accept this outcome, in a way that satisfies everyone. Authority stood up angrily, shouting, Damn it! His face was red, a vein throbbing at his temple. He continued, Satisfy everyone. The result is already so overwhelmingly clear. What else is there to discuss? Bez stepped in to mediate. Stop making a scene. Get Seo Kang-ju in here now. In a spacious and luxurious office, Bez stood against the light. He greeted Kang-ju. It's been a while, hasn't it? Seo Kang-ju. He stepped closer. Did you hear the news? Kang-ju replied politely. Yes, I heard. Bez asked him, So what is your decision? Kang-ju's face was straight without a hint of a smile. As per the results of the vote, I will execute them all with my own hands. He continued, I have one more question. What would you have done if the vote's result was the opposite of what it is now? Kang-ju didn't hesitate. If that were the case, I would have killed them all and then turned myself in. Bez's eyes softened. I see. One more thing. If Lausa were here, what do you think she would do? Hearing that name, Kang-ju's breath seemed to catch in his throat. Only the sound of his sharp inhale was audible. He struggled to speak. About that, it would be better if you asked Lausa directly, sir. Bez didn't press him. Perhaps you're right. Final question. After this is all taken care of, will you return to being a hero? Kang-ju was already walking toward the door, not looking back. I'm not sure about that yet. In the news headlines, a special act concerning Seo Kang-ju has been passed. During the press conference, the reporters below were in an uproar, vying for the chance to ask a question. World President Bez stood at the podium looking down and announced, has granted the authority to carry out executions to Warden Seo Kang-ju in order to deal with the prison breaks that recently occurred at Lucas Prison and to prevent future terrorist acts. Authority was in his car watching the press conference live. He was delighted. All right, starting from here, step by step. I guess we can bring things back to the way they were. The scene changes to a lush green meadow, dotted with flowers. Lupus was sitting there watching on a small screen. She was watching the news about Bez's press conference. The scene shifts to a place that begins with tears. It's Hong Jia sitting alone on a chair. Her hands still clutched the urn with Kang Ho's ashes. A tear rolled down her cheek. Hong Jia looked at the urn in agony, calling out, Kang Ho! Scene change. Sinka's group was also watching the news on their phones. So that's how it is. If so, then we need to get ready now too. She excitedly asked everyone. Is everyone ready? The executioners? Steve Nash Adam, Ho and many others, they are all here? Most importantly, Seolwan appeared not long ago. In Spain and Portugal, a blue vortex has appeared. It carried a piece of paper with an invitation written on it. Word is it's from the world government. And in the sky, a blue vortex appeared, drawing everyone's attention. From the center of the vortex, a beam of light flashed. That light appeared like a small magic circle. A massive explosion occurred. People standing nearby were thrown back by the blast. Everything was left in ruins. It was the power of one of Sinka's group members. Ho walked cheerfully through the center. Hot, isn't it? Morris slightly annoyed this psycho. She pointed toward Agrit. What if someone had received an invitation? Why would you attack so indiscriminately? She said, grinding her teeth. If they die from something like that, they weren't worthy of an invitation. Below, in front of a shopping center. During the day, everyone was looking up at the advertising screens, which were broadcasting the news. The night was no exception, nor the late afternoon. Almost everyone had seen the news broadcast on the LED screens. It was Sinka. She stood in the center of the screen, waving hello. Hello, everyone, I'm Sinka. She pointed at the screen. From now on, the execution of those with unselected genes will begin. Ho laughed loudly, very excited. Hun blew a kiss. A cruel glint flashed in Morris's eyes. Agret was more stoic. Kangju touched the brim of his hat, pulling it down low. His gaze was straight ahead, ice cold. In the stuffy meeting room, Enji stood in the middle, reporting. Her expression was serious and professional. Regarding this incident, based on the documents sent from the Hero Association, Agret, a summoning-type villain previously captured by the Hero of Justice Mago, has the ability to transfer the summoning power stolen from an opponent into a sigil on her body. Just by holding out her hand, she can use that ability to counter an opponent's attack. In a battle, after observing the chaos before her, she was unsatisfied with the result. Not enough, too weak. Possesses the ability to copy an opponent's summoning power. When she first discovered this, Agret even felt a little regret. I should have stolen Mago's martial arts abilities. Ho! Physical-type villain previously captured by the Hero of Justice Ji Eugene, possesses the ability to transform into a nine-tailed fox. After defeating everyone present, she widened her eyes, feigning weakness. Where can I find someone who can tame me now? Hun Juyong, special-type villain previously captured by the Hero of Justice Charu. When casting his skill, he holds both hands forward. Then Hun chants the spell Hongai. Fanged monsters with sharp claws are released. They furiously charge and attack their victims. Hun has a very formidable power, the ability to summon demons. Ho stood beside him, watching Hun gleefully. He put a hand to his head. Strong right. Morris, special-type villain previously captured by the Hero of Justice Tom, resembles someone with a typical special-type power. A man was on the ground crying out for help. Save me, Morris stood behind him. Her face was cold. You're so loud, not elegant at all. Eva was right. Morris summoned her power. That power flared up, terrifying the man. Suddenly it tightened around his neck, causing him agony. He screamed. Morris was emotionless. Those with unselected genes are truly wretched to the core. Her power is incredibly complex. Enji spoke in a monotone voice. The Hero Association has quickly mobilized forces near Portugal to handle the situation. Authorities spoke up from below. It's useless for them to go. You people didn't want to kill them from the start. Bez asserted, everything is under control, it's fine. In that case, firefighters will be prioritized to rescue civilians. Boda, hearing his name mentioned, looked straight at Bez. He answered firmly, understood, President. The military and police are tasked with protecting the people. Vera complied, yes, sir. Rum felt anxious. We don't have enough power to stop them. In the end, we'll still have to call the hero team for help. Bez asked Elgido, where is Officer Seo Kangju? He replied slowly. I heard from Warden Do Seun that he started heading there right after seeing the broadcast. Next to him, Inha held out a hand, her face troubled. Haven't we fired her yet? Bez, sitting in the middle of the meeting room, asked everyone, is there any way to know what the enemy's objective is this time? Enji, standing at the other end, reported anxiously. We still haven't figured out what they really want. Back at Sinka's group, they were discussing their plan. All of your objectives are to execute all those with unselected genes, and to help those who accept our invitation. Join the Alpha world. At first, let's just give them a gentle taste. After that, persuading the remaining people who accept the invitation will be much easier. For now, I want you to focus more on bringing people in than on slaughtering. In the end, we can kill as many of the unselected as we want. Outside, the scene was one of utter devastation. A hand was raised to stop them. Hey, stop it! It was Morris reminding them that's enough of a warm-up. All right, let's go do the mission Eva gave us. Hun smiled brightly. All right, all right. Ho slowly raised a hand to his neck. But I want to destroy a little more. Agret was always the cold one. She paused for a few seconds, then continued. I'll do as I please. If I continue to destroy this place, those who accepted our invitation will eventually have to show themselves, Morris shouted with a hint of anger. You're crossing the line. Are you planning to ignore the mission Eva gave us? Agret wasn't scared at all. If so, what are you going to do to me? Hun raised his hands and began to use his power. His hair was blown back by the wind. Three-legged crow, a red beast, long like an eagle, flew out. Hun climbed onto its back. I see. Even if you tell him to go, he's not going to listen. Ho stood below, waving at Hun. Let me up! Morris gritted her teeth in anger. She turned back to look at Agret and spat out. As soon as this is over, I'm reporting this to Eva. She continued with her work without the slightest concern. Do whatever you want. The entire neighborhood was being consumed by massive flames. Agret sighed in frustration. Nothing's changed since I got out of prison. So annoying. Everything's the same. No matter how much I destroy my power still. Doesn't get any stronger. Such a cursed ability. I get it now. I have to keep stealing. Suddenly, a pair of beastly legs descended from above, about to land on Agret. It was Lupus with 2 rabbit ears. Agret used her power to summon a protective shield. She raised an eyebrow. You're Lupus. She ground her teeth, annoyed. You really haven't changed at all? It's been so long since you got out of prison. Didn't you learn anything in there, Agret? She was also a bit surprised by Lupus's appearance. Lupus, perfect timing. Give Mago my best, won't you? Scene change. The sky is clear with fluffy clouds drifting by. Lisbon Talent Academy. A class is in session inside. A young student raises his hand to speak. Teacher, I'm scared. Prof reassured him in a quiet voice. It's okay, everyone. He smiled as if to soothe the fear in the student. No matter what happens, I will always protect you. Follow me to the shelter, Prof. Teacher at the Talent Academy. Suddenly a sound rang out that startled Prof. The sound of clapping came from one of the students. She was sitting arrogantly on a desk. It was Morris. Very impressive, truly an admirable teacher. The scared children ran to his side. She was impatient. You're all so noisy, how rude. Prof raised both hands, clenching his fists as if in self-defense. Morris! She leaned forward slightly. You know me, how flattering. Morris held an umbrella that contained her power. She jumped down from the desk. Don't be afraid. I know you also received an invitation from Eva. Those who received an invitation follow me. He interrupted. Please leave immediately. He angrily held the children tightly. He declared, I will not let you take a single child. Morris approached Profs. You're not very smart. And to think you dared to interrupt me while I was speaking. He looked at her defensively. Morris frowned, displeased. I'll have to teach you some manners. The School for Superpowers. After the Mail incident, it was established to educate children with superpowers. Under the direction of Laosa and Mago, special schools were set up all over the world. Here the children are taught by hero teachers how to adapt to society and how to control their abilities as superhumans. In the classroom, Morris rested her umbrella on the ground, tipping her hat with one hand. She spoke domain of etiquette. The hat emitted power from underneath. Prof and the children were terrified. What is that? Morris tapped her hand with her umbrella. Shh. She used her power. Silence. All the children's mouths had been sealed. One of them tried to remove it in fear but couldn't. Morris stood proudly before Prof and his students. Finally, some peace and quiet. Morris's special type superpower is also known as etiquette. It activates when the opponent is judged by her to be inferior or lesser, causing the opponent to be restricted or even harmed. If I see any more fussy behavior, I will send you on your way. Eyes appeared all around them, a typical power for a bully who preys on the weak. Morris ordered the 3 children who received the special invitation, step forward. She looked at a list. Let's see. They're all special types, huh? Special types have many diverse uses. From now on, you will help create the Queen's world together. The children stared at Morris with wide, bewildered eyes. She told them, answer me. One of the boys bravely stepped forward. He asked, is the Queen the woman who appeared on TV? Morris answered cheerfully, exactly. A beautiful woman with perfect ideals. The boy's face fell. Then I don't want to. Morris was surprised by his answer. Huh. The boy with his childish voice expressed his anger. Didn't that person say she would eliminate everyone who doesn't possess superpowers? I have a lot of friends who don't have superpowers. I will never hurt my friends. Another little girl agreed with him. Me too, my parents don't have superpowers either. They didn't do anything wrong. The girl next to her said the same. Me too, besides. Our teacher taught us that. Discriminating and hating others is wrong. He also said that people who want to solve everything their way with superpowers, instead of using words, are bad people. You're a bad person, let us go. Morris asked calmly one last time. You don't like it? The child still wasn't scared at all. Yes, I don't like it. She angrily summoned her power to deal with the 3 children who had just defied her. Then die. At each of their necks, a yellow-orange butterfly was slowly tightening. A loud noise echoed. Morris's eyes widened in surprise. In front of her was Prof with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. A shield appeared around the children. Blood flowed continuously from his neck. Prof held his hand out in front of him, seemingly trying his best to protect the children. Prof absorbs all shock impacting the target. Special type, also known as bodyguard. Morris laughed with amusement. I see. Now I understand why. Cinca sent you an invitation. An ability that's just perfect for a bodyguard. So that Cinca can operate freely, a bodyguard is essential. It would be a waste of talent to kill you. Prof's face was tense with anger. Morris, we know all about you, back when you were a child. Morris held up a hand, stopping Prof from continuing. Stop. Did you hear that from Tom? It's rude to spread a lady's past around. I didn't come here to reminisce about my past. I came here under the Queen's orders, to select those worthy of joining the Alpha world. Give up the children and I'll spare your life. Prof growled, no, I can't do that. Morris was rather curious. Why not is one of them your actual child? Prof denied it. No. She placed a hand on her chin, tilting her head in confusion. Then, Prof's gaze was direct, unwavering. Because I'm a teacher. Prof member of the Hero Association, teacher at the School for Superpowers. Attacks from level 3 and 4 prisoners? Can his defense withstand them? But back when Authority was the head of the Hero Association, he was always the number 5 hero. The reason was, in a room, Authority sat with his back to him. He asked, how long are you going to keep this up? We don't need a punching bag, because he didn't have the ability to kill. He lacked the ability to eliminate villains. But when Laosa became the head of the Hero Association, she offered him a position. Prof, would you like to be a teacher at the School for Superpowers? He asked Laosa with a heavy heart. Was I wrong? My ability isn't suited for being a hero. Is it? She cheerfully comforted him. No, what are you talking about? I mean, do both jobs, teacher and hero? Nothing is more important than teaching children, so I want to entrust them to the best hero. Prof hesitated. But I'm not suitable. Laosa persisted, showing him his good qualities. What are you saying? Who could do it better than you? Prof was surprised by those words. Huh. She continued, you are the hero of heroes, the one who sacrifices himself to protect his comrades. Isn't that wonderful? Hearing that, Prof froze for a few seconds. Back to the present. Morris spoke up. I have a great idea. You go convince the children. They'll listen to you since you're their teacher, right? Prof slowly interrupted Morris. The world is changing. The emergence of superpowers and the great wars have caused our society to collapse. And to stabilize this society, we've had to sacrifice so much. Morris was confused. What does that have to do with my question? He sighed. What I mean is, if that woman's crazy, delusion becomes a reality. This society will once again fall into chaos. She angrily warned him, don't you dare insult the Queen. You're being very long-winded in your refusal of the Queen's invitation. I don't care if this society is chaotic or not. Prof cut in, no. You should care. Morris was completely baffled by his words. Because when society is in chaos and cannot function, there will be more children who suffer the same pain as you. Morris's facial muscles tensed up. She glared at him. What do you know? Prof continued to shout, like I said, we know all about you. Morris angrily summoned her power. Ridiculous. From above, countless giant spikes rained down. Prof and the children were terrified and panicked. She growled furiously. You've been spouting nonsense this whole time. The children cried in fear. Teacher! Prof fell to the ground but still tried to hold on. Morris, her face contorted with rage, looked down. How filthy. All of it. Suddenly a boot appeared out of nowhere and stomped on her head. Morris's head was slammed hard into the ground. The ground shattered, red lightning crackling around. Prof and the children lay on the ground, each pinned down by a large spike on their back. That person's voice rang out. Prisoner of the Special Detention Zone Level 3, Morris? Her face was distorted, crushed under a boot. The familiar hat came into view. Kangju growled, bring that bitch out here. Kangju pressed down hard with the foot stomping on Morris's face. Despite the pain, she retorted furiously. You psycho bitch! Are you talking about our queen? He looked down coldly. That includes you. Morris was breathing heavily, agitated. You brat! You shameless bastard. She raised her hand to summon her power. Chains appeared wrapping around Kangju's arm. Like a snake, it locked around his neck. Morris said arrogantly, your judgment day has come. Kangju's expression didn't change as he casually flicked his arm. The gate of judgment instantly shattered. He clenched his fist and the chains on his arm and neck broke apart. They shattered into many pieces, making a crisp sound. Kangju grabbed Morris by the head and slammed it hard into the ground. Her face was beaten to a pulp. Morris's hat also flew off. Prof and the children stared intently at the scene before them. Kangju called out, Prof, He was on the ground, trembling slightly as he answered yes. He glanced back coldly, saying, "Get the kids out of here." Prof informed Kangju, "That power cast on us hasn't been dispelled yet." Kangju clenched his fist. He mercilessly punched Morris in the stomach. Prof and the children watched this scene bewildered. Morris's face was bruised and battered, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Her power was retracted. The spikes holding Prof and his students down slowly floated up and disappeared. Kangju reminded them, "Run as far as you can." Prof grabbed the children's hands. "All right, kids, let's go." He bent down and grabbed Morris by the collar. He lifted her up, looking straight into her face. Kangju growled, "I'll say it one more time. Bring that bitch here." Morris trembled as she opened her mouth. "Lady's dignity." A red circle appeared surrounding Kangju and Morris. He let out a tired sigh. Blood streamed from the corner of Morris's mouth. She widened her eyes, looking at him expressionlessly. "It's been a long time since I've been in this form." Kangju's eyes widened. Suddenly, two figures appeared from nowhere. They stood behind Kangju, grabbing him and pulling him away from Morris. They were men of air, dressed in suits and hats. "Ladies first." The other continued right after ladies first. Morris raised her umbrella high and charged toward Kangju. "Ladies' domain." The umbrella floated up to a certain height and then opened. Morris spoke, "To think you had to face me. You must be very unlucky." Ladies' dignity. Morris's original form. Once Lady's dignity is activated, those who acknowledge Morris as a lady will also possess superpowers similar to hers. At the same time, this ability is a typical power that targets the weak. That's why Morris never thought this power could stand against Seo Kangju, the man who could break Sinka's time-space ability. She simply wanted to buy time. Morris smirked. "This place will be your grave." Morris's main objective was to help the other criminals complete the mission Sinka had assigned and return safely. She was determined to stall for as much time as possible. Kangju stepped closer. "It seems you have no intention of bringing her here." Morris was annoyed. "I don't get it. If I were you and the one chosen by the queen, I would be overjoyed. It's unbelievable that you would throw away such a precious opportunity." Kangju didn't respond. He coldly summoned his power. Unleashing his technique, Morris was terrified. "Wait a minute." She held both hands out in front of her, trying to stop Kangju's next move. "I'll talk." In her mind, Morris thought, "I have to stall for as long as possible." She looked straight at Kangju and said firmly, "I know where the queen is." Kangju wasn't very interested. "Well, I don't need to know that. I just need to bring your corpse to a psychic and have them check. I'll find out soon enough." Morris thought in a panic. "I hadn't thought of that method. As long as I die here, it won't be a problem." She asked Kangju, "Once you find the queen, what do you plan to do? Even if you get there, you'll have to fight everyone. Do you think you have any chance of winning? This time, even the queen won't spare you." Kangju said nothing, still channeling his power. Morris grimaced. "I knew it!" Her eyes showed her determination. "I have to end it myself. I have to die without leaving a trace." Suddenly, a loud noise was heard. Kangju's eyes widened in surprise. It's Sinka. Using her power, she approached Kangju and Morris. Her gaze was alluring. "Did you want to see me that badly? I guess your heart has had a change of mind, hasn't it?" Morris beside her was stunned by what Sinka had just said. "Queen!" she cried out, warning her. "It's dangerous here." Morris suddenly saw something and had to look up. A bolt of lightning struck down from above. It was Kangju transformed into his powered-up form. Sinka was cheerful. She pointed at her own face. "Unleashing all your power right after we meet. I guess your mind hasn't wavered yet. But are you okay?" He clenched his fist and lunged forward. Sinka continued, "Honey?" Kangju shattered the power circle with his strength. He roared with rage. "I'll kill you with every last ounce of strength I have, no matter how small." Sinka wasn't scared at all. She still looked at Kangju with eyes full of affection. "How scary. But why don't I feel upset at all? Seeing how your mind is always obsessed with me, I really like it. Could it be love?" Kangju stood before Morris and Sinka, seething with rage. She cheerfully gave Morris an order. "I'll take care of things here. As for you, go deal with those who refused our invitation, all right?" Morris was startled, acknowledging the order. "Yes, my co—" Before she could finish her sentence, Kangju had already shattered the power circle and charged. Sinka had been cheerful, but her expression momentarily froze. In the classroom, a portal opened. A disheveled Morris stepped out of it. "I'm a little late." She coughed and approached Prof and his students. The frightened children clung to Prof's leg. He quickly said, "Kids, run." Morris coughed up a mouthful of blood. She covered her mouth and continued, "It's not—" One of the children in the group turned around, surprised. "Huh." It was Hana. She pointed at Morris. "That person. She's the one from our history textbook." Back with Sinka. She was being enveloped by Kangju's power. Sinka's voice was astonished. "We've only just begun. Aren't you getting a bit carried away?" Kangju slowly. He approached as cold as the winter wind. "This place will be your grave." Sinka was truly stubborn. She still wasn't the least bit scared. To use this technique, you must have to revert to your zero form. Right, she said, holding out her hand, chattering cheerfully. I think you shouldn't push yourself too hard. Kangju wasted no words and attacked her with force. He glanced down. Sinka was controlling Kangju's power with purple orbs. She looked at Kangju happily, just as I thought. This power is still beneath you. Kangju stared silently at Sinka. She turned around and called Canis and Kato. From a portal behind her, Canis and Kato flew out. They were both bewildered by the recent situation. Canis asked, Lady Sinka, what is going on? Kato added, We weren't supposed to show ourselves. Sinka covered her mouth and chuckled. This is a tough spot, huh? She raised a hand to touch her hair. Instead of killing him, we should have stalled for time. He's using his finishing move right from the start. We can't possibly defend against that. She turned and waved at Kangju. In that case, let's run. She held out her hand, but no power appeared. A look of confusion was clear on Sinka's face. What's this? He interrupted her. I already told you, didn't I? This place will be your grave. Black Heaven's prison, a space created from the power of Cell Kangju. Once you enter this space, there is no chance of getting out again. Sinka, who had been outside the space during the battle between Seo Kangju and Huang Sung-hwan, was able to use her power to pull out the trapped Huang Sung-hwan from inside. But now that she was inside Cell Kangju's space, she would never be able to escape. Sinka placed a hand on her chest. What a ridiculous power. Power surged from Kangju's fist. He was rushing towards Sinka with blinding speed. Kangju punched Sinka's shield hard. His power was so immense that it shattered. Canis called out worriedly, Lady Sinka, I think it's time you removed these collars from us. In contrast, she showed no anger or fear at all. I already promised Seung-hwan that he would be the one to finish off Kangju once he's grown up. Canis tried to persuade her. I don't think we'll get out of here alive if we don't kill him. Sinka wasn't bothered. That's true, but I believe Seung-hwan will understand. As Canis and Kato tried to remove their collars, she spoke up. All right, the collars. At that moment, Canis and Kato seemed to lose control, looking up and roaring. Sinka turned her head, looking confused. What's going on? She herself was surprised. From high above, it looked like something terrible was about to happen. From the roof of the domain, a deep, dull sound created by Kangju echoed. He was silent for a few seconds. Peerless under the heavens. Everyone present was staring intently in the direction of the sound. Kato and Canis screamed as if they had gone mad. No one on earth can stand against me. Not tens, not hundreds, not thousands of enemies. None can stand against me. Once someone considers me an enemy, the whole world will be his enemy. Who would dare to make an enemy of me? An old face appeared. That's what it means to be peerless under the heavens. The person looked at Kangju and asked, What do you think? In front of him was Kingston. He sat cross-legged on the ground looking at Kangju. Kingston raised his eyes and asked, Don't you want to be peerless under the heavens? He looked at the old man silent and confused. Kingston continued, You're strong, but you're not yet peerless under the heavens. He laughed loudly, But I can make you so. Kangju listened to him stunned. Sinka shouted in alarm, What nonsense is this? Have you gone senile? She shouted angrily. Where the hell did this old man come from? Kingston, without a word, threw a punch forward, flying towards Sinka. She flew into a rage. I'm talking here, he reminded Sinka. When men are talking, women shouldn't interfere, she said coldly. An old man like you should. Suddenly, blood trickled from her nose. Disappear. Her face contorted, whether from pain or anger. Canis and Kato ran to her anxiously. Lady Sinka! She coughed up a mouthful of blood. Damn it, that old geezer with 1 foot in the grave. Kingston looked at her arrogantly. 1 foot in the grave? But I'm still standing here just fine. However, for a bitch like you, that's impossible. Sinka angrily thrust her hand forward using her power. She was furious. She screamed, Go to hell! Many purple orbs flew towards Kingston. He didn't flinch at all. Kingston stood still, his hands clasped behind his back. Sinka's power emitted a blinding light. She gritted her teeth in fury. You're just an old man about to die. It's unclear when Kingston moved, but he was now standing right behind Sinka. You do indeed possess a powerful ability. With that level, you're not inferior to that white-haired kid. Sinka was startled and whipped her head around to look. You! She attacked Kingston again. Kingston replied to her. However, both you and that kid have a big problem. He shattered Sinka's power circle. Fragments of glass rained down. Sinka was thrown back in pain. On her body, there were now more injuries. Kingston clenched his fist. You trust your ability too much. So much that you don't bother to train your body at all. Your body is... Sinka, bent over, coughing, dryly gritted her teeth. Kingston looked straight at her, his tone challenging. I will show you that this body which I poured my soul into is true power. Above Kingston's head, space portals appeared, overlapping each other. Something caught his attention. It was Canis frantically rushing towards Kingston. He blocked the man's kick with his hand. It seemed to be nothing to Kingston. Oh, he struck again, flinging Canis backward. Kingston flexed his hand, a slight smirk on his lips. Even so, your underlings have trained themselves. Both Canis and Kato flew towards Kingston simultaneously. The man's and woman's eyes were both completely white, as if they were out of control. Kingston took a stance, his fists clenched at his sides. He looked up and smiled. From outside, Sinka was also using her power to restrain Kingston. Sel Kangju, standing outside the fight, was watching Kingston and Sinka battle it out. He was a bit surprised by the appearance of an unexpected character. But after observing the situation, he quickly decided on his next move, to cooperate with Kingston and kill that woman. Inside the meeting room, Bezek spoke with surprise. Kingston appeared. In the center stood Unji reporting, "Yes, we received a communication from Officer Sel Kangju." Boda spoke up. Kingston has always been eccentric. Vera beside him added, "It seems he's found someone new that he finds interesting." Bezek's face darkened. "Doesn't that mean Officer Sel is in danger?" Vera quickly replied, "It's all right. Although we don't know how strong Kingston is, we know what he will do." Chrome sighed helplessly. "Seriously." Boda also turned his face. "I agree. He won't be hostile towards Officer Sel, and he will act in an unexpected way." He glanced in another direction in the meeting room. It was someone else. The chair of the Hero Association's chairman was still empty. In the vast meeting room, the prisoner Morris laughed in disbelief. "Why would a textbook have information about me? How ridiculous!" "And that really annoys me." Now Grove growled, "Not just you. All the criminals in Lucas Prison are recorded in there." Morris asked in surprise, "What?" "To mock the failures," Grove explained. "No, not like that. To understand all of you." After hearing the story, Lao Sa and Mago established the academy. It's possible a prison officer came to see them. It was Lao Sa and Mago. She spoke up. "Nice to meet you." Opposite them was an officer. He pulled his hat down low to greet them. "I am an officer of Lucas Prison. My name is Sel Kangju." The three were sitting in discussion. Mago asked Kangju, "You want to add criminology to the required curriculum? That's why we need to understand them." After hearing Prof's story, Morris still refused to believe it. "That's absurd." She asked Prof, "So what do you think? How do you feel after reading about my past?" He remained very calm. "Morris?" Suddenly a voice rang out. "Why are you trying to talk to a beast? You haven't changed a bit." Both he and she turned towards the voice. Authority slowly walked in. "I should have fired you." Prof said worriedly, "Authority?" He began to speak. "Listen here, you all. What you've been taught is wrong." Authority looked down at the kids, frightening them. "I will teach you what it should be, so take this opportunity and remember it well. Criminals don't become criminals." He loosened his tie because of their circumstances. Those who are buried in their emotions will say they became criminals due to the environment they grew up in, or society. They try to stir your pity when they're criminals simply because they were born that way. They are just mutations of society like cancerous tumors, and cancerous tumors need to be completely cut out. Authority clenched his fist, veins popping out in anger. He declared, "I will give you a demonstration." Looking at Authority's grave face, stern with sharp, cold eyes, behind him, Prof was trying to protect the students. Morris felt insulted by his recent words. "I'm a cancer on society." She clutched her stomach, a severe wound staining her clothes red with blood, her eyes filled with fury. "The thing that's wrong is this world." But Authority interrupted silence. The two faced off, in the middle of the vast, brightly lit library. He stood at a distance. She replied coldly with sarcasm and contempt. Such a hollow, disgusting excuse. "I'll say it again." Authority raised his fist, veins visible along his arm. He stated firmly, "No matter what era or society you were born into, you would still be a piece of scum. You are simply..." He growled. "Your existence was a mistake from the very beginning." Morris roared, "Shut up!" Standing under the brilliant light from the dome above, Authority calmly replied to Morris. He slowly walked forward. "Although the pain you suffer cannot compare to what countless victims and their families have gone through." As he spoke, he took a watch from his pocket. Light glinted off the glass. Authority's face revealed a cruel expression. He put the watch on his wrist and declared, "But I will bring you the greatest pain within my ability. Now watch what I do." Morris was a little scared of what was about to happen. Sweat beaded on her forehead. The watch hands began to move. He glanced at the watch and said coldly, "About 10 minutes should do it." Authority, special body type. Morris tensed up, raising her umbrella, her eyes full of defiance. "Bring it on." In an instant, Authority immediately lunged with terrifying speed, punching her straight in the stomach. His power stretched out, creating a streak of blue light that tore through the air. Morris was knocked backward, blood spraying from her mouth. The intense pain shot through her. She gritted her teeth, suppressing the excruciating pain. Morris crouched, planting her feet firmly, creating circles of burning red, magic that hovered around her. "You bastard!" As she finished speaking, Authority flashed forward and punched her extremely hard in the stomach. The impact tore the space around them. The sound echoed violently. More and more blood poured from Morris's stomach. Authority glared, activating his energy, creating a blue light that enveloped his body. Acceleration. He rushed forward and unleashed a chain of continuous attacks, like a storm. Morris was hit repeatedly. Her body caved in with each impact. Morris's face twisted and contorted in pain as she continuously received his brutal punches. Blood flew from her mouth. Suddenly, Authority opened his hands wide. He grabbed Morris's head tightly in midair. Using all his terrifying strength, he crushed her head. Morris's entire body was covered in injuries contorted from the bone-deep pain. A series of deep gashes were on her face. Her eyes had no strength to stay open. She coughed up blood uncontrollably. Authority gripped Morris tightly, delivering another powerful punch to her stomach, making the space tremble. He looked at her, his voice mocking. "Does it hurt? Tom must have treated you very gently." Blood flew from Morris's body, dark, red with each of Authority's blows. A weak moan escaped her lips. Suddenly, Morris gritted her teeth in extreme pain. She let out a furious scream. A blazing red barrier circle erupted from under their feet, engulfing the entire space. Behind Authority, entities appeared wearing brown vests, with long beards, wearing top hats and monocles, but their faces were completely blank. The first faceless one floating high above spoke. "Ladies first." The other faceless entities chanted in unison, repeating it like a bizarre ritual. "Ladies first, ladies." But in a flash, Authority zipped past them, so fast he only left a streak of blue light, causing the faceless ones to be instantly crushed to pieces, right before Morris's eyes. Acceleration. He continued to use his power, the blue light surrounding, his body quadrupling. Another direct punch hit Morris right in the face. The sound of the impact echoed. Morris's body was thrown backward, through the air. Her eyes were crazed with pain. But without giving her time to recover, Authority moved at wind-tearing speed, quickly catching up to Morris before she hit the ground. He delivered another blow to her back. The immense pressure sent Morris flying up into the air. Dust and debris flew into pieces. She had now lost consciousness in a daze, slowly falling to the ground. While Morris's body was still floating in the air, he rushed in again. Authority continuously delivered brutal punches. Each blow impacted her body. Tears mixed with streams of dark red blood splattering everywhere, creating a scene that was both violent and tragic. Prof and the kids watching from afar were all horrified and terrified. Before their eyes, the energy from Authority's power was exploding with extreme violence in the center of the library, making the entire surrounding space tremble. He clenched both fists and raised them high. Then he gathered all his strength, aiming for when Morris's body was motionless, falling from above. Instantly, Authority delivered the finishing blow right in the middle of her stomach. Both of them shot down like a meteor. His punch dragged Morris, slamming her into the wooden floor. The impact created a massive explosion, sending debris flying everywhere. Thick smoke and dust rose up. Authority stood amidst the rubble, calmly looking down at the dying Morris. She couldn't utter another word. Observing the body, Morris now lay motionless, powerless on the cracked stone floor. He said impassively, "You seem to be in great pain." "That's a fitting expression for you." Authority stood in the middle of the grand hall, slowly raising his foot high above Morris's blood-soaked body. His face was calm. His foot stomped down hard on her chest. The wound was impacted, causing blood to splatter all around. He glared, his expression stern and terrifying. "The victims and families you've harmed must have suffered many times more than you." Morris screamed in despair. Authority glanced at his watch and calmly announced, "About 3 more minutes." Morris's body was broken. She managed to force out time acceleration ability. Authority confirmed, while his foot was still stomping on her. "Correct." He held up his arm, revealing the watch on his wrist. "When I use my ability, I can control the flow of time for any object I touch, including myself." Suddenly, Authority held his hand open in front of Morris, which means she trembled in fear, her eyes showing clear terror. The muscles on his arm stood out, every vein visible. Authority touched Morris's face. He looked like a cold judge. "I can also slow down time." Then his face darkened, his eyes radiating a cold blue hue. His final words rang out like a declared sentence. "Death. Slowly feel the pain and die, you cancer of society." It was only a fleeting moment, but to Morris it felt like a lifetime. Authority slowly lifted his hand. He stood up straight, checking his watch, while looking down at her body sprawled on the floor. "What a shame. If the situation were less tense, I could have spent more time." Morris was weak. She began to laugh. "Ha ha ha!" This made Authority pause slightly, asking suspiciously, "Why are you laughing?" Morris lay there motionless, her eyes crazed. He grabbed her by the collar and pulled her closer, leaning his face in and asking with contempt, "Have you gone mad with fear of death?" The impact on her wound made Morris spit more blood. Morris gasped for breath, blood covering her body, but she still smiled brightly. "I won't lie and say I'm not afraid of death. But that's not why I'm laughing. I didn't expect to complete my mission this way. But it's fine either way. Authority frowned in surprise. What are you talking about? Meanwhile, the teacher, Prof, and the students were afraid, sensing that something was about to happen. Morris said, "When I die?" Authority listened coldly. She continued, "Caught in my ability. Every member of Morris's special lineage." She lifted her head, her body covered in blood, and gave a threatening smile. "All of them will follow me to the grave. The death ritual." Prof behind them heard this and was stunned, uttering, "What?" Authority turned to glance at him, his gaze incredibly cold and terrifying. Meanwhile, in another development, within Kangju's enormous, gloomy red barrier, amidst the smoke, the prisoner Kingston raised both his hands, getting into a fighting stance. From both sides, Kato and Canis launched themselves at him. Their two streams of purple and red energy exploded. A violent collision. Attacked from both sides, Kingston still didn't budge an inch. He held his stance and began to unleash a series of counterpunches at them. Kato's face contorted, fierce and full of hatred. She lunged claws out with a scream, "No!" But just as she got close, Kingston's hand touched Kato's forehead, decisively. The force of his power vibrated, shaking the space. It created a brilliant explosion. Canis shouted in alarm and desperation, "Kato, take off the collar." But everything happened too fast. Kingston delivered a powerful punch, landing on the man's face. Dust and smoke billowed up. His cold voice rang out, "Arrogant fools." Kato and Canis fell sprawled out, grimacing at the speaking Kingston. "Who do you think you are, to dare walk around with your power sealed like that?" He glared. "You are too complacent." And then he took an attack stance again. "I will make you—" Instantly, Kingston slid past, severing parts of their bodies with terrifying speed. Never able to think like that again. Kato and Canis were stunned for a moment. A second later, they screamed in terror. He glanced at them. "The arm, let your healer reattach it for you. He's pretty useful." Witnessing this scene, Sinka was furious. "This damned old man." She grimaced, spreading her hands to cast a spell. "You damn old geezer!" But in a flash, Kangju appeared from nowhere and punched her straight in the stomach, shattering her power into pieces. Blood spewed from Sinka's mouth as she was thrown backward. Sinka clutched her stomach, groaning in pain. As she was trying to sit up, she suddenly panicked. Kang-ju shot towards Sinka again at a terrifying speed. She trembled and cried out, "Oh, don't come here!" But he ignored her and continued to charge. Kangju glared, gritting his teeth in anger. He turned into a streak of energy tearing through the air. Kangju delivered a kick aimed at her stomach again, creating such intense pressure that the ground beneath her exploded. Sinka continuously spat blood, terrified, watching him walk towards her. "Kangju, don't do it again." Sinka tried to plead, "Reconsider," but before she could finish, Kangju immediately punched her repeatedly. The powerful trauma caused blood to spray everywhere. His eyes remained cold and emotionless. Kato and Canis saw this and screamed in fear, "Sinka-sama!" Kangju raised his fist for the decisive blow. Sinka panicked, losing her senses. "No, no!" She sobbed, "I can't die here." A cruel glint flashed in his eyes. But just as Kangju was about to attack, Kingston stopped his fist. He glanced at the old man in astonishment. Seeing his surprise and confusion, Kingston said, "That's enough." His gaze was sharp. "You can't kill him by yourself." Right, a champion never accepts help. Back in the library where teacher Prof and the students were in the desolate scene, chaotic and ruined after the battle. Authority looked at the dying Morris in a pool of blood. He growled, "The death ritual ability." With a blood-covered face, she smiled in confirmation, her tone defiant. "That's right. If I die, it will activate. What are you going to do now?" Authority's eyes darkened. "Listen here." He turned to look at Prof and uttered a very grave sentence. "I apologize in advance." He was startled and confused. "What?" As he finished speaking, Authority launched a surprise attack, piercing straight through Morris's heart. Cold blue energy radiated around him. The fierce punch blinded and stunned her. Blood sprayed from all over her body. Her entire body was in extreme pain. He watched the scene coldly and impassively. Morris fell to the ground. A mournful scream rang out as Authority spoke. "If you take this girl back for treatment, make her dispel the ability and then kill her, you can survive." Looking at Morris covered in blood with a gaping hole where her heart was. After the last attack, he continued, "But if, by some means, she escapes your grasp, hundreds of thousands of people will suffer again." Authority stood up straight and stepped to the side. "So it's best to kill her right here, and your sacrifice is the most logical thing." Teacher Prof shielded the students behind him. All the children were tense and terrified as they heard every word he spoke. To cure cancer, sometimes healthy cells must also be damaged. The air in the room was heavy amidst the ruins. Authority stood with his arms outstretched, his voice echoing with coldness. "Sacrifice for the greater good is necessary." He gently slipped the watch from his wrist. He was disturbingly calm. "I thank you for your sacrifice. On the floor where the blood was still spreading, a mysterious blue light radiated around Morris's body, creating a strange mist, making the atmosphere tense to the point of suffocation. Authority glanced at the corpse and was extremely vigilant as he sensed this energy. Very dangerous. This uneasy feeling. Good thing it can only be used after death. Seeing Morris was dead with her eyes wide open and white, her face frozen in horror, but her whole body emitting an intense, mysterious energy, he continued. If it could be used while alive, it would be even more dangerous. Then I will bid you farewell first. Authority continued to speak loudly to Teacher Prof, who was worried behind him. Prof, I don't need to apologize to you, do I? He said coldly, your body is quite sturdy, isn't it? Surviving is what you're good at. Suddenly a voice rang out. Now then, Prof looked towards the woman who was speaking. The scene became gloomy and eerie. Morris had now become a giant demonic entity, enveloped in supernatural blue flames, smiling coldly. Let's go to hell together. Instantly, the long chains wrapped around her body flew out, the cold iron chains binding the students' hands. The children screamed in terror. Prof stood in the middle, and though he was also surrounded by chains, he smiled reassuringly at everyone. Don't worry, I promise to protect you all. Morris was surprised. What? He continued, just as I said. He looked at the innocent faces, but which were filled with fear. The children will be safe. Hearing that, she felt a little uneasy. Prof stepped forward, his eyes becoming sharp, looking straight at Morris, his voice firm. The only one who can go with you here is me. Meanwhile, the situation inside Kangju's barrier was also extremely tense. He raised his fist high to deliver the next blow. Kingston held out his hand in a defensive stance. Kangju's punch tore the space around them. The ground beneath their feet shattered from the terrifying power. He blocked while laughing, just as I thought. Kangju turned to continue attacking Sinka, while the old man was chattering on. If it were you, you would reach the true peak. Boom! A sound echoed. Everything around them seemed to shake. His punch was quickly blocked by Kingston, in the nick of time. He looked at him and commented, and an old man like me gets left behind? Let's talk. Kangju was surprised, but he quickly gritted his teeth, and angrily delivered the next blow. Get out of the way. Kato and Kenneth looked at them in alarm. Kingston continued to speak. Now, young man, he spoke while blocking the blows from him. I understand how you feel. Then his hand clenched tight, but to resolve this situation, he pulled back his hand, gathering strength. You can't let your emotions take over. Kingston aimed right for Kangju's face and punched straight ahead. He held his breath, his eyes wide, watching the fist approach. A second later, Kangju quickly dodged the blow, but the power of the punch was so strong that it shattered his barrier. And the ceiling also exploded. A patch of sky appeared through the hole. Shinga stared at that moment in horror. Then she glanced over at Kingston, who was beside her. If you want to escape, he advised. Now's your chance, girl, Shinga thought silently, and she immediately cast a spatial magic circle for herself and pulled her 2 followers with her to escape from this place. The scene gradually fell silent. Now only 2 people remained. Kang Wu looked straight at the old prisoner standing before him. The old man lifted his head, glared, and smirked. Let's sit down and have a talk. But Kang Wu ignored him and continued to charge, making the old man let out a simple "oh." He raised his hands into a fighting stance, grinning with interest. All right, the body can say a lot after all. Back at the library, when the gates of hell behind Morris had opened. What? Prof? Prof was facing her massive great entity. He spoke calmly like authority said. Besides my defensive ability, I have nothing special. At first, I didn't like my power either. But after talking with Rasa, I realized my power is also necessary for this society. Then he glared and began to use his power, channeling pressure into his hands, making his muscles bulge with veins. I will use my full power to take all the damage for the children. The young students shuddered. Prof, Morris laughed. Why do you have to go that far? Prof answered, I've already told you. His voice was resolute. Because I am a teacher. Morris was slightly annoyed. What does that have to do with you walking to your own death? Prof replied to Morris, you could never understand me. Because we live in completely different worlds. He was resolute and steadfast, raised by the wrong people and turned into a killing machine. Hearing this, Morris scowled. Shut up. The teacher continued. In this life, never having a choice of your own, manipulated like a puppet. She grew angrier. Shut up! Prof ignored her, walking the wrong path for someone else's future. Morris screamed in a fit of rage, shut your mouth! But he was fearless. No, I can't do that. He steadfastly protected the children. I will go to hell with you and correct all the wrong things you have learned. Morris was furious. Damn you! Prof fearlessly continued. He looked lovingly at the students who were now in tears. Being a teacher is a job dedicated to the students' future. So from the day I was appointed as a teacher at this school, I have been ready to sacrifice myself for my students. A little girl shouted worriedly, Prof, you can't! But Prof reassured them, it's okay, everyone. He tilted his head and smiled gently. Become good adults, okay? because you all are our future." The children looked at their teacher confused and scared, while Morris was agitated. Future? She remembered a scene from the past. "Hello, children. From today on, I will be the one to lead you." She was a charming woman wearing a wide-brimmed hat. She slowly lifted the hat. "I am Talum," she smiled mysteriously, her sharp eyes hiding her power. "From now on, you will be my future." At that time, Morris could only stare wide-eyed, a 12-year-old Morris. "Are you ready to sacrifice yourselves for me?" Talum had selected children with special abilities from an orphanage and enrolled them in the school she created. "Hello, children. Please call me Teacher Talum." She lifted her head, her smile full of ambition. "I will become the queen of this world in the future, and you will receive lessons." Morris at this time was just a little girl with a worried expression, sitting in the classroom, listening to every word of Talum to become loyal warriors. In this school, she looked directly at the students, her hand on her chest, a mysterious smile still on her lips. "So try to follow the lessons closely." Morris looked at the teacher with a troubled expression, seemingly not understanding the meaning behind those cryptic words. Time passed. Morris and the other children spent many years studying under Talum's guidance, learning how to use their special abilities to kill easily, etiquette education under the guise of brainwashing, loyalty tests, and much more. And Morris developed her abilities faster than any other child. Because of that, she gained Talum's favor and became the class president. The class president's authority was to act on Talum's behalf, punishing the other students. Morris followed Talum's lectures more seriously than anyone else. One night, while Morris was walking through the school, a voice spoke from behind her. "So," Talum descended the stairs. "How was a day as class president?" Morris turned around. "Ma'am," the little girl recalled the morning scene thoughtfully. "I don't know why, but when I punished the underperforming students," her face showed a bit of doubt and confusion. "I feel an uncontrollable nausea." Talum smirked. Morris wondered, "Why is that?" "Ma'am," Talum answered Morris. She asked coldly, "Do you like insects?" Morris, with horrified eyes, answered decisively, "No, I find them disgusting." Talum immediately cut in. "Exactly, that's the issue." She explained, "Human nature, when seeing beings inferior to oneself, is to feel disgust." Talum placed a hand on Morris's shoulder, affirming it's a completely natural feeling. Every word was cruelly implicit. But as time passes, and your friends learn to do their part well, that feeling will gradually fade. Then she gave a cold-blooded smile. "So keep up the good work, Morris." Morris looked at Talum, her eyes still filled with confusion and uncertainty, as Talum smiled, satisfied. "It's a good thing I made you class president." In the following days, Morris continued to punish the other students and watched them writhe in pain. Afterward, Morris still felt an unexplained disgust. But just as Talum had said, over time that feeling gradually disappeared. Talum continued her lecture in a classroom full of students, in suits, their faces as emotionless as machines. "Time has flown by since you all came here." She stood at the lectern with her subordinates on either side, declaring ambitiously, 5 years from now when you are adults, I will become the queen of this world." And so even in harsh, rainy weather, the students continuously fought, fiercely with students from other classes. They all trembled when facing them. And so the students became effective and loyal tools in Talum's hands. Everyone wore a cold, emotionless expression. Talum's plan went smoothly. She smiled with satisfaction, seeing the success of this brutal education process. Until that incident happened. One afternoon, looking at the man in the hat and elegant attire now, covered in blood, moaning weakly, a disappointed voice spoke out. "What couldn't kill him in one hit?" The voice came from a man with sharp features. He said to himself, "Maybe I overdid it last night." Then he hugged a little girl with red hair. "Should probably rest tonight." The little girl's face showed clear indecision. "Let's see." They were the heroes, Clark and Hilo. In the past, they both had sharp eyes. Their powers held many mysteries. Clark, Hilo Special System, returning to the school where Morris was studying. However, a bloody massacre had occurred here. Everywhere were puddles of fresh red blood, and Talum was dead. Her eyes were wide with terror, her body covered in blood. Clark pulled his hand from her chest. Blood gushed violently from the wound. He asked Hilo, who was standing beside him, "What's this?" Looking at Talum's lifeless body on the wooden floor, he was surprised. "This girl is so weak." Clark remembered Uncle Authority clearly said to be careful. Hilo replied arrogantly, "Have we become too strong?" He agreed, maybe. Clark knelt down on one knee, looking closer at the body. Anyway, the fact that she intended to establish a school and raise children to become rebels. What a grand dream. Hilo turned and asked her brother, "Should we go to the school?" But he answered tiredly, "Too lazy." She immediately frowned. "But if we don't go, Uncle Authority will nag us." Clark reluctantly agreed. "Fine, let's just make a trip. Get it over with quickly." At the school's main hall, when Morris and the other students were called to assemble. For this reason, Clark stood with Hilo on the stage. He held up the corpse of Talem and announced, "This school will be closed from now on." Witnessing this scene, the students covered their faces in utter horror and screamed. Morris was also terrified. "Teacher!" A loud scream. "Attack!" The students immediately charged forward to fight Hilo and Clark. The entire school erupted in chaos. Hilo calmly looked straight at them and raised her hand. She snapped her fingers. A powerful energy wave erupted around them. In a flash, Hilo had unleashed a wide-area attack. An invisible, terrifying force threw all the students backward. All the children were knocked down. Looking at them lying scattered on the floor, Clark said softly, He was bored. She taught them too well. Hilo hesitated. "Is it right to take these kids with us?" Clark was also pondering. "If we re-educate them to integrate into society, it will take a lot of time and resources." Both heroes were hesitant. Even if educated, they're still walking killing machines. They're clearly ticking time bombs. No telling when they'll explode. Then Clark turned to look at Hilo. "Have these kids killed anyone yet?" She replied, "We caught them before they could act, so probably not." He continued to deliberate. "Were we too hasty? This situation is really tricky." Clark was confused. "What now, Hilo?" she asked. "What is it?" She said decisively, to avoid trouble. Later on, dealing with it now seems more effective. Hilo continued her ruthless conclusion. "They've been brainwashed, living in a different world. These children will definitely grow up to be villains." He immediately supported her. "Right, I agree." Looking at the students in front of them struggling to get up, Hilo said coldly, "It's better to put in a little effort now than to have trouble later." Clark agreed. "All right, we can just make up a reason." Then they gradually walked towards the students. Hilo smiled wickedly, her face losing its humanity. "Save some strength for tonight." Clark's expression also turned cruel. "Let's go." The school now became a scene of more frantic chaos than ever before. Terrified screams echoed everywhere. Fresh blood splattered on the ground. All the students were brutally attacked, blood pouring from their bodies. Clark coldly walked towards the panicked and frightened student collapsed in front of him. The girl looked up and asked in despair, "Why?" She lay on her back on the floor, trembling violently with resentment. "Why do you want to kill us? Besides being taught here, But his face remained expressionless. "Very dangerous, isn't it?" He recounted the past of the students in the school. "Born abandoned by your parents, grew up in an orphanage." Clark recalled the heartbreaking images of the children's childhoods, then raised by a villain. He continued his haunting narration, learning to kill to grow up. "Just hearing it sounds dangerous enough, doesn't it?" He raised his hand, preparing the final blow, causing the girl to scream in terror and sob. "Sorry, but from the moment you were born, you shouldn't have existed in this world." Clark glared at her, his cruel words echoing. "In your next life, try to be born into a decent family." Blood splattered everywhere, creating a gruesome scene. The sound of the blows was brutal. Hilo watched the scene, her face extremely satisfied. The violent sounds of successive attacks, along with more and more blood splattering. As she watched, she laughed, blushing from the excitement. And finally it was Morris. Drenched in sweat, she sat collapsed on the ground, weak and terrified. Clark bent down, raising his blood-covered hand, preparing to land. A final blow on the girl. Suddenly a sound echoed in the tense space. Hilo pulled him back. Her eyes were wide with a mix of excitement and madness. "Clark, I can't take it anymore." Clark restrained her. "Wait a minute. Let's deal with this one." But she interrupted. "No, this one has to be left." They looked around the dusty, blood-soaked classroom. Many students' bodies were scattered on the floor. Blood was everywhere. The children are about to die. Hilo's gaze settled on Morris now, with eyes full of terror and fear. "The only child who survived among them," she exclaimed with a demonic smile, her face in a state of extreme excitement. "Isn't this situation thrilling?" She urged, hurry up." Clark was helpless against her madness. "You're really a lost cause." He accepted with a sigh, turning to hug and kiss Hilo, right in the middle of the blood-stained bodies lying scattered on the floor. "All right, we can just give authority a vague report, right?" Outside the school, the sky was lit by a brilliant sunset with sprawling clouds, creating a majestic but also sorrowful scene. And so, Morris fled the massacre to a field of dry grass. Due to a brief erratic change from Clark and Hilo, Morris survived. She was exhausted, her shoulders slumped. After that, she lost her way and wandered, for a long time. Wandering aimlessly, she walked soullessly through the desolate, ruined city. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Are you Talem's disciple?" A mysterious man appeared and invited, "Follow me." He covered his face with a metal mask and was clad in heavy combat armor, standing tall before Morris, calling out, "We fight for the revolution." Morris was rescued by Caracas, joining the fight under Caracas's banner. Morris caused immeasurable damage to the world. And after Caracas died, she was captured by Tom and her turbulent life. That was the consequence that turned her into a villain. And then she was sent to Lucas prison. Fragmented memories appeared as Morris saw Prof in front of her. Despite being chained, he radiated a completely different aura. My whole life I've learned like this. I thought that just by acting like that, living like that was natural. Morris faced Prof and spoke bitterly. And now, she scowled and shouted, "Now you tell me I was wrong. How can I accept that?" Morris continued to think about the moment. She was incredibly sad and disappointed in herself. When a gentle voice spoke Morris, that was when Shinga appeared, smiling brightly and agreeing with her. "You are not wrong." Her face shone with a crazed look. She placed a hand on her chest and said arrogantly, "What's wrong is this world. If I become queen, I will change the world into a place that suits you." It was then that Shinga's offer was like a release for Morris from her chaotic thoughts. "For so long, do you want to become my subject?" And she looked again, straight into Prof's strong, determined eyes. She urged, "Answer me, Prof." The students looked at Morris, confused and scared. She hesitated. I. She remembered the sight of authority, looking at her with emptiness and contempt. Like authority said. And she remembered Hilo and Clark judging her in the past. Like the heroes said. Morris lifted her face, her eyes filled with bitterness. Was I really not supposed to be born? In the midst of that despair, a strong, comforting voice rang out. "Morris?" Prof emphasized, "No one should not exist in this world. What you have been through is terrible, I completely understand. But that doesn't mean you are forgiven for the sins you have committed." She listened silently to every decisive word from Prof. "Until now you have committed too many crimes." He declared without hesitation, "I will go with you, soothe the pain you suffered as a child, and demand you take responsibility for the crimes you have committed." And he emphasized, as a teacher. Prof made one final request. "Morris, I have one request before that." He looked at the gate of hell before him. "Can you help block the view so the children don't have to witness this?" A final request before death. But Morris, furious, screamed, "Shut up!" Prof walked towards the gate of the underworld, ignoring her screams that still echoed. "Shut up." He turned to look at the small students behind him and said gently, "Everyone please turn your backs." The children cried in pain. "Teacher!" Despite the heavy chains on his neck, he still smiled serenely and warmly. "It has been an honor to teach you all this past time." The children screamed, some turning away, some with teary eyes. Morris scowled in anger as the gate began to move. Prof closed his eyes tightly, accepting his fate. And then the gate slammed shut. A violent sound echoed. He disappeared into the infinite void. At that moment, Prof slowly opened his eyes. Morris was still right in front of him. He was extremely surprised. "Morris," she replied bitterly. "Someone like me," she said in agony, "doesn't need you to follow me. I know I was wrong." She widened her eyes, admitting in torment, "I've known for a long time. I just didn't want to admit it. Because once I admitted it, I realized I had gone too far. Those actions in this past were so disgusting." After she punished her friends, the children still reassured Morris. "We're fine." Despite their pained grimaces, they didn't blame her. "If you didn't do it, Teacher Talem would scold you right. We'll be okay." At those times, she was lifeless, seeing her reflection in the puddles of blood on the floor. "My image stained with my friend's blood, until Morris grew up. So disgusting." When she was captured by Tom Morris, she said strongly, "It's time to stop living like someone's puppet." Looking into Tom's eyes, "I found my own image so disgusting." Then when she was brought to Lucas prison, someone greeted her. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Morris." Hongja smiled brightly, looking at her with worry and care. "I'm Hongja, a warden here. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" In the dark prison cell, seeing her reflection in the bowl of soup, the warden gave her. I felt disgusted with myself. It was too painful. Therefore, I couldn't admit it. I'm not disgusted. What I learned wasn't wrong. What's disgusting is this world, and what's wrong is also the world. I tried to believe that to keep living. She saw the scene of the beloved young students gathering around Prof. They all smiled and looked happy in his arms. Morris suddenly reverted to her innocent childhood self. The way Prof taught the children with a bright, radiant smile, hugging them so warmly and peacefully, was a stark contrast to her own brutal childhood. It made her incredibly surprised and envious. Suddenly, there was a flash of light that shattered all of Morris's chains. Truly! That brilliant light gradually erased the empty, tragic look in her eyes. The image of Morris now slowly faded with the cracked mirror shards. She gave a pained, distorted smile. It was a life too disgusting. Prof looked up as she slowly disappeared. The students all ran to hug their teacher. Kingston, in a superior position, blocked the blow. "Even if you're angry with me, the situation won't change," he said to Kang-woo. "If you don't get stronger from now on, you can't kill that kid nor that girl. In the end, the problem," he repeatedly stabbed at the boy's pain point, "is still within yourself." Kingston recalled the moment he blocked Kang-woo's attack on Shinga. Just now it was the same. "If you were stronger than me, you could have ignored me and killed the girl." His words continued to drill into the boy's mind. Anger is just a stage of denial. The boy's eyes were furious and annoyed as Kingston's words hit a weak spot. You're only angry because you can't accept your own shortcomings. Angry at yourself, right? Kang Wu angrily charged to attack him, while the old man remained calm. You don't seem to want to admit it, but I understand. Admitting your own shortcomings is not easy. Kingston was approached by the boy who raised sharp demonic claws, glowing red and slashed. The old man easily dodged, but you have to accept it. He dodged all of Kang Wu's punches, with incredible ease, and patiently continued to explain. Shortcomings are also a part of you. Only when you accept and acknowledge it can you move forward, and only then can you achieve your goal. Kingston frowned seriously. I'll ask you one more time. Kang Wu suddenly froze when he heard the old man's question. What is it that makes you so angry? A series of shattered memories appeared in his mind. It was the image of a desolate battlefield. His comrades had fallen. Bodies lay everywhere. The survivors were covered in blood, sobbing in terror. Painful memories came flooding back continuously, making Kang Wu furious. He gritted his teeth. The anger, the pain, and the desire for revenge helped him create a terrifying surge of power. He roared, "Shut up!" Moments from the past battle with Sung Hwan gradually replayed in Kang Wu's mind. And the reason? Kingston slowly clenched his fist, concentrating energy. His face was stern as he questioned the boy. That led to all this is what? Then he threw a punch with immense power, right into Kang Wu's stomach, sending him flying backward. He jolted awake, remembering the fight with Seong Hwan. He was nothing but a demon. But in the end, he was still weak, only to be defeated by him and the other prisoners. The familiar face of Kang Ho appeared. Kang! Kang Wu opened his eyes wide, looking at the clear blue sky revealed in the ceiling. The warm light gradually shone in dispelling the recent gloomy and dusty atmosphere. He lay motionless on the ground, his face dazed after the fierce battle. Kingston looked down and smiled. How about it? Have you calmed down a bit now? Kang Wu, still lying on the ground, answered with silence. He raised a hand to cover his face, trying to suppress his feelings of confusion and helplessness. So, what should I do? Kingston smiled. What should you do? He stood right in front of the boy, amidst the sparkling light of the blue sky, extending a hand as if to pull him up. Don't you already know the answer? Kang Wu decisively grabbed the old man's hand, committing to a partnership. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Shinga's space gate opened. In front of the portal, Hun was stretching and sulking. Seriously, it's been a long time since I've seen a familiar face I like, and you're telling me to go back right away. Hun smiled cheerfully and replied, We have to follow orders, don't we? His eyes narrowed even more. He looked at the woman with long hair and a bright red outfit, who appeared before him. It seems this won't be over soon. Her face was hidden by a scarred white mask, creating a chilling smile. Mianzi, Special Ability System. In another ruined corner of the city, where the sunset light had not yet reached, making the atmosphere extremely gloomy. Here, Lupus was raising her hands to block the attacks. Aqua's right below her raised both hands to summon, magic circles continuously firing straight at her. The intense energy attacks created a shocking explosion. Shinga stepped out of the magic circle behind her, urging Alfred, I clearly opened a space gate. Why didn't you come back quickly? What are you still doing? Alfred turned to look at her. I still have things to do. But she immediately screamed, Alfred! Alfred flinched in fear. Shinga glared angrily, veins popping on her forehead, and ordered in a low voice, Come back now, or I'll kill you. The issue with Shinga's invitation has been resolved. Kingston returned with Seo Kang Wu, requesting a meeting with the world government. In the meeting room, looking at the people sitting around the large table, he exclaimed with interest, So that's how it is? Kingston smirked. I was wondering why we were meeting without any restrictions. He looked at the meeting participants. Turns out it's because there are some familiar faces. Vera greeted, Long time no see, Kingston. Boda also smiled and asked, Are you still well? Kingston was a bit contemplative. Finally climbed to that position, huh? Such greedy people, Vera retorted. I think it's less ambitious than your goal. Boda laughed loudly in agreement. Ha ha ha, that's right. Bezek interrupted. So, Kingston. He clasped his hands together, getting straight to the point. What is the reason you requested this meeting? Kingston joked, Are you the president? You're quite young. Actually, I'm not here to talk, but to make a one-sided announcement. The entire meeting room fell silent. All eyes were on Kingston, as he declared decisively, Seo Kang Wu is now my disciple. You all stay out of it. That's all. After Kingston left, Bezek asked for opinions for or against Kingston's proposal. Opposed Chrome Boda. In favor Vera in Light. Neutral authority El Guido. Seeing so many dissenting opinions, authority angrily questioned them. Is this all you people in power amount to? Why are you all opposing this? Overwhelming power is on our side. Are you all going to pass up this opportunity? He turned to Chrome, disappointed. Especially you, Chrome. I don't quite understand your choice. But she scowled and replied, A criminal is just a criminal. We cannot accept any of their demands. The government even agreeing to meet is annoying enough. Another person interjected sarcastically. That's hilarious, authority. Isn't Kingston the criminal you once insisted on executing? First and foremost, and now you're trusting the words of someone you thought was that dangerous? Authority was annoyed. You people are unbelievable. The situation is different now, isn't it? Bezek held his head in his hands, cursing silently. Damn it! He was lost in thought. This must be the bad luck that was born with my term. Meanwhile, Shinga was also struggling, soaking in a hot tub, extremely worried and tense. I thought that old man would have gotten a lot weaker after being locked up for so long. Remembering the image of a younger Kingston, Shinga's mood darkened. But did he really get weaker? Just how strong was he in his prime? As she was terrified with her thoughts, at this rate my plan... Seung-hwan suddenly appeared. Shinga, hey! Stood in the middle of the steamy bathroom, wearing a thin bath towel, and asked in surprise, You invited me to bathe with you, but is this really necessary to defeat Seo Kang-woo? Shinga smiled and opened her arms wide. Of course. This is an essential step to maturity. Besides, my plan won't fail. A glimmer of hope flashed in her mind. I have Seung-hwan. She gave a smug smile. Her thoughts raced. And many other secret cards. While Shinga was relaxing and cuddling Seung-hwan in the tub, time will solve everything. He complained about the uncomfortable feeling. It's hard to breathe. At that moment, in another high-rise building, the Hero Association, a voice rang out, It seems everyone has arrived. Mianzi Authority and many others attended the meeting, listening seriously to the speech. Lupus was moderating the meeting. Well then, regarding the election for the third generation of equality, Interim Association President Lupus. All the participants were silent, concentrating on her announcement. I would like to begin the meeting. On the podium, Lupus spoke solemnly. The selection process for equality is as follows. She began to explain. The association president proposes 5 candidates. If 2/3 of the heroes agree, Lupus continued to describe the process. Each individual will be vetted by the government. If no disqualifying reasons are found, they will be chosen as an equality. The equality candidates I wish to propose are... However, her words were cut short by someone from the floor below. Who gave you the authority to unilaterally decide the candidates? Authority sat at a distant table, resting his chin on his hand and looking at her with contempt. You're just the temporary president, Lupus. Lupus questioned Authority. Then why are you here? You've already been stripped of your hero status. But he immediately replied, I'm attending this meeting as a leadership representative. She said loudly and angrily, Then you should just sit quietly and observe. You have no right to discuss association matters. Authority interrupted. I'll say it again. I do not recognize you as the association president. Lupus snapped back. That's none of your concern. He interjected. Therefore, Authority's gaze turned sharp. Our world government will reject any equality candidate chosen by the temporary president Lupus. For any reason. Lupus was flustered. What? He repeated. You are not the official president. Only a temporary one. A momentous decision like choosing an equality. Who will decide the future of the association cannot be made by a temporary figure. It must be done by an officially appointed president. Lupus objected. Authority. Do you not understand the current situation? We need to choose an equality as soon as possible to resolve this crisis. Authority sneered. Resolve this crisis? It's funny hearing that from your mouth. Lupus, tell me, Lupus, what did you do in Portugal? Instead of catching the criminals, you just stayed there playing around with Atwater. Lupus was annoyed. You think if the target isn't killed, it's all just a game? I prioritize protecting civilians first. She also retorted. And what about you, Authority? I heard that you were planning to sacrifice the children taken as hostages. Lupus continued to criticize. Why do you always make others sacrifice themselves? You haven't changed at all. Authority interrupted Lupus. He glared angrily. Why should I change? You're the one who needs to change. Hearing those words made her grit her teeth in anger. Then, amid the tense atmosphere in the auditorium, Authority sneered. No, I should say. He turned his head to look at all the participants and growled, all of you need to change. Authority stood up, raising his hand defiantly and mockingly. What I did in Portugal, you say? I made a decision appropriate to the situation. In the end, there were no casualties, right? Lupus was stunned, gritting her teeth in anger. Authority? Authority continued, sacrifice. That's rich. He pointed at her. You all are the ones sacrificing this society to protect criminals, using the people's precious tax money to feed and shelter countless murderers. Authority accused, and then you make excuses about social responsibility. Rehabilitation, all just nice-sounding words. Rehabilitation, how ridiculous. He scowled and shouted. They will never change. They're all scum. Look, as soon as they escape, they're already preparing. Authority's voice was extremely annoyed. To huddle under that crazy bitch's wing to prepare for another massacre. In a situation like this, someone who was once a disciple of Mago like you can choose an equality on her own and run the Hero Association. I don't even need to look to know what will happen. It will just be more. Nonsense like heroes shouldn't kill people, acting all high and mighty to console yourselves. His expression was resolute. Lupus, no one wants you as the president of the Hero Association. You are not the president of the Hero Association. Stop acting like you're the president. Lupus pursed her lips, her eyes filled with displeasure as she stared at him. The entire auditorium was silent before the tense dialogue between the two. She spoke. All right. Authority, so what you're saying is that if I become the official president, I can proceed according to the proper procedure. Is that right? Authority agreed. Yeah, that's right. Lupus looked towards the seats below. In that case, she frowned and declared, let's have a vote. He looked up. You mean a popular vote, fine. Then Lupus interrupted, no. She continued, because time is short, Lupus's voice echoed with authority. We'll take opinions from the heroes here. The decision will be based on a majority vote. She challenged, what about it, authority? Authority turned to look at the crowd behind him. A majority vote, huh? Aren't all of them heroes who were carefully selected by Rasa? He felt it was unfair. This is too biased. Lupus conceded, then just like the equality selection process, a 2/3 majority is needed to pass. Authority silently agreed to her proposal. However, his gaze swept over everyone with a hidden agenda. Hero Society, vote content. Do you accept Lupus's choice of equality selection? Approval, 52%. Opposition, 48%. Did not reach the required 2/3 approval vote. Result failed. Lupus was surprised by the announcement on the screen. She read it again carefully. Opposition, 48%. Did not reach the required 2/3 approval vote. Result failed. Authority sneered. Well, well, he smirked. Didn't get the majority you wanted. Looks like we'll have to re-elect the association president. As Authority said, the heroes here were all selected and active since President Ross's time. Lupus could not have foreseen this result. The reason for this result was, did not reach the required 2/3 vote. Approval. Result failed. Authority. As soon as the Lucas prison incident occurred, he quickly approached all the heroes and carefully presented his point of view. Initially, most opposed Authority, the second-generation president. But in this situation, gradually more people were persuaded by him. The important thing is that even if they didn't agree with Authority's ideology, quite a few heroes agreed that a new president needed to be elected, according to his viewpoint. The reason was that to lead her policies, Rasa had overwhelming power and a track record that proved her ideals, whereas Lupus lacked both compared to Rasa. The legitimacy to inherit Rasa's ideals seemed to fit Seo Kang-woo better, a former member of Equality. But because Seo Kang-woo had changed his stance and killed the prisoners, opinions among the heroes began to divide. Authority provoked Lupus. It seems your comrades also doubt your ability to be president of the association. What will you do now? She hesitated. Vote? He questioned. A popular vote. Lupus immediately explained, but time doesn't allow it. We can select a candidate and let the heroes decide. Authority interrupted. No, that's not it. His words were slightly teasing. You know it well. Your esteemed third president, Rasa, clearly stated that the position of association president must be elected through a popular vote, and in case of an emergency or natural disaster, the government can shorten the election period. Lupus was flustered, not knowing how to respond. Authority deliberately asked, you knew this, didn't you? He mocked. Anyone, even if not a member of the association, can run for the presidency of the association. That was also a rule established by the esteemed Rasa. The heroes attending the meeting all listened silently to Authority's words. Hey, temporary president, what are you still standing there for? He gave an arrogant smile. Quickly inform the government that a new presidential election will be held, so they can set a date. You have to fulfill your duty as president. Lupus was confused, and Authority finished with a smug remark. Even if it's only temporary, right? Authority resigns from world leadership and announces his candidacy for president of the association. In another office, Bezek was leaning back in his chair, his expression quite weary. His eyes were closed, lost in thought. Bezek was recalling a conversation from not long ago. On a beautiful day with blue skies and golden sun, he stood amidst majestic mountains to meet Kingston. But he was met with a taunt. You've got a lot of nerve. He was sitting on a cliff, a giant precarious one looking down, smiling challengingly, requesting a private meeting. Is that okay for a president to do? Bezek expressed his trust. I've heard a lot about you from Boda and Vera. I don't think you would harm me. Kingston grumbled. Those old folks really have no shame. He continued to mock. I heard you don't have special abilities, and yet you still climb to the highest position. Truly impressive. But Bezek interrupted Kingston. It's just the two of us now. I'll ask you directly. He glared, questioning him, what is your purpose? Kingston smirked. Hey, President, do you understand the development of special abilities? Bezek answered. When it comes to the development of special abilities for the summoner type, the clearer the image, the greater the power. As for the special and physical types, after passing puberty, they will be strongest at their physical peak. Kingston disagreed, half right, half wrong. That surprised Bezek. What? He was surprised, looking up to listen intently to his explanation. The physical and special ability types are indeed stronger when they grow up. Kingston's finger twitched slightly, emitting a wisp of black smoke. His eyes glinted sharply. But the physical type can break their set limits through hard training. Silently looking at the peaceful, clear blue sky, the sound of rustling leaves, he paused for a moment and then asked, "Aren't you curious? If a person reaches the highest level of the special ability type, while also raising their physical type to the highest level, what would happen?" Bezek rested his chin on his hand, thinking his expression more worried than ever. "Then it would be difficult for the nation to control." Kingston called out loudly, "Hey, President!" He gave a cold laugh. "You should be asking So Kang-woo about this. I'm not the one who will answer that question. I simply want to see where the ultimate limit of humanity lies." Bezek was quite apprehensive and confused as he listened to Kingston's calm words. That's all. Each word evoked memories of the past, when he was sitting in his office, talking to Rasa with his authority. "You want to add someone to equality?" Bezek was surprised. "I really didn't expect this. Doesn't a procedure that important need to be approved?" She asserted he's worth doing it for. He thought for a moment and then said, "If you say so, his skills must be very good. As a teammate, is he trustworthy?" Rasa smiled confidently. "As trustworthy as his own skills." Her gaze was resolute. "I consider him a reliable comrade." Because of Rasa's promises back then, now facing Kingston, Bezek decided to speak. "As for me," then he looked up at the man, strong and resolute. "I believe in Seo Kang-woo." Kingston observed Bezek's somewhat anxious expression. "Then the answer is clear, isn't it?" He gave an interested smile. "Besides, protesting won't change anything." Then back to the present, as Bezek was in his office. "Ha! Finally!" He stood up, his face relieved. "An important decision has been made. I can breathe a little easier now." Suddenly, Eunji opened the door and entered. "Mr. President." She approached Bezek. "I heard the Hero Association is electing a new president." He was quite surprised. Eunji hesitated. And her face was bewildered, sweat dripping down. "Authority has just announced his candidacy for the presidency of the Hero Association." Bezos scowled, so surprised he was speechless. Bezos had accepted Kingston's condition. This matter was only known to the officials who attended the conference of the world government. This matter was kept top secret. At the same time, the election for the president of the Hero Association will also be conducted within the framework set by the government. After a 3-day candidate registration period, there will be 3 public debates over 2 weeks. The president of the Hero Association will be elected through a popular vote. However, the term of the president elected this time will be a maximum of 4 years. If the Lucas prison breakout incident is resolved, the term will end. In addition, in principle, anyone can register as a candidate. But if so, there would be too many candidates, easily leading to chaos. Therefore, only those who are supported by the representative heroes of their region can run. During the candidate registration period, Authority and Lupus successively announced their candidacies. At the election, a young female moderator began to speak. "Hello, members of the Hero Association, I am Mute. Who will be hosting this presidential election debate?" Mute, special ability system. All the participants listened intently. The candidates will have a chance to speak before the entire association. As Authority stepped up to the podium, she introduced, "First we have the speech from candidate Authority." He looked at the other heroes below, his voice decisive. "I'll keep it short." Authority turned on the projector. "Look." He pointed at the list of prisoners that appeared on the screen. "Because you all kept chasing ideals. These monsters were released. What are you going to do? Capture them alive, lock them up, and then release them again. I trust that you all will not repeat such a foolish act ever again." Lupus's speech. During Authority's time as president, he condoned the massacre of civilians by heroes. Perhaps the number of civilians killed by heroes is not less than those killed by villains. "I know the current situation is very critical. A fanatic preaching the doctrine of biophiliism is threatening humanity. But Authority is no different from that crazy Shinga." She looked down at the audience where each hero sat, listening in silence. "He places a high and low value on human life, using the name of justice to force the minority to sacrifice." Lupus frowned and loudly called for agreement. "Friends, everyone is equal. Please do not forget the duty of a hero that Rasa emphasized." The initial strategies of both candidates were as follows. Consolidate their support base. Both were busy, attracting the representative heroes of each region to their side. Heroes supporting Authority. North America, Anguna Suti India, Azitletia. Heroes supporting Lupus Europe representative. Oceania, Popkid China, Miengi. Middle East, Kafega South America, Hassan Africa, Antorigo. After consolidating their support bases, both candidates continuously launched public opinion campaigns. Until the last day of the campaign period, they used negative attack strategies to tear each other down. And on the last day of the candidate registration period, so the registration period has ended right. Mute looked at the results on the screen. Now we will go through 3 debates. Huh. She and everyone at the meeting were surprised. Huh. What's this? Authority asked, looking at the screen, while Mute announced, one more person has just unexpectedly registered to run. Lupus was also extremely confused by this information. In the silent auditorium, a voice rang out, ahem. Everyone sitting there was surprised, looking anxiously towards the stage where the voice came from. Hello, members of the Hero Association. There, a young girl had taken over the podium. I am Medius. Medius, current occupation high school student. Lupus's eyes widened in shock as she stared at her. What is going on? Authority was also extremely surprised, frowning in confusion. What the hell is this? Sunlight streamed through the auditorium, shining directly on where Medius was standing. She gave an incredibly arrogant and smug smile. After the speech, Authority angrily objected, what is this situation? Do they think? The election for the president of the Hero Association is a high school class president election. Isn't it clear that only those who are supported by the hero representative of their region can run? But another person interjected, that's right. The young man sitting next to him answered with a straight face, I will support her. Kafega, the hero representative for the Middle East region. Authority was stunned. Lupus was also extremely shocked. What? She stood up and argued, Mr. Kafega, you used to support me. But Kafega calmly replied, I've changed my mind. He looked straight at Medius, his gaze resolute. I now support Medius. That girl. And so candidate number 1, Lupus. Candidate number 2, Authority. Candidate number 3, Medius. 3 candidates have officially registered. Authority read the news on his laptop screen. High school student runs for president of the Hero Association. Tisk. He clicked his tongue. All the articles are about that high school student. Jijin also agreed it's really causing a stir. But there's also a lot of criticism, saying that Kafega and that girl think the election is a joke. Authority wondered, so has that girl been investigated? Jijin commented on Medius. She's just an ordinary high school girl. Nothing special. Hearing that, he looked up. The blue light from the computer screen reflected on his emotionless face. Does she have special abilities? She hesitated. That's not clear. Maybe it's some kind of assumed power, right? Then Authority continued to read the news, thinking silently. Elsewhere, Lupus was also questioning Kafega. Explain yourself. Kafega was sitting at his desk, resting his chin on his hand, very calm. Ask anything you want. She pressed him. Did you know that girl before? Even if you did, you can't let personal feelings affect such an important matter. But he replied, no, I had never met her before. That surprised Lupus. What? A few days ago when I walked into my office to work, I saw her sitting in my chair. At first I thought she was an intruder, sent by the villains and was about to subdue her. But after talking a few times, tens of times, hundreds of times, no, countless times, I felt like I had talked to her many, many times. And then I don't know when, I became certain that I had to support her. Lupus was confused and bewildered. She held out her hand, hesitatingly asking, May I, sir? Kafega agreed, yes, of course. From Lupus's hand, a pink energy enveloped. She summoned her familiar to check his mind. After she finished, Lupus was extremely surprised. There are no signs of hypnotic abilities or mind manipulation. But what is this? She worried even so. To decide on such an important matter, based only on a feeling. Kafega interrupted. This isn't a feeling, Lupus. How many times have I said it? His gaze was resolute. It's a firm belief, I believe, that she must become the president of the association. Lupus was dazed and flustered, unable to speak. A mysterious figure appeared, but only remained mysterious, not a threat. Authority and Lupus were still full of questions, but they decided that this did not greatly affect the situation, so they focused on each other. On the day of the debate, Mute smiled brightly. Greetings, esteemed audience. I am Mute, the host of this debate. Before we begin, I would like to explain the rules of the debate. She announced, first each candidate will have 10 minutes to speak. The participation rules appeared on the screen. The speaking order is by candidate number. During these 10 minutes, candidates can present their platform or ask questions to their opponents. The time for the answer will be deducted from this questioner's time. Therefore, they can interrupt if they feel they don't need to hear the full answer. In addition, during an opponent's speaking time, each candidate has 2 chances to make a rebuttal. She cheerfully announced, and each time will take control for 1 minute. Now let's begin the debate. Candidate number 1, Lupus. Hello, everyone. I am Lupus, a disciple of Mago and a member of Equality. Candidate number 2, Authority. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Authority, the former second-generation president of the Hero Association. Candidate number 3, Medius. Making my debut to you all for the first time, I am Medius, It is now candidate number 1 Lupus's turn to speak. Lupus began. We have been through many wars, since special abilities appeared centuries ago. Wars between nations broke out. After the world government unified, there were countless civil wars. And after the Hero Association was established, society was again divided between heroes and villains. We have spent most of our time in such a societal collapse. But thanks to the efforts of Rasa and many other figures, the foundation of society was rebuilt, Lupus declared eloquently. And now, society has just begun to function properly. Let's think back to Authority's era. At that time, heroes were like outlaws. With inconsistent beliefs and methods, they indiscriminately slaughtered villains and civilians. If Authority becomes the president of the association, those things will happen again, and the society that we worked so hard to build will collapse. But her presentation was interrupted. She turned to look at Authority, who spoke in rebuttal. Society is already collapsing. Authority requests 1 minute for rebuttal. Can't you see the current situation? I really can't understand why the sacrifices I endured through tears are considered massacres, while you all sacrificing society for criminals is considered moral. You need to understand that this world cannot achieve any noble goal without sacrifice. If sacrifice is inevitable, then we must ensure that the sacrifice does not become meaningless. All seeds of evil must be completely destroyed. Authority pointed at Lupus. Look, it is because those seeds of evil were left behind that they have caused this situation. She argued, wait a minute, Authority. Then, he asked provocatively, the 1 minute isn't over yet. Lupus was furious. She screamed in outrage, get your hand off that clock now. How can 1 minute be this long? Authority gave a sinister smile, his hand still gripping the timer. What are you talking about? Lupus threatened, if you don't take your hand off. He still challenged her. Mute raised her hand, using her ability to interrupt the argument. Enough. A silent sigil appeared right above her head, preventing Lupus from speaking any further. Mute frowned. Lupus, you are only allowed to speak when your opponent's rebuttal time is over. Mute. Special ability system mute. Then she turned to the delighted Authority. And Authority, please refrain from using your ability. Image in elections. Public image is extremely important. The current situation is a state of semi-war. Authority and Lupus tried to build strong public images, constantly raising their voices and attacking each other. During their time, instead of emphasizing their platforms, Authority and Lupus only focused on attacking their opponent. But of course, the strong image belonged to Authority, who said, but this is truly suspicious. He sneered at Lupus. A girl who can't even handle one villain. How can she resolve this situation? Or do you want to say that you're stronger than Rasa? Lupus was no match for Authority at all. He thought smugly, it's lucky that she's running. Because in the public eye, she's only remembered as Mago's student, so she's still in a position where she needs to learn more. Most importantly, her rabbit-like appearance makes people associate her with a weak image. So if I just crush that variable, this debate will end as I wish. In an atmosphere leaning towards Authority, it was Medius's turn. Medius glanced over at Authority. Sir, Authority turned the Hero Association from a small organization into a global corporation with excellent determination and drive. Then she commented on Lupus. Lupus, the heir to Lao Sa's will, has solidified this organization with strong ideals and beliefs. So she holds her head high, her eyes smug. Therefore, I want to combine the strengths of both to resolve the current situation. As Medius continues her speech, my platform is Authority cuts in kiddo. He retorts, this isn't some student council election. Go on home and study. This debate isn't for discussing policy. Authority looks at her, annoyed, and asks provocatively, or are you just bad at your studies? So you ran here instead? It's a place to force your biases onto your opponent. Mute warns him, Mr. Authority, your time is up. Please don't interrupt again. But Medius raises her hand to express her opinion. It's all right. I'm willing to use my own time to talk. Authority turns to mock her. Then speak, kiddo. She begins, what did you want to talk about? Medius calmly states, I am a person with special abilities. She introduces herself. The ability training school that Lao Sa built when he was chairman is where I grew up. So you couldn't possibly know what ability I possess. Lupus is quite worried by this information, while Authority continues to taunt her. Is that so? Then what special ability does this kid have? Medius glares, a cold purple light flashing in her eyes. I am under no obligation to reveal that. Seeing this, he becomes even more amused, taunting, no, you have to tell us. If you want to lead the association, you need to have the right skills. Authority spreads his arms, explaining, not a single hero in this association will follow a leader who isn't competent enough. She calmly replies, in that case, Medius looks up at him with a strange, sinister smile. Pick a place, Mr. Authority. We'll fight as soon as possible. Authority is stunned. What? The meeting is broadcast live on the news. This news spreads quickly. All the viewers are extremely shocked. The image of Medius, with her challenging smile, takes over every information display device. A crowd of pedestrians also gathers under the building, looking up at the large screen broadcasting her public challenge. A direct challenge. In the auditorium, authority is stunned and amazed, unable to speak due to this sudden development. Medius glances at him arrogantly. The rules will be mixed martial arts using special abilities. How about it? Authority sinks into thought. An unexpected direct challenge. No matter how strong an image he has cultivated, hearing such an unexpected response is enough to fluster authority. Furthermore, his strategy of labeling his opponent a kid is now becoming a trap for himself. If he accepts the condition, the fact that he called his opponent a kid from the start will make his image of fighting a kid seem ridiculous. Besides, with his current overwhelming political position, if he really faces her in the ring, authority will be lowered to his opponent's level, damaging his prestige. Even a victory would be a meaningless one. But if he fails, it could affect him to the point of ending his political career. So what if he refuses the condition? He'll be labeled as someone afraid to fight a kid and be seen as a coward. A coward? This will severely damage his strong image. In a short amount of time, authority speeds up his thinking, coming up with a series of countermeasures. But no matter the choice, the most important thing to clarify right now is this girl's special ability. What kind of special ability does she possess? While the whole world is shaken by this recent news, in a remote mountainous forest it's extremely quiet. Kingston is lying on his back on the grass, his eyes thoughtful. Haven't you felt something strange lately? Beside him, Kangju is focused on meditating to train his power. Hearing this, he wonders, what do you mean? He rests his head on his hands, pondering. I have a feeling like the words I just said are being repeated over and over. He then sighs. Well, it's always like that for me. But how long will this last? Kingston rests his chin on his hand, worried. It seems he senses something bad is about to happen. Is it because I'm old or is something unusual? Back to the speech. Medius turns to question, why don't you answer authority? Authority glances at her. Well, he is trying to de-escalate the current situation. She's just a kid, so she acts emotionally. Daring to challenge me in the middle of a debate like this? Not rational at all. He thinks to himself, looks like I'll have to drag this debate through the mud to get through this. Authority frowns. His voice becomes firmer with a hint of a warning. Hey, kid, this debate is not a place for jokes. However, Medius is resolute. I'm completely serious, authority. She repeats the words he used to mock Lupus earlier. And to become the association's chairman, the most important thing is real strength, as you yourself said. Medius continues to interrogate while talking to Lupus. You also said that Lupus is weaker than Lao Sa and therefore can't be trusted. Right, and during your time as chairman, Medius's gaze is sharp and decisive. You made heroes fight each other to determine their rank. Didn't you? He remains silent, facing her, but his expression is extremely annoyed with every word she utters. Then you should try ranking me once too. Medius gently gestures with her hand as if inviting him, her tone confident and challenging. If it's inconvenient to hold it here, then decide on a location after the debate. Authority frowns, starting to regret it. Damn it. I've really gotten tangled with a venomous snake. Then looking at her arrogantly declaring war on him, he blames himself. From the start, I shouldn't have provoked her. She's not like me, she has nothing to lose. Authority sighs, conceding. All right, you have a point. So for now... Suddenly a mute symbol appears. Authority is no longer allowed to speak. The host mute announces, Mr. Authority, Medius has decided not to let you stall any longer. Please remain silent. He is stunned and frustrated. This kid was just waiting to hear the answer she wanted. And then cut off my time. Authority looks at Medius, who is smiling confidently as if victory is already in her hands. What kind of special ability does she have to be this confident? A bold idea flashes in his mind. Should I... Authority clenches his fist, blue energy emitting. Try a risky move. Maximum acceleration, if I strike without anyone knowing. Suddenly he becomes aghast. Authority seems to have sensed something as he looks at the child before him. His eyes widen in astonishment. Medius, cold and emotionless, confronts him. Authority becomes increasingly worried. He has probably guessed her next move. Could it be that she... The first debate is nearing its end. Medius's speech begins. She reminds everyone of the desolate and chaotic times of the past. After countless wars, our society is like a tangled mess of knots, full of unresolved problems. As a result, those knots were not meant to be untied. Medius's words carry weight, her tone conveying a sense of helplessness, but were cut apart, forcefully. She emphasizes, I believe that was authority. But authority didn't clean up. The severed knots, he just kept slashing endlessly. Therefore, even the normal threads began to be cut. The person who took those threads and reconnected them, she asserts, I believe that was Lao Sa. Medius adds, but among the knots that Lao Sa reconnected, there were also rotten knots that crept in. This is causing the current problem. However, we cannot just leave it as it is. But we also cannot just sever everything as before. She clasps her hands in front of her chest, her voice resonating more. We need to cut them out carefully, so as not to harm the normal threads, and carefully reconnect them thoughtfully. Medius proposes a solution. This is a time when we should not lean towards an extreme direction, but must find a balance and move forward harmoniously. All the citizens are focused on her presentation on the large screen in front of the headquarters. Medius, if I become the association's chairman, will propose to the government to grant heroes the authority to execute on the spot. The crowd's reaction is one of shock at this momentous declaration. The heroes granted. This authority will be selected through a more rigorous screening process. Furthermore, some citizens are worried, trying to process this bold information. Medius continues to assert, in determining the list of villains to be executed on the spot, I pledge to make these decisions with the utmost caution. Finally, she concludes, of course. Medius declares eloquently, her eyes full of determination. The death row inmates of Alpha War will all be subject to on-the-spot execution. That is all. The first debate ends. After the first round of debates concluded, Lupus's approval rating 8%, authority 35%, Medius 57%. The opinion poll has concluded. In addition, some heroes who previously supported Lupus have announced they are switching their support to Medius. Heroes who declared support for Medius from China, Mianji. From South America, Hassan. Following this development, Lupus held a press conference. She wore a pink suit and stood at the podium, her tone serious. I have listened to what Medius said during the debate. I spent too much time debating with authority and could not rebut Medius's views at that time. What standard does an inexperienced high school student use to decide the life and death of others? She is no less dangerous than authority. After criticizing Medius, Lupus continued. The sun was setting. Lupus was talking to the people opposite her. She spoke up. Everyone opposite her were Hassan, Kafega, and Mianji. He was the first to speak. Why did you call me here? Lupus! She stamped her foot in anger, her voice full of rage. Don't pretend you don't know. Why did you choose that high school student? Hassan held up a hand, cutting her off. It's simple. I have a feeling. Besides that reason, there's nothing else. Lupus whispered, questioning. Anyway, that's just you, but Mianji, I didn't expect you to make such a choice. If your master, Mr. Rio, knew about this, he would be very sad. Mianji glanced at Lupus. She said, our master. Mianji began to recall what Rio had once taught her. He was standing amidst a swarm of glittering butterflies, his hands clasped behind his back, his calm voice speaking. This world is very complex, Mianji. Things once considered right and obvious can over time become wrong. And the opposite happens quite often as well. In the past, I killed many villains. The reason was simple, because at that time I believed it was the right thing to do. But after meeting Lao Sa, my thinking has changed. Even so, I still don't think my current views are absolutely correct, Mianji. There is no single correct answer in this world. However, no matter what circumstances arise, try your best to adapt to them. Just doing your best is enough. Mianji repeated what her master had advised. He often said that. Therefore, after listening to the entire debate and looking at the current situation, I think that it's not Lupus, but Medius, who is the right person to become the association's chairman. Kafega looked seriously at Lupus. He said, Lupus, we do not support you. During the election period, please refrain from meeting with us. After hearing those words, Lupus bowed her head, her fists clenched in anger. After the first round of debates ended, the entire media began to focus their coverage on Medius, articles about her student days, exclusive candidate Medius's school years, articles about her family, getting to know Medius and her family, articles about the confrontation with authority, the clash between candidate Medius and authority. After the first round of debates, as attention turned to candidate Medius, representative heroes like Mianji from China and Hassan from South America, who had previously supported Lupus, announced they were withdrawing their support for her and switching their support to Medius. This caused a huge shock in public opinion, further strengthening Medius's position. Among the buzzing topics, the most prominent one was, what exactly is her ability? Authority's gaze is fixed forward. He is sitting on a sofa watching the news about Medius. On the screen is Medius with a fresh, youthful smile. Authority continues to watch the tape, his face pensive as if deep in thought. He keeps rewinding and replaying the tape. Authority stops at one point. It seems he has discovered new information. He lets out a cold snort. Authority speaks, seemingly to himself, so that's it. At Sinka's base, Kana stands with his hands clasped behind his back. He speaks in a low voice to her, Sinka-sama. Lately, don't you find life has become repetitive and boring? Beside him is Kato. She also agrees with what Canis just said. I agree. Sinka, standing opposite, asks, so, you all feel that way too? She rests her chin on her hand and continues, it's not just me who thinks so, right? An image of a familiar hat with an eagle logo appears. It's Huang Songhuan. He is sitting cross-legged on the ground, his face full of contemplation. Scene change to a ruined city street. Friato, like a child, is thrashing on the ground. So boring, so boring. I can't take it anymore. Bored to death, Friato special type. His life only lasts for 1 week, and he relives his life from beginning to end every week. He is currently in his vibrant teenage years. He kicks his feet and flails his arms like a sulking child. His immature voice speaks up again. When do I get to go out? Natura stands above, smiling. He coaxes in a low voice. Sinka-sama said to wait a little longer because a variable has occurred. Just be a little more patient. Vidi, standing beside them, is writing in a notebook. He also chimes in. What an interesting ability. I feel my inspiration flowing intensely. Friato suddenly calls Natura. He stands before him, his eyes full of anticipation. He says, let's go out for a while. He scoffs. If Sinka-sama finds out, she'll be furious. Friato isn't scared. He continues to plead, it's fine as long as we don't get caught. We'll just go to the nearby village for a bit. What's the big deal? Friato looks at Natura with sparkling eyes. He even blinks, looking whiny and expectant. Natura can't resist that adorable face. He agrees cheerfully. All right. It's been a while since I've felt nature. Friato happily praises him. Awesome, you're awesome. Natura, you're the best. Natura turns to ask the others, what about you guys? Bekanu looks very worried. She says in a small voice, no way, I'm too scared to go out. I'm not going. Vidi shares Bekanu's opinion. I don't want to either. In comic books, the characters who go out on their own are usually the first to die. Friato looks at him annoyed. What a jinx. Natura turns again to ask, and you, Atlas-san? She replies calmly, I. Suddenly she remembers Sinka's angry face. Atlas falls silent, not continuing. A few seconds later, she says softly, you guys go, I'm not feeling well. Natura smiles cheerfully. Is that so? Friato, standing beside him, is a bit disdainful. So weak. Night has fallen. A vast field is shrouded in darkness. The surroundings are suddenly shaken by a light tremor. A sapling is slowly growing. Sitting on top of it are Natura and Friato, with extremely cheerful expressions. Then the two of them run and jump happily under the tree. He spreads his arms, enjoying himself. It's been so long since I've smelled nature. Behind him, running and jumping, he is also very happy, laughing and talking. This ability is really convenient. Let's just go to the nearby village for a bit. Suddenly, something ahead catches the attention of both Natura and Friato. They turn to look. In front of them are Kafega, Mianji, and Hassan. Further away is Medius. Mianji's whole body exudes power. Hassan holds a hammer in one hand, smirking. Kafega is also holding a long sword. It seems Medius is using a power related to time. Friato looks at them but says nothing. After a while, he asks, what are those things? Scene change. A pair of shiny leather shoes are walking on a tiled floor. Behind Authority is Chi-Jin. She asks him, a press conference. He replies immediately, yes. I'm going to accept the challenge Medius proposed. Chi-Jin gasps in shock, asking again, what? Are you kidding? Authority replies seriously, I'm not kidding. This is the only way for me to win. She sighs. No wonder He smirks. It seems it's not her first time participating in a debate like this. So she possesses such a cheating ability. How can we possibly win? Chi-Jin doesn't understand him. What do you mean, sir? On the other side, a fierce battle is taking place. Blood flows from the corner of Friato's mouth. His body is covered in injuries. Natura, in contrast to his earlier cheerful demeanor, is now also struggling to fight back. Medius is still watching the events from afar. Authority looks at Chi-Jin. He says she can reverse time. Medius's eyes flash. Back in Authority's office. Chi-Jin asks him, she turns back time. Authority turns his head and replies, yes, no wonder. The more we debated, the more I felt something was strange. This girl has repeated the debates countless times. It seems she has changed the future to her advantage. Chi-Jin voices her thoughts. Then there's no way to win. But luckily, Authority has discovered the problem. She has a weakness. Compare the documents I just sent you carefully. Chi-Jin quickly opens her tablet to watch the video Authority sent. He reminds her, isn't there something that's changed? After watching the video, Chi-Jin has her own observations. She says her hair got a little longer. Right, a certain feeling, right? Authority agrees with her. Exactly. He asks, why do you think so? Chi-Jin voices her thoughts. Because she's overthinking things. Are you joking with me? Authority seems dissatisfied with this answer. He continues, this girl, she can turn back the time around her. She cannot turn back her own time. That means that even if she is injured, her own time cannot be reversed, and she will return to the past with the injuries on her body. So after accepting her challenge, the only way is to fight and win. Chi-Jin interrupts. However, for someone who can manipulate time, her physical abilities must also be very strong. Authority reminds her, but it seems you've forgotten one thing. I also have a time-based ability. After hearing those words, Chi-Jin could only remain silent in surprise. Authority continues to share. In fact, the time I control is completely different from that kid's. I will win. Is this perhaps the fate of those with time abilities. And to use my ability, I must trade my own life for it. Back to Natura's location. He is leaning against the sapling panting. Natra special type. He has a power that makes plants grow. Plant growth. The saplings created by Natura are attacking Kafega with just one sword stroke. That branch was sliced into many pieces. He looks at Natura and says a plant-related ability. A murderer possessing such an unfitting ability. Kafega physical type. But I like this. It clearly reflects the beauty of natural curves. By the way, my sword. Natura is stunned by the situation. Every tree that grows to attack is cleanly sliced by Kafega. Natura is in pain, blood splattering from his body. Kafega looks at Natura growling beautiful curves. Title Amir. On the other side, a hammer glowing with a fiery red light like fire is slowly descending. The one holding that hammer is Hassan. He is holding the hammer from above, preparing to strike down. The hammer hits the ground, shattering everything in an instant. Everything is affected. Only the hammer remains intact. Kafega, Natura, and Friato also watch the recent action. Hassan special type. If he hits the top of an opponent's head, he will seal their ability for 24 hours. Nickname, the Headhunter. Miyanji Kafega. He says, try to take off the hat of the guy in the back. I can't see the top of his head anywhere. Miyanji is summoning her ability. She replies, got it. Miyanji special type. Shape-shifting sword. Depending on the color of the mask, the ability will manifest differently. She places her hand on the grass. The grass flashes a brilliant cold blue. Natura's legs are being frozen solid by Miyanji's power. She says, let's get him first. Currently, it's the blue ice ability. Natura looks back worriedly. He shouts, Friato! How long are you going to wait? Haven't you fully matured yet? Friato is clutching his wounded chest with one hand. He replies, Natura, hold on a little longer. I'm almost at my peak age. Natura uses his power to try to hold on before Friato matures. In the sky, the moonlight has turned a fiery red. Friato speaks. A little longer. Just a little more time passes. Natura seems to be on the verge of exhaustion. He grits his teeth, enduring. Friato reassures him in a low voice, just a little longer. The time seems to be ripe. Friato lets out a roar. He is now in the form of a grown man, his body rippling with muscles. All right. Friato smiles with satisfaction. Yeah, this feeling is great. Youth is really something else. Friato is now in a 23-year-old body, his physical peak. He walks over to Natura and grabs him by the collar. Now time is on our side. Behind them, Medius covers her mouth with one hand and laughs loudly. Everyone is stunned by this action. Natura is silent for a few seconds. Finally, he decides to ask, why are you laughing? Medius replies while laughing loudly. Seeing you misunderstand is so funny. It's an illusion. Natura asks again. Medius continues, time. He frowns in confusion. An uneasy feeling rises. She smiles and says in an even tone, but it's not your ally. A slow-motion reel of the battle between those present seems to appear in Medius's mind. Her eyes flash. Natura and Friato are suddenly attacked, covered in blood and injuries. He is beaten so badly that blood splatters from the corner of his mouth. The man beside him is in no better shape. Kafega attacks with vigor. He slashes Natura and Friato mercilessly. Suddenly, a red hammer appears. Hassan is bringing the hammer down hard on Friato and Natura. The hammer, with its terrifying power, strikes the top of Natura's head, followed by a blow to the top of Friato's head. Medius speaks. As long as I live, Kafega and Hassan are watching Friato and Natura fall. Medius's eyes are ice cold. She continues, time will always be on my side. In the dark office, Authority is leaning back in his leather chair. Chi-Jin knocks and enters. In her hand is a file, her breath ragged with stress. Candidate Authority. He glances quickly towards the door. His voice is calm. Are all the reporters gathered? Chi-Jin interrupts. It's not that. She's a little tense. There's something important you need to see. This is a video that was just uploaded. Authority frowns skeptically, still not understanding what's happening. It's footage of Astro floating in, the air playing with Faye. They are both very happy. The screen cuts out. Breaking news appears. A second later, Medius's face appears on the screen. Hello, viewers, I am Medius. Candidate Medius Emergency Live Broadcast. Tonight I have captured the third-floor prisoners Friato and Natura. Both are currently being monitored by 3 regional representative heroes. Initially, I intended to deal with them on the spot by means of elimination. But since I am still a civilian, I have temporarily handed them over to the government to handle. The final decision will depend on who is the chairman of the association next week. She continues frankly, and one more thing regarding the duel with Authority. In the current situation, let's put that aside until after this incident is handled. I will arrange a schedule with Authority. For now, instead of internal disputes, we should focus on capturing the villains. I believe Authority will also understand this. That is all. I am Medius. She bows to the audience. The news screen shuts off. Authority is pensive as if thinking about something. Chi-Jin, standing by the desk, continues. Furthermore, there's an invitation for a dialogue with Medius. How would you like to respond? Authority, sitting with his legs crossed on the sofa. All right. What do they mean? The time-rewinding girl. Medius sits opposite, smiling. So you did realize? Authority says to her. Not just me, other people with space-time abilities have also noticed. Medius laughs and says, just as you said, I am a person with the ability to control time. However, I cannot rewind my own time. Before she finishes, Authority cuts in and continues. And the time that you can rewind, there's a limit. A week, 10 days tops. If I could turn it back indefinitely, I would have just rewound to before the prison break. Medius nodded in confirmation. That's right. To avoid causing social chaos, the world government kept that fact under wraps even after Shinka's broadcast was over. So I couldn't get accurate information at the time. Her face darkened. Just as you guessed. I can turn back time by 1 week. That means I have a week's worth of intel on everyone else. Authority rested his head in his hand. The election results won't be out in a week, will they? Medius replied, that's right. Authority's face tensed. Telling me this information. What's your angle? Is this process necessary for you to win? Medius tilted her head, looking at Authority with confidence. While debating with you, I realized that clumsily probing you or dodging questions are both considered bad moves. So I chose to be direct. Besides, we're both time manipulators. Aren't we? She cheerfully shared her story. With a senior who has the same ability as you, I want to comfortably share my story. Authority scoffed. Sounds like you want to build a connection with me, but I have no intention of doing so later on. Medius was disappointed. Is that so? What a shame. She stood up as if to leave. See you at the next debate. Before Medius left, Authority still wanted to ask a question. I'm curious about one thing. Why is your symbol a capybara? At first I thought you had a physical type ability. Medius answered him, the reason, she replied as she walked away. Just 'cause it's cute. Thanks to Medius's achievements, a regional representative hero from Authority's side, India's Azetria, and a regional representative hero from Lupus's side, Africa's, and Torigo have switched to Medius's faction. Furthermore, the second debate was cancelled by the agreement of all three candidates. Shinka wasn't angry about the unexpected behavior of the level 3 prisoners, but annoyed that someone with such a troublesome ability had appeared. Shinka's annoyance at Medius's existence only grew. Meanwhile, despite Medius's appearance, those quietly pursuing their own agendas, or trying to build a world they deemed righteous, were still busy taking action. Time passed, and it was now time for the third debate. In front of her was Mute. She held a microphone formally announcing, Hello, esteemed viewers, I'm Mute, your moderator for today's debate. This is the final debate, isn't it? Since it's the last one, each candidate will have ample time to speak. The speaking order this time will be in reverse. Numerical order. Candidates, a maximum of 10 minutes per speech, 3 rebuttals. Once all 3 candidates' time is up, the debate will conclude. Mute gestured to welcome the candidates. Now please welcome the candidates. Number 1, Lupus. With a serious expression, she slowly entered. Number 2, Authority. He had his hands in his pockets, his eyes full of calculation. Number 3. Lupus and Authority both turned towards candidate number 3. Mute broke into a cold sweat at this appearance. Those watching the news also had their jaws on the floor. Her long brown hair swayed gently. Medius began the final debate. A crystal chandelier sparkled on the ceiling. Before we begin, I need to confirm something. Mute placed a hand on the mic and asked, You are Medius? Correct, Medius at the podium replied. Yes, that's right. May I begin? Mute said awkwardly. Of course. Let's begin the debate. Medius looked straight ahead, very confident. Hello, everyone. I am Medius. Today in this debate, I want to reveal my ability. I am a user of time-based abilities, though you may have already realized it. I cannot turn back my own personal time, but I can reverse the time of the world. Before coming to this third debate, I've rewound time many times to gather information, and currently I know the exact location of Alpha War's base, along with all information about the enemy. Authority glanced over deep in thought. Medius declared boldly, if I am elected as president, I will use this information to... Lupus was shocked by what Medius said next. She said, attack the Alpha War base and launch an all-out war. I promise to choose the future, with the fewest civilian casualties. And even if I have to trade all of my own time, I will strive to end this incident as safely as possible. That is all. After Medius's speech, it was Authority's turn. He seemed even more unpredictable than Medius. I've decided... He looked straight at the screen. To support Medius and withdraw from the race. Lupus's jaw dropped in surprise at the decision. What? Medius smiled smugly. It seemed she already knew this outcome. Back to Medius and Authority's conversation from the other day. She asked him, why did you call for me, Authority? He was blunt. Don't play dumb. You've already seen this future, haven't you? Don't you already know what I'm going to say? You've rewound time countless times, haven't you? Thanks to that, I feel like with just 1 cup of coffee, I've had 10,000. So what have you been doing all that time? Medius replied nonchalantly. I'll make it clear during the debate. After hearing that authority seemed to be thinking about something, Medius, after careful consideration, I've realized you are the most suitable person to handle this incident. He was serious. Therefore, I've decided to support you in the election and withdraw. If I support you, you'll easily win the election, because that rabbit's approval rating is currently at rock bottom. But Medius knew his thoughts. Of course you have a condition, don't you? Authority didn't beat around the bush. That's right. As you know, this president's term will end when the current incident is resolved. Therefore, my condition is that you do not run in the next election. Medius agreed easily. Fine. Authority, I accept that offer. Authority tilted his head, still not quite believing it. It seems you're hiding something else, huh? I don't believe you would accept so easily. Medius shrugged. You're trying to help me. Why would I refuse? He continued. Finally, as a senior in the field of time abilities, I have some advice for you. Don't mistake controlling time with time being on your side. Time is always fair and coldly terrifying. After hearing this, Medius's cheerful expression vanished. I'll keep that in mind. Back to the election. Lupus shouted angrily, Hey, authority! If you were going to do this, why did you even join the debate? You should have just withdrawn right before the debate. Authority didn't even glance at her. That's my business. And it's still my turn, isn't it? Lupus from behind interjected, You said you're withdrawing. So what's the point of your time anymore? Authority retorted, I haven't officially withdrawn yet. He seemed annoyed, calling for help from the moderator. Moderator, can you please turn off that rabbit's mic? It's my turn and she's so loud I can't even speak. Hearing this, Lupus was livid. Loud? I have 3 rebuttals, and I'm using my time to have a legitimate conversation with you. Authority lost his patience and waved his hand. Fine, fine. Keep spouting nonsense. I'll give you all of my time. Moderator, give all my time to her and just turn off my mic. Please mute the background noise too. I don't want to waste my breath on her anymore. Lupus pointed towards the door. You greedy old man, are you messing with me? If so, then just get lost, Authority shot back. If I were greedy, I wouldn't have withdrawn, and I certainly wouldn't have given my time to you, you foolish rabbit. Just then, Medius also raised her hand. I'm done speaking. Can I leave? Better to use this time to get more intel on the enemy. Lupus got even more furious. Where do you think you're going? My time isn't up yet. The two bickered back and forth chaotically. As for Mute, she could only stand there silently holding the mic. Is this what you call a debate? Time passed just like that, and the final debate came to an end. The result, the 4th president of the Hero Association, Medius. The world government immediately confirmed the election results and summoned Medius. There, Medius shared all the information she had gathered, along with predictions about the future. The world government pledged its full support to Medius, sparing no expense. They also updated her on Seo Kongju's current situation. Medius lowered her head. I see. After exchanging information, Medius was walking down the hallway when someone called out to her. 4th Association President. It was Elgido. He stood before Medius and spoke slowly. The ability to turn back time. Hearing the same words over and over again must be tiring for you. You've experienced it countless times, haven't you? Although this is the first time I'm saying this, you've probably heard it many times before. Medius, this world has no room for neutrality. Please remember my words. After her talk with the government, Medius met with the heroes, calling on them to cooperate with her policies. Most of the heroes agreed to follow Medius, but the biggest problem was Lupus. Medius grabbed her hair in frustration. She spoke impatiently. How many times have we had this conversation? Opposite her was Lupus. Unlike during the election debate, today she was like a fawn. Really? I feel like this is the first time we've talked. Medius sighed, exasperated. That response, I've refuted it countless times. Someone as strong as you. It's impossible you wouldn't feel a little déjà vu, Lupus asked her. So how are you going to convince me this time? Medius flatly refused. There's no need for convincing. I respect your opinion, Lupus. Even so, you are a very important factor. Please hold on to your beliefs. But I hope you will participate in this operational plan. Lupus replied, You don't have to say that. I'll participate anyway. Hero Association. Authority greeted cheerfully. Congratulations on your election, 4th Association President. Medius happily accepted, Thank you, Authority. With one hand in his pocket, he continued, Judging by your expression. It seems you couldn't convince that rabbit, huh? A weak woman? Can't even kill a single villain. Medius smiled in response. You could say, she's very firm in her beliefs. Authority exchanged some pleasantries. Before ending the conversation, let's wrap this up quickly. 4th President, I'm looking forward to your inaugural address. If you need advice, I'm always available. She placed a hand on her chest and bowed. Thank you. The inaugural address of the Association President. The 4th Hero Medius. She stood at the podium and spoke boldly. Hello, all members of the Hero Association. I am Medius, the 4th Association President. The reason I've summoned you today is to announce the selection of the 3rd generation is of equality before we proceed with the campaign. These are the names I have chosen for the 3 equality. Amir Kafega Facade Mienji Alchemist Alter Ego Rabbit Lupus. Medius glanced around the room. And finally, Authority, and the leader of the team will be Mr. Authority. That is all. Upon hearing the announcement, his face stiffened, not understanding. What was happening, huh? Medius' selection of the Equa team threw the heroes into a state of turmoil. Lupus was shocked by the decision. What? Kafega seemed more pensive. Medius from the podium asked, Mr. Authority, after this speech, could you spare me a moment? I need some advice. Authority looked at her, seeming to sense that something was wrong. Inside the room, Authority sat on the sofa. He looked straight at Medius and questioned her. It seems you were hiding something, and it turns out to be this. Medius sat opposite him. I had no intention of hiding anything. If you had asked, I would have answered. Hearing this, Authority scoffed. He said in a low voice, I have no intention of joining Equal. Working with people I don't get along with is just asking for a headache, Medius advised him. That's why I suggested you be the leader. You think they'll listen to me? Authority still didn't get it. Medius gave a valid reason. Mr. Authority, if you join Equal and shine in this campaign, your chances of winning the next election will be even more certain. Authority seemed uninterested. That's not necessary. The winner of the next election is definitely me. That rabbit is no match for me. Medius interrupted him. How can you be so sure? If Lupus participates in this campaign as a member of Equal and achieves great merit, she could become a threat in the next election. Authority gritted his teeth in anger. No way that's happening. Medius paid no mind to his words. She continued. And what if another person with a variable ability like mine joins the race next time? At that point, Authority fell silent, thoughtfully piecing things together. Medius proposed to him, if you help me in this campaign, I will use my abilities to support your victory in the next election. Those words startled Authority. Medius needed his power. Mr. Authority, lend me your strength. If you stand with me, your power within the association will be strengthened, and that will be a huge advantage for you when aiming for the position of the next president. Authority glanced away, silent for a moment. Then he spoke. Anyway, in the timeline you've already experienced, it seems I was already active in the Equa team. Judging by the way you're not, rewinding time, that must be the case. I see. Us sitting here talking is just a waste of time. All right, I'll support you. But remember to keep your promise, to help me in the upcoming election. Medius replied to him, understood. The more I talk to you, the more interesting I find you. Authority looked at her and asked, what? Medius shared with him, most heroes, when they talk to me, ask if they'll survive this campaign. But you haven't asked that even once. Authority was honest with Medius. Because I can't imagine a future where I die. The only future I see is the presidency. He reminded her, hurry up and focus on planning the campaign. And let's get this over with. Because the next president is definitely me. Medius once again explained. The reason she chose the Equa team through her speech, simultaneously gaining the heroes' consensus. And so the 3rd generation of the Equa team was chosen. Medius named this campaign Operation Annihilation to counter the moves from the Hero Association. Shinka sent out invitations worldwide. However, because Medius already knew who would accept Shinka's invitations before the letters even arrived, she dispatched heroes to eliminate most of them. This resulted in very few people joining Shinka's ranks. Canis, standing behind Shinka, reported, fewer than I expected. Someone suddenly interjected, hey Alphagon, why are we only ranked as grade 3? Terra physical type. So physical type, Nudia special type. Asila was also dissatisfied. We don't think we're any worse than those guys. Asila special type. Varus, hands on his hips, asked, where's Huang Xiong-hun? Varus physical type. Shinka cheerfully held out her hands. Just achieve great merit in this battle, and I'll promote you. She placed a hand on her chest, pressing close to Terra. If your merit is truly extraordinary, you might even get a reward. As for Mr. Xiong-hun, he's training privately. Everyone in the room looked towards Shinka. No one said a word. In the dead of night, under a dark sky, giant fireballs dyed the space above Shinka's base red. Mienji held her hands out before the red flames. Looks like my luck is not so good today. Around her was a sea of red flames. Amidst the chaotic scene, a voice shouted, Shinka. It was Canis. He warned, fireballs are appearing in the sky. She was also looking up, observing. I'm looking too. Countless fireballs appeared in the sky. They looked like tiny suns. Shinka held out her hand, summoning her power. Her power was attacking the fireballs. A shining sword appeared out of nowhere. It was Kafega flying high above, a sword in one hand. He raised the sword before him, chanting some incantation. Arabes. In the next second, many thin rays of light appeared in the sky. In just a flash, Shinka's protective circle was covered in slash marks. With a loud bang, her protective circle shattered. The unobstructed fireballs slammed down into the city. The entire street was devastated, engulfed in flames and smoke. Someone was not pleased with this sight. He clicked his tongue. Authority shielded his eyes from the light of the flames. If you summoned meteors and then covered them with fireballs, the power would be even greater. But you refused to do it. From behind, Lupus, hands on her hips, retorted, "How many times have I told you doing that would be too powerful? It would harm our hero allies too." Authority scoffed. "If our teammates can die from that, they might as well quit being heroes." Lupus flared up. "You're the one who should quit." "Hey, I'm the team captain," he interrupted. Antorigo suddenly appeared between Authority and Lupus. "Come on, stop fighting. Let's move to the coordinates the president provided." Authority glanced at Antorigo and smiled coldly. All right. Is everyone ready? Let's go. Wipe out those cancer cells. Hero Association move out. Operation Annihilation has officially begun. In the meeting room, there were 4 people. First was Medius, then Mute Proof and Ideopia. This was the advisory council Medius had formed. Mute, special type Mute responsible for security. She can create a space that eliminates sound to prevent eavesdropping. Proof, special type Protect, responsible for protection. A measure to prevent any assassination attempts against Medius. Ideopia, special type Genius Mechanical Engineer, responsible for communication. In charge of communication devices, used to relay directives. This advisory council had a meeting and came to the conclusion that if we don't have information on where Shinka is going, we can't act. Mute stood in the middle. She crossed her arms and wondered, strange, how did they manage that EMP attack at the prison? Lucullus from Indonesia, leaning on the table, replied, "Is there a mole?" Opposite was Medius. She interrupted, "That information, after we kill Shinka, we'll use psychometry to find out. For now, let's focus on the mission." She obeyed. "Yes, Association President." Medius had used 2 years of her life to prepare for this mission. She used that time to think alone, sleep, rest, eat, and so on. She picked up a document and reminded everyone, try to prevent the death of even a single hero. That's the motivation behind this plan. So she planned to turn back time. As soon as a dangerous situation arose, Medius placed a hand on her forehead and lamented, "This ability is so inconvenient. It would be great if I could turn back my own time while keeping my memories. It's truly an extraordinary ability. Aren't you being too greedy?" Medius kept turning back time and creating the future she wanted with the advisory council. In the midst of the battle, a question was raised. She had turned back time too many times. Is she dreaming of a perfect future? Authority stood in the middle of a desolate street. His hands were in his pockets. "But I told her that time is fair. Keep turning back time. However, the future you want will not appear." Medius had sent strong heroes to fight the enemy. A communication sound echoed. "Regional representative heroes. Please handle the grade 2 villains who have accepted the invitation. For villains grade 3 and above." Someone wondered, what? Lupus was confused by what Authority had just said. Her face showed a worried expression. "You are the villain I'm in charge of. The Equality members will handle them." Nudius's mouth twitched. How indecent. Censor a special type censor? She believed the world needed wholesome thoughts. Anything she deemed improper, she would take a picture of and trap them inside the photos. Nudius scowled and yelled, "Indecent, indecent, indecent." Lupus clenched her fists looking at her. "Didn't Medius place me here to deal with her? Because I would have an advantage against her. She's clearly a terrible matchup for me." She used her power. Outside, Lupus was wearing a long cloak with bunny ears. She asked Nudius, "Hey, this should be fine, right?" She took a step back. "No." Lupus placed a hand on her chest and asked, puzzled, "No, why not?" "The standard?" she asked Nudius. "What is the standard?" She opened her mouth and yelled, "It's what I think it is. How would you understand?" "It will change, depending on how she feels in different situations." She angrily placed her hands on her chest, summoning her power. Nudius's eyes were full of anger looking at Lupus. "You simply have the body of something that needs to be censored. Why do you wear that kind of outfit everywhere, huh? Are you a pervert?" She gritted her teeth. "You damn—" Lupus, annoyed, used her power to strike her. "This is what I want, okay? I like rabbits, so what?" Lupus raised her hand and spoke into the communication device. "Medius, are you there?" On the other end. Medius replied immediately, "Yes, Lupus, what's up?" She yelled angrily into the device. "Didn't you say I'd have the upper hand here? Are you trying to put me in a disadvantageous situation to get me killed? Or what?" On the other end, Medius was critical. "You're an Equality member, and you're complaining this much about handling a single grade 3 villain." Lupus lost her patience. "Shut up!" Medius asked her, "You won't kill villains, right? That's why I put you in charge of a villain who can't easily kill others. She's someone we won't have a problem with, even if you let her escape." Lupus didn't back down. "Are you messing with me?" Medius didn't answer her. She continued, "Furthermore, in her pictures. There are civilians trapped. If we carelessly kill her, there's a high chance those civilians will die. That's why I chose you to deal with her. Do you understand now? Lupus let out a curse, showing her impatience. This annoying kid. Medius kept talking. But I'm an adult now. Shut up, Lupus cut her off. In the sky, a bright full moon shone in the night. Kafega, weapon in hand, was slowly approaching. Suddenly, a voice caught his attention. How fortunate. Kafega's body froze. He looked up and his eyes met So's. She was sitting levitating on a rooftop. She looked at him and continued, I've been wanting to meet you. Kafega looked at her. His face still showed no expression. Amir! So jumped down from above. I never thought I'd get to meet both individuals. They called Sword God. Today is definitely a special day. A good day to die. Although I asked to learn from the other Sword God, I was refused. Because she said she hadn't yet achieved the swordsmanship she desired. Kafega's face darkened. Amir So was brimming with a murderous aura. Her red eyes blazed as she slowly advanced on Kafega. She asked, What is the sword? I have cut down countless lives, but I still don't understand. If I cut down more lives, will I be able to know? Kafega looked straight ahead, his voice deep and warm. I too have cut down countless enemies to gain enlightenment, just like you. I've even cut down those who begged to live without any mercy, because I wanted to gain enlightenment. However, I achieved enlightenment from an unexpected place. His lips moved. The sword, So thrust her fiery red sword forward. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. Kafega also drew his sword. He showed no fear at all. The whites of So's eyes turned black. In the center of those eyes were terrifying red pupils. In a flash, Kafega swung his sword across her neck. Blood spurted from So's neck. With a tense face, he began to speak. It's not a tool you swing for yourself, but something you swing for others. In the desolate night, darkness began to fall. An old pair of hands was covering the center of his forehead. Authority, one hand shielding the light, the other in his pocket. He walked forward step by step. High above, Terra was watching his every move. That must be the one I'm in charge of. He asked, Your authority. You're a bit old, but despite that, your fighting spirit is pretty good. It's a shame Amir isn't here, but you'll do. Authority looked up and interrupted. Hey! Terra froze. He reached up and loosened his tie. The thing I hate most is trash. That talks down to me like there's some big shot. Your words are just a waste. I'll kill you, trash. Authority angrily clenched his fist and punched Terra straight in the gut, causing him pain. A pair of sharp clawed hands reached out. Terra clawed viciously towards Authority. Seeing this, he took a step back. Terra smirked provocatively. That packed a punch. That was a good punch, and just as expected. The speed increases with time acceleration. It's really fast, so fast. Authority looked at Terra with a thoughtful expression, as if he didn't understand what he was saying. Terra was brimming with power. In his hand was a long, sharp sword. The feeling of cutting something worthwhile. Authority thought, what the hell is this piece of trash talking about? I haven't even used my time ability. Terra, with his blackened eyes, tilted his head and asked, What? Authority continued, Just now, he kneed Terra straight in the face. I simply dodged it, you piece of trash. Terra was sent flying backward by the blow. He raised a hand to his bloody face. Authority asked him flatly, You transformed and still couldn't dodge that? There are levels to this enhancement-type stuff, you piece of trash. If I actually used my time ability here... Terra held out a hand to stop him shouting loudly. Wait, hold on. Authority didn't bother quadruple acceleration. He thrust his hand forward, flying quickly towards Terra and taking his head in one go. He asked, Wait for what? You think you could have fought back with more time? Get lost, you trash! The three great... The quality members had successfully defeated the third-floor inmate. Lupus stood below with her hands on her hips. Above, Nudius was being restrained by a power. A voice called out, Hey! Someone's call got Lupus's attention. Authority's blood-covered face appeared, which scared her. She screamed, which in turn startled him. A moment later, she realized who it was. Authority. He didn't waste a second before cursing at her. This crazy rabbit, I knew it. Lupus took a step back. Knew what? Authority asked her. That bitch with the camera, why didn't you kill her instead of dragging her along? He rolled up his sleeves. Take down the shield. I'll send her to hell myself. She stomped her foot angrily. Nonsense! Authority raised his bloody hand, flexing. Then I'll just blow the shield away too. Lupus held out her hand, summoning her power. She challenged him, try it. Medius's voice came from the communication device. Lord Authority, please calm down. There are civilians trapped inside her shield. Just take her to the detention center then. Deal with her later. Authority asked, What if she escapes? Medius replied immediately, Lord Authority. In all the futures I've experienced, there hasn't been a single case where that bitch with the camera became a variable. He asked again, Will she be dead within a week? I haven't seen that far yet. Currently, I'm not monitoring day by day, but hour by hour. Authority shouted angrily, Hour by hour. Medius, what kind of future are you drawing? If you've sketched out a big picture, then no matter where you make a mistake, you have to keep drawing until it's finished as quickly as possible. If you just draw a little and then erase, draw wrong and erase again, when will you ever be done? The voice came through the communication device again. Even if it takes more time, I won't let a single hero die. He brought the hand with the communication device closer to his mouth. Medius, no future is perfect. Don't try to carry everything on your own. Heroes dying is unavoidable. Medius was determined. Even so, I will still do everything I can. He glanced up at Nudius, who was suspended in the air. Right now, you're the president, so I'll listen to you. But in that case, look into the future 1 week from now. Based on that progress, we'll decide this girl's fate. Medius lowered her eyes and replied flatly, understood. Hassan was on the ground. Covered in injuries, his eyes were wide. Across from him with the blood-soaked sword was Tatsujin. A look of horror eyes, a smile, an explosion. It was all like a movie playing out. Medius's eyes flew open, startled by that stream of memory. From the communication device, she continued, Lord. Authority. According to the results after I experienced the future and returned, she doesn't become a variable. After being apprehended, she will be imprisoned without any problems. He cut Medius off. All right, let's just drop this. So do we win the war? Medius continued to report to him. Victory seems possible. But if things continue as they are, some heroes will die. Authority replied, that's unavoidable. Medius advised him, authority if there's a way to save them. Shouldn't I try it? Even if it consumes all of my time. Authority didn't care about this anymore. He turned and walked away. Even so, you have to leave some time for my election. Understood, Medius replied. Behind them, Lupus had a worried expression. Election, what are you two talking about? He glanced back, smirking. Shut it, Rabbit. Prepare to move to the next area. Inside the meeting room, after hearing Medius's conversation with authority proof, asked Madam President, are we certain to win? Across from him, Idibia answered, victory seems certain. Newt also joined in. In that case, let's focus on minimizing hero casualties. Medius suddenly remembered something and looked at him. But there's something strange. She covered her mouth with her hand, thinking. Even if all the villains of Alpha are defeated in the battle, Stevens, Ahura Shinka, and Huang Xionghuan are all no-shows. Everyone was stunned. Grove asked, what? If that's the case, then nearly half the main force hasn't even joined the fight. Newt added, could it be that they've run away? She gave an order. We should push the timeline forward, and then look further into the future again. The heroes followed Medius's instructions one by one, wiping out every villain in the dark neighborhood. Shinka stood before everyone and asked, is everyone ready, my executioners? You all must have felt it, right? Something's not right with the flow of time. Medius. She mistakenly believes that time is on her side. Ladies and gentlemen, but time is actually our ally. Let's go forward and teach them a lesson. Arcilla replied coldly, yes, my lord. Varus, with a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth, continued. Seo Kangju, the one who defeated Huang Xionghuan. Maledict was stretching, asking, when is he getting here? Tatsujin chimed in. It's been a while since we had a proper fight. Shinka glanced towards the spatial gate. Has Amiya arrived? For the glory of Alpha, the 4th floor special task force move out. In the dark alley, a deep, hoarse voice echoed, cold and decisive. All right. Hassan stood there. He smirked with a self-satisfied look. Subdued. Standing next to him was Pocket. She spoke up. That was too easy, huh? Oceania's hero representative. Pocket physical enhancement type. She clasped her hands in front of her chest, pressing Hassan. Do I really not have to do anything? Hassan smirked. Yeah. It's best you don't use your powers. It's hard to hold back. Pocket was annoyed. She stamped her foot lightly. You're so mean. Hassan continued. Anyway, the second floor guys are still really easy to handle. Pocket replied to him. I guess the equality people will handle floors 3 and 4, right? Hassan agreed. That's right. His eyes drooped slightly. As for us, we'll probably just stop at the second floor. From a distance, the figure of Varus slowly approached. He blew out a puff of smoke. His deep, steady voice spoke, a pleasure, heroes. Hassan was surprised by this appearance. Behind him, Pocket's eyes went wide. She covered her mouth in shock. Oh, an enemy! Varus physical enhancement type. Member of the Villain website. Tragedy specializing in hero bounty hunting. Known as Tragedy. Pocket. Hearing this, asked with a tremble, 4th floor? Hassan glanced over with a hint of disgust. Calm down, Pocket. We still have Medius on our side. I'm sure this was arranged beforehand. 4th floor? And or 5th floor, it only takes one swing of my hammer. Varus scoffed. He narrowed his eyes. You two team up. Somehow you have to knock his hat off. Just give it everything you've got and hit him. Just one time on the crown of the head. Varus asked, confused, the crown? You're the one who specializes in aiming for the crown to seal powers. Aren't you? Hassan, with one hand on his hip, answered, that's right. Varus spoke again. How much is the bounty on a regional hero anyway? I remember it being pretty hefty. I've always wanted to ask you something. What about in this case I have 2 cowlicks, after saying that he took off the hat he always wore. Hassan looked at him and then asked back, 2 cowlicks. 2 cowlicks, that's right, Varys replied, putting the hat back on with his other hand. Hassan asked again, so what does that have to do with my ability? Varys said what he was thinking. Someone with 2 cowlicks, doesn't that mean they have 2 crowns? Meaning you have to hit 2 spots. Hassan found that ridiculous. What are you talking about? People only have 1 crown. Varys replied with another incredibly stupid sentence. Is that so? Doesn't that mean bald people don't have a crown? Hassan, this time, had lost his patience with his absurd words. Nonsense, who doesn't have a crown? On the contrary, I love hitting bald guys the most, because the crown is so easy to see. Varys put both hands on his belt. The brim of his hat hid his eyes. He continued, I see. That's new information. Hassan advised Varys, but before you go picking on bald people, you should probably get yourself checked out. 2 cowlicks is a sign of early-stage hair loss. Varys froze after hearing Hassan's advice. After a long pause, he finally managed to get out one word, you. Varys's face began to tighten. His eyes were fixed on Hassan. His tone was a declaration, I'm going to kill you in the most painful way possible. Hassan's eyes widened in surprise. Why? Varys lowered his hands as if preparing to attack. You told me something I didn't want to know, which I find insulting. Hassan had also activated his power, ready to fight at any moment. Pocket, get ready. Pocket took a step back and replied, yes, sir. Veins popped on her face. Her face showed her rage. Hassan and Varys both looked at her and winced. Oh, man. That's nasty. Pocket had transformed into a beast-like form. She was in a fighting stance, completely different from her earlier voice. She looked straight ahead, her deep, hoarse voice echoing, ready. Varys held a cigarette in his mouth. He smirked. A physical enhancement type, huh? This will be an interesting fight, Kingston explained. Physical enhancement types are different from unique or summoner types, which usually manipulate ki externally. Most users with physical enhancement abilities only control ki within their bodies. Because of this, many in this category believe that the strength of their power is predetermined at birth, leading to laziness or even giving up on training. Across from him was Kang Ju, listening intently. Kingston continued, but in reality, it's just that their vessel is too small. When the vessel is small, the ki will overflow. And once the ki exceeds their ability to control it, it becomes useless. But if you know how, you can hone and expand this vessel. Through training, you will hone your vessel with me, and at the same time learn to control your ki. One more thing. When you reach a certain level of ki control, back to the present. Varys placed his hand on his hip as if to draw a weapon. In front, Hassan and Pocket watched attentively to avoid being attacked. Suddenly, Varys drew a flare gun. He leaned back slightly and pulled the trigger. A powerful flare shot out from the gun. Hassan and Pocket watched the bullet fly towards them. They both dodged to either side. The bullet flew past them and into the abandoned building behind. The bullet made contact with the building, causing a loud explosion. The tall building, in an instant, shattered under the force of the bullet. Both Hassan and Pocket glanced back to check the situation. Varys reloaded, preparing for a second attack. Kingston's face appeared again. One can also infuse ki into objects. In front of him was the barrel of Varys's gun. He raised one hand high, twirling a rope above his head. He threw the rope towards Hassan and Pocket. The rope flew and tied them up tightly. Varys held the rope that bound the other two with one hand. He reminded them in a low voice, now you can't move anymore. Because I've infused ki into this rope. It'll be harder than steel. And now I'm going to skin your head. A familiar voice rang out, impact. Kang Ju rushed forward and punched Varys hard in the stomach, sending him flying backward. Varys's face contorted fiercely in pain. Hassan and Pocket on the ground were also surprised by what had just happened. Kang Ju had a very calm expression. Kang Ju's punch sent Varys flying several meters. An old pair of hands appeared along with a voice. Your growth rate is pretty fast. Just keep feeling the ki in your body and move. Like that. It was Kingston. With a smiling face, he placed a hand on his forehead for a better view. Let's see now. This guy is the perfect opponent to warm up with. This isn't too bad either. Now, try mixing your unique ability into your attacks, just like we practiced. If you kill him in one blow, it's a failure. But you have to use at least 3 moves. Kang Ju, standing in front, glanced lightly at Kingston. He replied in a low voice, right. Varys stood up. He adjusted his hat with one hand. Treating me like a punching bag, huh? It's true. Kingston crouched down, preparing to sit. All right, I'll watch from here. Go on, my disciple. The Hero Bounty Hunting Site Tragedy. When the Hero Association operated its ranking system, naturally from Tier 5 to Tier 1, bounties were priced according to the level of danger. The highest income of Varys, the leader in this industry, came from Sunkos, a candidate for the Equality title. After completing that mission, Varys enjoyed a leisurely retirement, only monitoring the bounty site without participating anymore. Varys lounged on a chair watching the news. So many new faces are popping up. But then one day, a name on the website caught his attention. It was Seo Kang-ju. Despite being at the equality level, Seo Kang-ju had no bounty amount listed next to his name. Out of curiosity, Varys contacted Tragedy to ask why. But over the phone, a distant voice came through. It's literally unmeasurable. Seo Kang-ju has never been in a fight, so there's no information on him at all. Or maybe Varys. Why don't you try fighting him once to set a price? We'll pay you a handsome sum. Varys impatiently refused. Back to the present. He seemed to be sharing his own story. Back then I thought he was nothing special. So I was just a little curious and let it go. But hearing that you defeated Huang Xionghuan, I decided I had to see it for myself, Seo Kang-ju. He placed one hand on his hip, preparing to draw his gun. Just how much are you worth? Varys didn't hesitate, raising his gun and pulling the trigger immediately. Kang-ju lowered his head. He still stood there, motionless. The bullets were flying towards him one by one. Kang-ju raised his hand and waved it a few times. He summoned his power Blacklight Crushing Strike. Kang-ju and his power shot towards Varys like a flash, catching him off guard. Varys screamed in pain. The punch severely damaged his internal organs. Kang-ju continued with another move, Black Soul Shockwave. Varys was lifted high into the air by Kang-ju's power. The veins on Kang-ju's hand bulged. He continued with another move, Seven Souls Chaotic Strike. Kang-ju's power shot towards Varys continuously. He didn't even have a chance to counterattack. At that moment, a thought appeared in Varys' mind. I see, that's why his bounty wasn't clearly stated. A beam of Kang-ju's power suddenly flashed. He was flying down from above, his powerful punch still thrust forward, preparing for the next attack. His eyes were filled with coldness. Kang-ju used a special move, Black Knight Frenzy Strike. Varys lay on the ground looking up at Kang-ju. He spoke, Seo Kang-ju, your bounty value is truly unmeasurable. Kang-ju's power, like a bolt of lightning, struck down on Varys with immense force. Outside, Hassan and Pocket, who were watching, were also wide-eyed and open-mouthed. They both had their own thoughts. Someone who can handle a fourth-floor level, like a kid playing with a toy. I heard he was secretly training, but I never expected him to learn from Kingston. Hassan and Pocket were tied up on the ground. He turned his head towards him and shouted, Kingston, take me as your disciple too, I want in. Kingston didn't understand what Hassan was saying. What, get lost? He sighed. Medius, I'm sorry for doubting you. So this is why you left him alone. Beside him, Pocket turned and stammered. I thought I was dead for sure. Suddenly, Hassan shouted, Our president is the best. Kingston was deep in thought. Medius, Kingston? Kingston had assessed Medius's abilities, finding them no less than authorities. He had looked into Medius's background and had his own opinions of her. It seems she has the ability to experience the future and then return to the past. With this, she can lead the future as she pleases. He looked up at the sky and snorted lightly. Kingston sighed. If that's the case, then it's no longer interesting. Should I just go and kill her? A pair of blue pupils glanced over, thinking for a few seconds. Bez was looking up at Kingston. Kingston, I've decided to entrust Seo Kang-ju to you. But if something unexpected happens, I won't be able to continue entrusting him to you. I hope you understand. Kingston sat arrogantly on a rock. He laughed and replied, You dare threaten me? Bez lowered his head, not daring to argue with him. This isn't a threat but a request, Kingston slowly asked. You, as the leader of the world, bowing your head and begging someone else. Aren't you ashamed? Bez kept his head bowed. For the safety of the people, I am willing to do anything. Kingston put one hand on his thigh to push himself up. Commendable. He stood up straight, his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes following Bez. All right, I'll think about it positively. I'll observe a little longer. If I get bored, I'll go and deal with her. Kingston postponed his decision, remembering his promise to Bez. But when Medius turned back time by a total of several months, Kingston decided to kill her. After Bez left, Kingston looked up at the sky. His distant gaze was filled with many thoughts. In the sky, the clouds were drifting lazily. The sun shone with warm rays, soothing the soul. Kingston seemed to have suddenly discovered something. He seemed to be talking to himself. So that's how it is. Behind him, Kang-ju was sitting cross-legged practicing. He asked Kingston, What's wrong? Kingston glanced at Kang-ju. He thought to himself, he hasn't reached the level where he can feel this yet, has he? He said to Kang-ju, It's nothing. Focus on your training. Kingston turned back and looked up at the sky again. Is this really as far as it goes? Back to the present. Kingston praised Kang-ju, not bad. Your technique has become more refined. It's true nothing improves your skills like a real fight. Kingston thought to himself again, but he's still far from it, because he still can't feel this thing. Perhaps more real battles are needed to heighten his senses. Looks like this will be more interesting than expected. He turned around. With his hands clasped behind his back, Kingston walked and spoke to Kang-ju. Let's go, find the next opponent. In the meeting room, Medius's voice rang out. Hassan contacted us and reported that Seo Kangju has finished eliminating Varys. In the meeting room, Medius was speaking. Proof found it a bit hard to believe. The fourth floor dealt with this quickly. Newt stood across from Medius, her arms crossed in front of her chest. That's Seo Kangju for you. Medius replied thoughtfully. Yeah. It'd be a turn to ask if we keep this up. Can we really save all the heroes? Medius was still thinking about something. Let's continue turning back time. Step by step, like assembling the pieces of a puzzle, the news that Seo Kangju had joined the battle spread to the heroes. Authority stood in the desolate neighborhood. He was raising his hand to look at his watch. Authority replied to the person across from him. Is that so? We just need to catch that kid Huang Song-Huan and we're done. Across from him, a graceful voice rang out, oh my. Hearing that makes me a little sad. It's like you're treating us like we're not even here. Maledict spread her arms wide and continued the conversation. Suddenly, she gave a cold smile. Long time no see, former president. Authority remained silent, not responding. Maledict added, or should I say interim president. As the equality group was moving smoothly, a voice echoed in Mienji's ear. Long time no see, Mienji. Ho waved and greeted, Mienji, we meet again, huh? Behind Ho was Hun. He clasped his hands behind his back and smiled. Hun looked at Mienji and said, let me send you to your master's side. She replied to him, that sounds good, but not yet. Cut to Lupus's location. She was holding out both hands, summoning her power. This time I will definitely catch you, Egret. She challenged, try me, little rabbit. Behind her was Peknu. She clasped her hands together, her eyes welling up with tears. Just please don't kill me. Lupus looked at Agrit and Peknu and replied, don't worry, I won't kill anyone. Cut to an abandoned construction site. In front was Antorio, slowly walking towards the other side, asking, is that you? Vidi, holding a notebook, said to Ashila, number 4, the one Therapia mentioned. She replied, exactly the same. Vidi and Ashila stared at his face. Antorio angrily gritted his teeth. He growled, my name is not number 4. I am Antorio. Cut to another desolate construction site. Tatsujin's hair blew in the wind. Across from her was Kafega. In his hand was a long, sharp sword. She spoke first, Amir, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. He replied coldly, with our relationship. I don't think we need any greetings, do we? Tatsujin and Kafega, brimming with killing intent, rushed to attack each other. Powerful opponents faced off. Kingston was standing behind Kangju. He looked at the person across from him and said, not bad. Still have some brains, huh? You took off the collars beforehand. Kingston held out his hand to stop Kato and Canis. Wait a minute, I need to talk to Seo Kangju. Kato looked at him and replied, who gave you permission? Kingston growled, scaring Kato and Canis. Hey! His eyes showed his ruthlessness. He repeated, wait, Kato. And Canis could only stare, not daring to say another word. Kingston turned to speak to Kangju. Come on, let them fight a little longer. This is perfect practice. He replied to him. I listened to you. But how much longer do I have to hold back my power? Can't I just kill them quickly and get it over with? Kingston said softly. Absolutely not. You can feel it too, can't you? You're much stronger than before. But it's still not enough. Listen carefully. In this place, besides me, no one here can be your opponent. Only in this place. Kangju looked at him in silence, seeming not to understand. He started to ask Kingston, what are you talking about? Kingston, with his hands clasped behind his back, looked at him and continued. Look, you still can't feel it, can you? You need to get better acquainted with using your ki. Kangju asked him, feel what? Kingston looked up at the sky. He continued slowly, soon. You'll understand. All right, you can move now. But Kingston used his power to rush towards Canis, grabbing him by the neck. He smirked and said, let's fight one-on-one. Kato watched as Canis was wrestled aside by Kingston. She shouted, Canis! The man pinned beneath him managed to reply, I can't move. Kingston looked at Kato and continued, don't worry. I don't intend to harm you. But if you came here just to save this guy, without fighting Seo Kangju, then I'll kill him right now. If you defeat Seo Kangju, I'll let him go. Kato asked, confused, what do you want? Kingston answered simply, I just want to see it before I die. The battle between humans who have reached the pinnacle. Consider it the final pleasure of an old man. He smirked slightly. All right, fight Seo Kangju. Use as many skills as you can. Don't kill him immediately. Kangju, seething with killing intent, replied, understood. On the other side, after Kingston had instructed him, he thought to himself, only then. Can you win? On top of the tall building, Shinka was looking down at the city. Behind her was Seung-hoon. He asked Shinka, so Kangju has arrived. Shinka replied flatly, it seems so. Seung-hwan smiled contentedly. It's been a long time since we last met. I guess the others are the same. Ahura glanced at the person across from her. Seung-hwan was smiling a deadly smile. Over here, Kangju, with a cold expression, was preparing to attack. Back in Shinka's room, she solemnly declared, this battle At the same time, Medius on the other side was also affirming the same thing. Both of them had a belief that it will be our victory.